everybody. We're in upstate New York, Finger Lakes area, beautiful part of the world at any time of the year. And of course, if you are a race fan, and then that means it's Watkins Glen International. At this time of the year, towards the end of June, the tradition dictates it is the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen, one of the long endurance races in the IMSA Championship for 2024. It's been a staple on the championship calendar for quite a while now, and it is undoubtedly one of the blue riband events. So much history for motor racing round here, and so much also love for the sport around this area. There's the glassmaking museum down at Corning, who took on the all of the innovations from Sunderland, my hometown. James A. Jobley, who invented Pyrex and have made a huge global conglomerate out of that. Big news, BMW number 25 is on the pit lane and will be at the pit exit for the start of the race round the 3.4 mile, 11 corners that provides the challenge for the next 6 hours. If you weren't with us earlier in the weekend, that car is not the same car that started the week. The engine and gearbox and some of the other running gear, yes, but not the chassis. That was brought down overnight after Conor De Filippi went into the turn one wall, just outside of turn one, inside of turn one rather, following a little brush with the curb in one of the earlier sessions. So we will have two BMW Team RLL M hybrids in the race. Let's head down to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shea Adam. The car is there, it's been rebuilt, and Herculean effort by the RLL mechanics, but it won't get to start the race at the same time as anyone else. I'm surprised it's made pit lane. Actually, that's brilliant. What penalty will it suffer?
Well, he was held, actually. He wasn't allowed onto the pit lane because there were too many people out here for the festivities. That was a very safe call by the IMSA tech officials to say, no, we're going to hold you. But as soon as the grid cleared, as soon as the last car rolled out of the pit lane, this number 25 was allowed to come to its box. Came in, put the race tires on. These are a set of brand new Michelin slick tires. Hard compound for this weekend, too. That's important to notice. And then as it pulled out of its pit box, a round of applause from every other mechanic, engineer, driver, person on the pit lane. Very well done to BMW M Team RLL. Now the car is being held by Richard at the end of the pit lane because it will have the red light until the entire field clears. Then Conor De Filippi will be able to go around. He'll have 3 opportunities to pass the start-finish line, but I'd imagine he'll come back in at the first one of those to serve a drive-through penalty, which is a factor of doing a pit lane start. So that means that this team very much not out of it, just slightly on the back foot. And let's see if this Cinderella story can come true. This is our defending race winner. Let's not forget the 25 BMW with Nick Yellowly and Conor De Filippi. And it's been a year since they've won a race. Can they make some magic happen today?
An extraordinary effort. Twice in 2 weekends we've seen that now. The Hertz-Jota Porsche team at Le Mans building a bare chassis, and now the RLL guys taking a car that was being prepped for the test that is coming up in a couple of weeks' time, but obviously had to transfer quite a lot over. That car, though, Jeremy, has not turned a single lap of this track since it was rebuilt, and that means the first laps out are literally a voyage of discovery.
Yeah, true that, but you know, these are professionals. The car being put together. You know, if it's out on the grid, it'll be in good condition, no doubt about that. I mean, that BMW M Team RLL, they know their business, and they'll have been properly prepared. As you said, the team was sent home yesterday afternoon to get some sleep, or back to the hotel yesterday afternoon to get some sleep prior to the car arriving here at the racetrack. So they'll be good to go. Look, it's a 6-hour race. That team has just had ridiculous bad luck, it seems like, this season. So now maybe the gods are beginning to smile on them a little bit. And yeah, they're certainly not out of contention. Yes, they're on the back foot for sure, but yeah, they've got all the data from the other running in the sessions this weekend. The other car's been fast. It was quickest in one of the sessions on Friday, I guess that was. or was it Saturday morning? I can't remember. One of the sessions here, it was fastest. So the car works well around here. As you said, they won it last year.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time to get things back on track, John.
Lights are out on the Cadillac V Series safety car. Plenty of horsepower and torque in that to pull it away from the field. Louis Delatraz on pole position for Acura, with Renger van der Zande for Cadillac on the outside of row 1. Jack Aitken and Phil Hansen for Cadillac and Porsche. What a great qualifying for the yellow Porsche, the best of the Porsches from John Church's team. And we're coming to the green flag with 6 hours on the clock. Green flag. And Louis Delatraz going down to the first corner, immediately pulls to driver's left, and drives through the corner in the perfect racing line, side by side behind for the Cadillac and the Porsche. The second group of cars are the GTD and GTD Pro, and it's Ferrari and Corvette on the front row there. Daniel Serra for Risi, and Corvette's Alexander Sims. And they'll come to their green flag now. That's a very even start from the GTs as they head down the hill. Break out of line after the start-finish though, so I think that was all right by the Lamborghini. Further back down the grid as everyone has got through turn 1, and that was one of my pinch points that I was slightly worried about. At the front of the field, Renger van der Zande now leads in GTP, having got round Louis Delatraz in the gold-fronted Cadillac then for Cadillac Racing. Big news for Cadillac and for Action Express, the Whelan team coming through on SportsCar 365 yesterday. That's the car that Jack Aitken has in third place, making that fourth place at the moment, is the Pipo Derani, who's won 2 championships with that team in the time he's been with them. He will be leaving at the end of the season. Not sure where he's going yet. And who will replace him? Not our announcements to make there. But that was the news brought in yesterday by John de Geese and Jamie Klein of SportsCar 365. End of the first lap, Jeremy. Renger van der Zande starting the race and starting it in style. He's got a second back to the rest of the field.
Yeah, great start there by Renger. He's gone already. I mean, it's shown as 0.6 of a second. You know, it's over a second at the end of the first lap, 1.4 seconds the lead. He's stretching that lead, but now Delatraz, he's really under pressure here from Phil Hansen, who just did a fantastic job yesterday for JDC Miller Motorsports. No help from the factory for the privateer teams, which is incredible to my perspective. But yeah, they've done a good job here last year. They finished 4th in this race last year, and here they are pressuring for a second. Look around the outside at turn 6. Wow!
That is a manoeuvre you do not see very often here. It is a corner that changes markedly all the way through. It's a downhill entry, then it flattens out, and then the camber changes in the middle of the corner. That is a brave manoeuvre, and well, I was about to say we haven't seen that happen very often. The Era Motorsport car at 90 degrees to where it should be in travel. There was another car involved in the LMP2 field as well there. I think it might have been Luis Perez Companc in the 88 car. Let's have a... Oh no, it's not. It's the
Eric Lux.
Flexbox car. Yeah, Eric Lux in the
Dwight
81
put his nose where it didn't belong, John. Excuse me, John.
Turn 6.
Yeah, Dwight Merriman put his nose where it didn't belong. There was no way room on the inside there. Eric Lux completely minding his own business, doing exactly what he should be doing, and he was just driven into by Dwight Merriman. And that's not the way. That's the team that leads the points in LMP2. They won the race last season, and that's not the way to start it out. Good news is both were able to continue.
Yeah, Dwight Merriman's been out of the car for quite a long time, knocking some of the rust off this weekend, and he looked back on that one and think perhaps he should have had some of that Porsche keys to the race patience that we were talking about in traffic. Early days, 3 minutes in to the race, and at the front of the field the GTPs are of course setting the pace as one would expect. Renger van der Zande leading from now in second. Phil Hansen, who's gone through for JDC Miller, and that Era car actually still hasn't moved. He's shuffling it around just a little bit and trying to get it. It is a turn 6. It is turn 6, yeah. I'll second guess myself there. We were just talking about a nice round the outside overtaking manoeuvre at turn 6, but it is a very tight spot, and you have to make sure you have racing room. I'm afraid Dwight didn't there. Coming down that hill, diving for the inside, but that didn't work out for him. And that Orica LMP2 still sitting there at the moment. Renger van der Zande, new fastest lap of the race, a 1:35.315. As he tries to break the toe. He's nearly 3 seconds ahead of Phil Hansen for JDC, and John Church will be absolutely delighted. That 963, the all-yellow car, really coming alive this weekend, Jeremy.
Yeah, brilliant effort. They've been on the back foot a little bit. Been a bit of a disappointing start to the season for that team. It's a full course yellow, I think, and finally comes out because Dwight Merriam, for some reason, unable to get that car going again. Of course, these cars do have starters. Haven't seen the rear wheels spinning, so he's obviously not able to fire that car for some reason, which is a shame. So we're going to have a first full course caution on the day with just 3 laps in the books.
So this is to clear the problem at turn number 6. Dwight Merriman not able. In fairness to Dwight, he hasn't reversed back into danger. He just didn't have enough lock to get round in the first place, and that area he's just far enough round the corner that he wouldn't be seen, and to just reverse into traffic, probably not the best thing. Let's go down to Shea Adam for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
With Nick Yellowly defending race winner here in the GTP class, it's been a difficult weekend to say the least for your crew. What sort of gratification is it, though, that they work so hard and the car is out there on the track turning laps?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a testament to everyone's hard work. I think the car, or the tub itself, our test car arrived at 1 a.m. or something, or 2 a.m. So the boys and girls jumped on it, and like you saw, we literally made it to the green flag at the end of the pit stop. We had, just before we went out, we had a little fueling issue which put us back 5 or 10 minutes. So it was panic stations, but again, they dealt with it very, very well, as expected by a team of this stature. So BMW and RLL have done a fantastic job, and I couldn't be more thankful for them to get us, at least in the show.
Does that give you confidence in your team even more so than you had before when they band together to do something like this?
Yeah, I mean, I knew everyone had it in them. We've had some tough races before, at the start of the program at Daytona when we had some mechanical issues and whatnot. So we definitely knew they would all pull together. Even the Car 24 crew, some of those guys jumped on this morning. So yeah, it's a huge team effort, and yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate finally this weekend and got a yellow early flag, so now we're back, back in the game, just at the back of the pack.
Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Shea Adam with that CrowdStrike pit lane report, and our AMR safety team are down there talking to Dwight, the Era team in the pit lane, waiting for news as well. It's IMSA Radio with live coverage of the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, live and uninterrupted, as well as Sirius 206 here in the United States. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindorf in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Shea Adam, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. We'll have our VP in race updates as we go through the next 5 hours and 51 minutes. And of course, at the end of the race, the checkered flag finishes the competition, but it's only the start of the conversation. We'll have our Michelin post-race tech, hashtag Michelin PRT. You can start that right now if you see something that you think is worth bringing up in our post-race tech show, and we'll get to those after the checkered flag and the interviews from Shea with the winners. Well, a very, very good start by Renger van der Zande and Phil Hansen, Jeremy Shaw. with Jack Aitken also moving ahead of pole sitter Louis Delatraz. And then it's the two Porsche Penske Motorsports cars, Chamonix and NASA, the top 10 made up by Ricky Taylor for Acura. The number 24, Philip Eng BMW, Andrea Caldarelli in the 63, which is the SC63 Lamborghini, and Jimmy Bruni for the Mustang sampling Porsche. You've got to say the Cadillac looked very good there in those opening 2 or 3 laps, and Renger clearly right at the top of his game this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the odd thing there was Louis Delatraz. What happened to him? I mean, he's completely off the pace. He's very, very conservative start for the, I think I call him French, he's Swiss, of course. Very odd. I mean, he did a brilliant job yesterday in qualifying, but was not able to get even close to the pace of the other cars there in those early stages, and he was lucky only to lose a couple of positions, or 3 positions, I guess, because his best lap was a 38.2. The fastest lap of the race was 35.3 by Renger van der Zande. I mean, his fastest lap is only a couple of tenths quicker than the LMP2 leader, which is a non-pro driver, PJ Hyatt. So really odd that it's taken Louis Delatraz so much time relatively to get up to speed, and I wonder, I'm hoping that's not symptomatic of something more problematic. The great news here, of course, for the guy who gains the most on this full course caution, of course, is number 25, because I think he did serve his penalty, did stay on the lead lap, and before we go back to green there will be the class split, so he should be able to move past all of the GT cars and the LMP2s and take up position at the back of the GTP. So brilliant news, great timing for that team, and he had some sort of clear track. We'll just see what his best lap has been. He hasn't really done a proper lap because he had the drive-through penalty that he served, so hasn't yet done a representative lap time yet, but he's now going to be back into contention.
Yeah, and he did do that drive-through, as far as I can tell. So that's important. The pits have not opened. This is because it was within a short time, under 15 minutes from the start of the race. So this is what is termed a short yellow. That has nothing to do with the length of the yellow flag period, but basically how quickly we get back to green. It means that we don't follow the reopening of the pits and the reordering of the field. The only thing that happens is that we have the class split, and that, as Jeremy rightly pointed out, will be to the benefit of the BMW of Conor De Filippi, number 25 car. He's right in the middle of the GTD and GTD Pro field in 35th position, but he will be waved through. Oh, now I've just heard the pits have opened. That's interesting. Pits are opened for all cars, so we're not going to do splits, and pits are open for all cars at the moment. I presume we must be coming back to green then. The safety car lights are indeed off. So yeah, okay, that's solved that one. Waiting to see the Cadillac come back into my vision through the exit of turn 8 and then through turn 10. And yet spotted it a little bit further around. It's coming through turn 9 now. It is in fact the blue and white Corvette that is leading them round, not the car that led them to the start. So this was safety car 2 that paced the GT field, and that has accelerated away. So now the field is under the control of Renger van der Zande for Cadillac in the gold fronted car, the bright yellow Phil Hansen driven JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. He goes between 10 and 11 past the Ford Owners Club on driver's left there at the exit of the final corner. What a vantage point that is. Hello to everybody there who I was talking to this morning 15 minutes gone, and we are back to Green Flag Racing. A big wiggle going into turn 1 by Renger van der Zande. Looked like he may have lost a bit of temperature and pressure from the Michelin tyres. Somehow he managed to save it, but that will be a much better run through the S's for Phil Hansen, who's right on the tail of the leader. Goes to the outside early. He's going to try and tough it out behind him. Jack Enken is weaving left and right, and a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre by Phil Hansen. JTC Miller Motorsport Porsche leads the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen, courtesy of a wiggle from Renger van der Zande and a super late brake manoeuvre to overtake around the outside going into the inner loop. Phil Hansen and that JTC Porsche fired up early on, Jeremy.
How cool is that? Fantastic job. I mean, this team, they've had success here, of course, in the past. Richard Westbrook, who's one of the drivers in this car, he's won he's got 3 consecutive Sahlen 6 hours wins back in the teens here. Brilliant pass there. Renger van der Zande tried to make it fairly difficult for him, but not enough to keep Phil Hansen behind him. And both those two drivers, Phil Hansen and Richard Westbrook, they described this as their favourite track in the world. And for Phil Hansen right now, he's showing why, because that was a great pass and really cool to see that car out front. They have the overall win here, of course, back in 2017, back in the LMP2, when they're running the LMP2 car.
Let's go down to Shea Adam. A bit of drama in the pit lane there. This CrowdStrike pit lane report.
The number 65 Ford Mustang came in and followed the safety car in. Dirk Mueller brought the car to a stop, and they immediately took the left side tires off. They changed all 4 Michelins, but the left rear was the issue for them. Nothing to do with the tire. It was the brake. The brake was actually on fire, and they were checking to see if they needed to put a new pad and rotor system on the car. They ultimately determined that no, it was okay, so they put a new wheel on, but they do have new brakes for this car should it need it. Dirk sent back out. He did make it out before everybody else, but now they need a yellow to try and catch back up to the rest of the pack.
CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shea Adam on the spot as ever. Sirius 206 and around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is live coverage of the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen. Let's check in with some of the other classes. And it is PJ Hyatt from pole position who leads LMP2. Stunning qualifying he put in yesterday. He's got the fastest lap there as well. Stephen Thomas in second. He's about 1.3 seconds behind for TDS in the number 11. These are all Oregas, of course. Bars, Sean Creech Motorsport down in 10th, who has the lead here. Dan Goldberg for United Autosports USA in third. Nick Bull in fourth in the 52 in the Europol. Fifth, Ben Keating for United Autosports, and sixth, Gar Robinson in the number 74 Riley. In GTD Pro, it is Daniel Serra for Risi Competizione who leads from Alexander Sim, 62 from 3 in the Ferraris and Corvettes that they are driving. Hartler Racing's Ross Gunn, stunning qualifying session from Ross yesterday in the number 23 Aston. The Pro car is ahead of Vassar Sullivan's Jax Hawksworth in fourth. Nicky Katzberg in fifth, and in sixth Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing. GTD, Parker Thompson right in the middle of the GTD Pro cars. He was on pole and holds on to the lead for the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Onofrio Triazzi, great qualifying for the Triazzi competition. Ferrari 296 now second, holding on to second in 023. Mick Grenier for the 32 Korthoff Mercedes. Russell Ward in fourth for 57, the Winwood Racing car. Fifth, Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport, and sixth, Brendan Areeb for Inception McLaren, the number 70 car. That little fire a few moments ago, just under the left rear wheel, inside the left rear wheel. That was just a bit of maybe a bit of debris in there, as Shea mentioned earlier on. Let's go back to Shea Adam, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter.
I think this time they are going to do the brake change. They put a block underneath the car so they can get a better look at the left rear. Engine is off. Dirk Mueller was crawling back down the pit lane. He has lost one lap so far to the GT field. Will lose a few more while he's in here. And they're taking the hood off. They're trying to cool this car down comprehensively, but they're trying to get a better view as to what the issue is. Yeah, the rotor they've just pulled off is still smoking. So clearly the brake pads on there dealing with the fire had a little bit too much to deal with. And that was a big amount of flame coming out of the left rear from the brake on this Ford Mustang.
CrowdStrike pit lane report from Shea. Before that, our in-race update with VP Racing. 20 minutes gone, 5 hours and 40 minutes still to go, and already, Jeremy Shaw, the action has been fast and furious, and not more so than at the front of the GTP field, but the GTDs have settled down somewhat uncharacteristically. At the moment, it's Daniel Serra who leads in the Ferrari.
Don't get used to it. It's early stages, and no one's pushing too hard there, certainly in GTD, relative to what they're going to be doing towards the end of the race in any case. Again, they are being respectful. I talked about that earlier on, they know there's an awful long way to go. They know that all the cars are pretty closely matched, so there's no real point in showing your hand in this early stages. So they're just going to kind of bed themselves in, get into the groove, so to speak, feel what track conditions are like, and figure out if there's anything that they're going to need to change in their first pit stop. So I'm sure that they're probably trying to save a little bit of fuel as well to extend their fuel range, if you like, before they come up to pits for the first time.
Hello to Alan Prosser, who is listening in back in the UK. You can get in touch with us at IMSA Radio on X, formerly Twitter. The engine note you can hear in the background is that of the Lexus, and that is the Lexus of Parker Thompson, who is leading GTD at the moment. He's staring at the back of Nicky Katzberg as the number 99 comes along pit road. By the way, a penalty for Dwight Merriman for that dive down the inside at turn 6. This is the leader in LMP2, and that was a drive-through, I believe, Adam.
It was a drive-through. They went clear through. I'm still down with Ford, watching them put this new brake disc and pads on. It was weird. It was almost as if the cylinder had come out of place, but there's a lot of fluid on the inside of the tire that they pulled off. So I'm wondering if maybe when they put the new tire on, it knocked loose some of the brake fluid accessibility points, and if that then caused Dirk Mueller to have no left rear brake, that would explain why he coasted down the pit lane and shut the car off well before he got to the box. He was not under Ford power coming into the box. That would have been a safety concern for him.
Sorry, not the leader in LMP2. That was yes, it was the leader in LMP2. Second guessing myself. That was for a false start. False start for PJ. He'll be kicking himself for that. He comes back out just ahead of Dragon Speed, so we've got the Dragon car ahead of Dragon Speed, and the 99 then ahead of the number 81 in that all Orica bar. The 33, that is the Ligier for Sean Creech Motorsport, so that means PJ has dropped all the way down to 9th position, and Stephen Thomas for TDS now leads in LMP2. Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindorf, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre as the sun breaks through. There are umbrellas up in the grandstand in front of me, but that is to stay out of the sunshine. Good crowd here this weekend. The Turn 10 grandstand getting on for half full, I would say, and there's more than a smattering of race fans right in front of us here in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Huge party atmosphere on the infield here. If you haven't done it before, this must be on your bucket list. Great place to be. Currently, the track temperature is 93 Fahrenheit, and in the air it's 81. That's 34 Celsius on the track, 27 Celsius in the air. 5 hours and 37 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and really good start here by Phil Hansen. He's extending his lead. 2.8 seconds he has now over the pursuing Reg van der Zande, but of course now comes a tricky bit. Now he's going to work his way through the traffic. Already passed several of the GT cars, and there's a whole slew of them now to get past. He's zooming past a whole bunch of them going into turn 1, down to the inside of the Magnus Racing Aston Martin into turn 1, but John Potter sees him coming, and now he's got to negotiate the S. He's going to get hold up by one of them. He's going to go around the outside. Good stuff there, weaving his way through that traffic nicely. And you know, it's always more difficult for the leader because he's the first one to have to negotiate that traffic, and for those behind him, the cars that are being lapped, the drivers of the cars being lapped, know that the leaders are coming through.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The fight back begins for PJ then, staring at the back of John Ferrano. He's dropped all the way back to the end of the LMP2 field, and there was a slight gap between the GTPs and the LMP2s, and they didn't have their own separate safety car in there, so didn't see him change lanes, so he must have just gone early, and that's what race control have spotted. Now, as I say, the fight back continues. In fact, he's right up now, almost gets pushed to the right-hand side of the track, heading down towards the inner loop. It's Lance Wilsey in the Stars and Stripes number 33 that leads that little 3 LMP2 battle pack. Ligier, Origa, John Ferrano for Tower Motorsports in the orange and white car, and then the purple of Spike the Dragon, who did make an appearance on the grid. Brilliant stuff. Through turn 6 to the toe of the boot in turn 7. Nice wide turn in from everybody. PJ is on an absolute tear here. He'll be annoyed with himself. He's got a fast car. His qualifying performance yesterday, Jeremy, was nothing short of sensational. There was only, I think, 2 or did you say 3 pro drivers who'd gone any quicker than the lap time that was set in qualifying yesterday by PJ.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, this is a guy who knew nothing about motor racing until 2021. He did his first track days that year. He did his first race, which I think was a Radical Cup race or Radical race somewhere, probably in Arizona, in the end of 2021. He's been racing pretty intensively since then in just about everything you can name, but still, he's been, you know, on a very, very steep learning curve. He's got a fantastic mentor in Gunnar Jeanette. Hats off to Gunnar for putting PJ in as many different cars as he wanted to drive. You know, he sold his company some years ago for you know, very nicely, so he's comfortable in terms of the finances of his racing, and you know, he's giving himself the best opportunity to do well. But gosh, what a year for him. I mean, he was on the pole at Sebring, he was on the pole at Le Mans. Okay, he didn't qualify the car on the pole at Le Mans. Coincidentally, that was the guy who put the car on overall pole here yesterday, Louis Delatres, with whom he shared that car at Le Mans. And now he's on pole here at Watkins Glen. I mean, you know, Sebring, Le Mans and Watkins Glen for your first 3 pole positions in top-line motor racing. Yeah, all right, good job, hats off, well done.
Yeah, whoever's writing this storyline, Jeremy, we need to have a word with them, because that would never happen in real life. Oh, wait. If you were watching this as a movie, I mean, people would say, that's impossible. Would never happen. The Inter-Europol car picking its way past the Honda NSX. It's been quiet this weekend for that Honda. Haven't really called its name or its number that much. Sheena Meek, Acura here in the States. The Gradient Racing car. Sheena Monk running solidly in 16th position, just behind Rahel Frey from Iron Dames. Rahel unexpectedly called back into action at Le Mans a week or so ago, after Dorian Pan had some rib injuries in the Formula Regional that kept her out. I did see that Dorian was back in action in F1 Academy this weekend at Barcelona. We sent her our best. I'm not sure that she was fully up to fitness and speed, in fairness. And Rahel carving her way through the field in that Lamborghini, Jeremy.
Indeed so. You know, she qualified you know, well up the field. I think she was 11th perhaps in qualifying yesterday, but had to start from the back because there was a problem with the engine in that car they discovered after qualifying. They changed that engine and had to start last on the field. So Rahel moving her way nicely through the field in the early stages. Again, you know, she's got a good car. She's comfortable, she's confident, she loves this racetrack. I remember speaking to her here last year, and she was just, yeah, she loves the tracks in North America. She wishes she could do more racing over here, but you know, she was totally enthralled by Watkins Glen International and making good progress here in the early stages.
Half an hour of racing completed, and at the front of the field in GT, it's heading for the hills for the Ferrari of Risi Competizione. Daniel Serra has managed to pull out a good couple of seconds to Alex Sims. He's got his hands full with Ross Gunn in the Heart of Racing Aston and Jack Hawkes. They're all about a second or so behind each other, and we've got the Ford back into the pits again. This is the number 65 Works Mustang, and Shea Adam is standing by the left rear wheel that's been giving it some problems since the start of the race. It was literally on fire earlier on.
It was, and now it's glowing red again, and this is a different rotor with different pads. They're taking a very good look at it. The initial indication was that everything was okay from the mechanics, and now Jim Fowler with the IMSA Tech has given it the thumbs up as well. They're debating whether or not they're going to push this car back behind the wall to take a closer look at it, though, John. So I'm going to try and dive in with Joey Hand and have a quick word with him, because he's actually got a headset on. So I'll shout up in a minute when I've got him, but I was wondering if it was something to do with the brake line maybe being melted by the initial fire, but now it seems as if with the new brake line from this new caliper assembly, the issue still persists.
Thank you, Shea. We'll get back to her in just a moment. Still watching the rise of PJ Hyatt, who's now dealt with John Ferrano and Lance Wilsey. That puts him in 10th position. He's got a bit of clear road ahead of him now, second or so, before he catches up with the Dragon Speed Eric Luck's car. 0.23 in from second in GTD. Now this cannot be surely a standard stop. They are in with the driver. Didn't see if they'd done a driver change. There's a fair degree of pointing, and I don't think they were ready for this car. May have been a puncture. There's something going on in the driver's compartment as well, and the 0.23, which was qualified so well by Onofrio Friasi yesterday, in and out of the pit lane. Now that's a little further up the pit lane than where Shea is at the moment, and I've got the binoculars on to see if I can see what's going on. Looks like they did fuel the car when it came in, because they're looking at the fuel hose, but they were definitely working in the inside. There's a lot of gesticulation going on by the mechanics down there in the pit lane. We'll see if we can get a report in a moment or two about that car. Meantime, the Ford number 65 Mustang still in the pit lane. So problems early for a couple of the GTD cars. Oh, and the Chetelaar Racing Machine's just been nailed and gone into the wall. This is the 47 blue Ferrari. Got absolutely hammered from behind by one of the P2 cars. And Roberto Lecourt minding his own business. Already the AMR safety team are rolling to a very damaged front end on that car, and this will be another yellow flag. Full course yellow is out. Well, that was extraordinary. The absolutely no blame on Roberto Lecourt. The blue and green Chetelaar car, which is pitted up to my right just before the split in the wall. He gets out and ruefully walks away looking backwards. Nothing he could have done to prevent that. Minding his own business. And was that the TDS car that went through? Or was it the CrowdStrike car?
Yeah.
Might have been George Kurtz in the CrowdStrike car, because Dennis Anderson went through.
Yeah.
And whichever of the P2s it was, that is going to be a slam dunk penalty. Jeremy Shaw, it is the CrowdStrike car.
Yeah.
Feel for Chetelaar and Roberto Lacourt there. He was doing absolutely nothing wrong.
No, kind of strange one really. I guess he obviously braked a little bit earlier than George Kurtz was anticipating there. I mean, Kurtz is catching him pretty quickly on the straights, and Lacourt does move around a little bit to be kind of fair to George Kurtz there. He looked like Lacourt was maybe trying to indicate that he wasn't wanting to let the 04 car go through into the corner by moving across slightly to the right, but then he moved back to the left, and that kind of confused I think the pursuing LMP2 car. So really unfortunate incident there. I mean, Lacourt, if he was going to make that defensive move, he needed to keep doing it and not move back across again. So yeah, just unfortunate accident there, and particular, of course, for the Chetelaar Ferrari. That's a car that always runs well in these long distance races. Super enthusiastic drivers there who have one of the best young drivers in the world, really. One of the underrated guys, names in the sport, of course, with Antonio Fuoco, but he's had some success in the fairly recent past, hasn't he, John? Antonio Fuoco, he's
this yellow flag gives us an opportunity for a CrowdStrike pit lane update, and Joey Hand down here with the number 65 Ford Mustang. Your car came in, no brake, it wants to be on fire, and that was not a pleasant sight, but no real answers as of yet, right?
Yeah, no answers right now. I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, definitely everybody saw it. Looked like the left rear brake rotor was glowing, and then it got fluid on it and it was on fire, so they changed it, but there's still a problem. So they're trying to diagnose it. I mean, tough for, it's obviously tough for us, but we have a ton of Mustang fans here. Super thankful to have all the fans at Watkins Glen. This is one of the greatest racetracks in the world, has the greatest fans in the world, and we love putting these Mustangs on track and showing everybody and letting them listen to them for sure. So we'll fix this thing up. We have a great team here. It's one thing about this program is we've been just getting better and better and better, and these guys really know how to adapt and overcome. And so this one will be tough. We're going to be laps down, but we'll go to the next race and fight. I think you see this, our sister cars, in good shape. They qualify good. We've been a lot better at racing than we have qualifying, and I think that has a lot to say about the program and the team and strategy. So we'll just keep fighting here. We'll be rooting on the 64, and we'll get our car back out there and get some laps, get some points.
Thanks. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Well, never say die attitude from the blue oval is what you'd expect. Roberto Lacourt's car is pulled into a place of safety. And that 65, as Shea said, now behind the wall for Ford. And the Era car, by the way, if and when that car does come out, still has a drive-through. The 18 Dwight Merriman car still has a drive-through to enact after its problems, and we'll find out in a moment or two if there's a penalty going to be assessed for that. Pass around starting, Jeremy. So unusually, when behind a safety car, we are seeing some overtaking.
Yeah, very little though, really. I mean, all the GT cars had been lapped once by the overall leader. None of them had, but there are a few that were trapped in between the safety car and the individual class leaders. So those cars are able to go past the cars that are in front of them and the safety car, and then pull around to the back of the field to take up their rightful positions. They hadn't been lapped by their overall class leader, so it just makes it a lot cleaner for the restart. The GTP cars will restart the race at the front of the field behind the safety car. They'll be the first ones to take the green flag. They were all running in pretty much in order, so it's going to be a nice clean race again for the restart. The LMP2s are behind that, and then all the GT cars led still by the Music Competizione Ferrari. It's led from the start. And a couple of little things in LMP2. Number 52 car, Nick Boole, he'd been on the move. He'd managed to get past Dan Goldberg, who lost a couple of positions shortly before we went to full course yellow here for the second time. First of all, he was overtaken by Nick Bull, then by Ben Keating, his teammate at United Autosports USA. So the outside front row starter, Daniel Goldberg, now running in 4th position in kind of number 22, ahead of Luis Perez Componc, who overtook Gar Robinson a little while ago as well. PJ Hyatt, the pole sitter, he's moved himself past 2 or 3 of the other cars up into 9th position in Spike the Dragon, car number 99. And overall in GTP, John, number 25 car was turning some pretty respectable laps despite having 0 running at all with that car. A new chassis rolled out for this weekend for that car, and it was running quite happily in the 11th position there, running similar lap times pretty much to everybody else in GTP.
It's got to share Adam, who's made the long walk up to Triasse to find out what happened with that early pit stop for the car that was running second in GTD.
It was a little bit of strategy coming into play. They wanted to get off sequence from everyone else in case of a yellow. And what do we have right now? A yellow. They're looking pretty good.
Okay, I'll take that one. Just as you're coming back down, if you pass as you will do, if you pass Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, might want to stick your head in there and make sure everything's all right with Louis Delatraz, who seemed to struggle off the start. Might have just been getting his tyres up to temperature and pressure. I can see you standing in front of the Gallant Building Services. Who's that there? That's the 43 you're right next to, Shea, is it?
Yeah, it's the other Andretti team, Andretti Motorsport with their Porsche, and strategically placed in between TDS for their pit stop, and then the 2 cars from United, both the 2 and the 22. So I'll monitor the LMP2 stops and chat up if anything excitable happens. If you can look further down to your left toward the GTP cars.
TDS leading at the moment, United in 3rd and 4th. Between them it is in Europol. As here they come, led in by Phil Hansen for JDC Miller, the bright yellow number 85. And as you might expect, everybody goes through except for the BMW number 25. Okay, leader peels off into the pits, over the wall for the JDC Miller team. Looks like no thought of, oh no, driver is out. So there is a driver change. Phil Hansen out of the car, and no thought of tyres at the moment. The fuel fill continues, and that's a fabulous pit stop. Absolutely fabulous pit stop. Green helmet getting into that one, Shea, who's down with the P2 leader.
Green and white or green and black, because green and white would be Time and green and black would be Westy. They both have green on it, very helpfully. It's a drinks bottle, perfect at the time and then. Drinks bottle for Stephen Thomas in the number 11. This is the TDS car that came in from the lead. Fuel only for them. Fuel as well going on for the MDK Motorsport and both of the United Autosports cars. Well, I say both. That was the intent. Only one of them came in. That was the 22. Now, rumbling back into life is the number 11 for Stephen Thomas, but getting beaten out, Nick Bull making it inter-Europol by PR1, leading back out of the pit lane. Great stop by them. Still waiting to see Ben Keating, though. He did not come into the pit lane with the number 2 for United Autosports.
Connor De Filippi leads the motor race for BMW in the rebuilt number 25. He stayed out and therefore assumes the lead. Whether they decide to come in next lap around and just split their pit stops, or they leave him out there, still TBD. Nose change, by the way, on the CrowdStrike 04 Algarve Pro Racing car. That was the car that ran into the back of the Ferrari number 47, Roberto Lacorte car. Now that car went into the wall, the Ferrari went into the wall pretty heavily. Those blue triple layer metal barriers. And the safety crews are there at the moment, just making sure that they are straight. And we can't have one of the fixing posts has come adrift from the back. What you can't have is bits sticking out there. It has to be a continuous run, because quite clearly you absolutely cannot have anything that will catch the car and either damage the car further, or worse, in some cases worse still, spit it off back into the centre of the track. They're putting in some wooden pegs behind there to support that piece of the triple layer steel barrier. Shea Adam has the GTD Pros and the GTDs.
And with Risi Competizione first, they led the way in. Daniel Serra staying aboard, but getting a set of brand new Michelin tires. They do still have the stickers on them, as well as a lot of fuel. Risi only doing the endurance races this year. They are definitely on their form, though. This team finishing first at Daytona, second at Sebring. They are the ones to watch today. Fueling is done. Oh, but the right front tire change was slow. Car still up on the air jack. Now it drops off. It's going to lose them a lot of positions. As in behind me, with a little bit of grass in the radiator, the number 120. This is Adam Adelson for Wright Motorsport. And a driver change going on behind. It's the number 32 KPM Mercedes. Kenton Cook has climbed aboard that car, but he had a very slow stop because he was blocked leaving his pit box by that Wright Motorsport Porsche. That just goes back to how crowded and dense this pit lane is. 21-foot boxes means that when you have a neighbor in front of you, then it's going to be very tight trying to come in or leave. And it was also tight getting through the RFID reader. Who is that, John, that wasn't playing very nicely?
There was a few of them, to be honest. It was Lexus and Corvette had to sort themselves out. Then Rexy trying to find a way into the line. And at one stage we had 3 wide. What Shea's talking about here is the exit from the pit lane is a car wide. And you might think, well, why is that? You don't need to. Well, Michelin have pioneered in some of their truck tyres, actually, the use of RFID. By truck, I mean semi is what you guys would say, tractor trailer units, to monitor various tyres in fleets. For a few years now, the racing tyres that we've used here in IMSA all have RFID, radio frequency identification chips, embedded in the tyres. So back in the old days when you used to have somebody at the end of the pit lane marking off each set as they went out, you don't do that now. You register your tyres on effectively on the weekend's database, and then as you go out the pit lane, they get ticked off from the allocation that you use. And that means that you've got to be able to monitor that, and therefore both sides of the car has to be close enough to the RFID reader on pit lane out, and that's why it's a little bit tighter on the pit exit. We'll let these cars come back around before we bring Jeremy Shaw back in to find out who were the winners and losers, as Connor De Filippi has peeled off from the lead of the race, but has been scored as the leader as he comes back in. Shea Adam has another CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Arguably one of the biggest winners from the start of the race was Phil Hansen. That was a great start to the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen for JDC. This team has won the race before. Do you think like maybe your Porsche 963 is good enough to be there at the front at the end?
I mean, if the first stint was anything to go by, then yeah, absolutely, we've got a chance to win. I thought the car was good. I was surprised really how good it was going to be in the race, to be honest. But also, it's a lot of testament to the other drivers that I was able to pass them cleanly and not really have much contact. I know I think Bourdais might have, or whoever was driving Renger maybe, slight bit of contact into bus stop, but like Louis and Aiken super clean, so it's great racing in IMSA, and I think that highlighted on that first, few laps.
Renger's one of the hardest guys to get around in IMSA. He's just always at the front. You managed to get around the outside of him, going through the inner loop. How did you pull that one off?
Well, I wasn't going to back out, and I think we maybe raced each other a few times in LMP2 and across in WEC, so maybe he knew I wasn't going to back out. So he might be a tough racer, but I wasn't going to lift there, so it was my corner.
Enjoy your bit of a break before we see you back in there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, thanks.
Well, that was the moment of the race for me so far, to be honest, Jeremy. Absolutely brilliant for Phil Hansen to talk to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shea Adam before he disappeared for his break. Great stuff for JDC and for the young Englishman Phil Hansen. But as it stands at the moment, it is BMW back to the top. Who were the winners and losers in that pit stop cycle? Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, BMW, the big winner there. I mean, incredible. The number 24 car came into the pits in 8th position. And now leads with the number 25 car having stayed out initially. I'm not quite sure why, but it was back of the field in any case, so it's going to be at the back of the field for the restart, but at least he gets his name as a race leader, so that's kind of cool. Plus, of course, when he did come in to make his pit stop, there's no one else around, so it's not nice, no pressure stop there for that number 25 team. Behind him, Jack Aitken has moved ahead of Phil Hansen, so the Whelen Cadillac Racing car number 31 ahead of the JDC Miller Motorsports entry, which is, I think, the only car to have changed drivers amongst the GTPs, although the time in scoring still has Phil Hansen, so JDC needs to fix that. There's a driver plug that presumably it's Timon van der Helm needs to plug in there. Behind him, no real change. The number 40 car lost a position to the number 6, but other than that, it's pretty much status quo. In LMP2, Nick Bull has got out in the lead ahead of the number 11 car, so into Europol by PR1 Matheson Motorsports, who have a massive amount of success in the Michelin Endurance Cup over the years. They win it more often than not, as does number 31 team, by the way, GTP. So number 52 car that leads now from the TDS Racing, number 11 of Stephen Thomas, Dan Goldberg into 3rd position, and PJ Hyatt into the 8th place there. Ben Keating, the loser there, he seems to have come into the pits for a 2nd time during this caution period, so I'm not quite sure why that would be for the number 22 team.
That's our VP in race update with Jeremy Shaw, as we are getting the class split. Prototypes will cycle to the front and the GTPs will cycle to the front of the prototype field. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, back into the pit lane, or into the pit lane, should I say, for Felipe Nasr. This is 2nd time in the pit lane, and also 2nd time in for Ricky Taylor for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. Shay Adam was watching that. They're now going to be held at the end of the pit lane, Shay.
Yes, they are, and it was a splash of fuel for both cars, but a much longer splash for Nasser in the number 7 Penske than it was for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. So very curious if Ricky maybe used less fuel on the few laps when we've been behind the safety cars since making the pit stops, or to be honest, I can't really justify that. Very strange.
Green light now at the end of the pit lane, as out they go. Now we are still with safety car out on the track at the moment, and this is because the work is continuing on that triple layer fencing. And in fact, there's some new fencing going to go in there, I think. Track Services have been looking at that. There's a fix at the moment, but it doesn't look like the safety team like it. And there's a concrete bollard making its way around, I think, that's going to go in behind it as well, or a concrete post, if you will. Let's go to Shay Adam whilst there's no racing going on and no positions changing. And we'll take a CrowdStrike pit lane report from Paul Miller Racing with their number 1 BMW.
Fans might have noticed that they came into the pit lane in 6th. They left dead last behind all the other GT cars. Their rear air gun failed, so they had to do the tire stop on a much belated pattern. So they did fix it, and I just checked in with the crew chief Garrett, and he said, better now than later. We can make it up now.
And if you could just have a quick word with Wayne Taylor and Porsche about those stops. In fact, I can see you already
40 car was struggling.
I said that, Shay. Thank you for that. Very slow moving traffic past the scene of the accident. Still haven't got to the bottom of why Louis Delatraz was he called it conservative, Jeremy, in his start and restart. Qualified that car on pole position. He actually got a pretty good start, and he led down into turn one. I thought he'd nailed it, to be honest, from the driver's right starting position. But by the time the rest of the field had started, the GT field had started, he'd already lost the lead halfway around the first lap. Here's our piece of concrete reinforcement being brought into play. along with some new guardrail as well. I saw it on back of one of the flatbeds, back the pickup trucks. So this is going to be a lengthy repair. When did the yellow come out, Jeremy?
It came out on, it was 41 minutes into the race. It came out on lap 18. So, yeah, look, what was I going to talk about there? Number 40 car struggling. It's interesting that, yeah, I mean, look, yeah, what's interesting about that is, historically, qualifying for a 6-hour race, really not that important, but we heard several drivers yesterday talk about the fact that track position is important these days because the field is so competitive, and because it's so competitive, passes are not easy, so track position is important. That's why I'm curious as to why the number 40 car should have been so conservative in that first stint. I mean, he fell back to pretty much 10 seconds behind the leader, still running in 4th position, but there was a gap of almost 7 seconds to the car ahead of him, which was number 31, through that opening stanza of the race. And I find that curious. I'd certainly like to get an answer to why that should have been. Was he struggling? Was he just being conservative? And if he was being conservative, why? Because you certainly want to look after your car. You don't want to overextend the car in the early stages. That I get. But you don't want to lose it. You don't want to show any sign of weakness either, do you?
Safety car lights are out. Another pit stop for the number 1 BMW from Paul Miller Racing, Shay Adam.
They were just making sure that the air gun actually did tighten properly, and yes, it was a quick look and a splash of fuel, so that car is now good to go. And also, I checked in the next pit box over, which is the WTR Andretti Fortress, because all 3 of their cars are here together. Nothing said on the radio about Louis Delatrace's lack of pace in the opening stint, so maybe it was just remembering that it is a long race and not to risk the car in the first 15, 20, 30 minutes.
Ford Multimatic Mustang back out of the garage, and we have a driver in it, or out of the awning. That car is coming back to the pit lane. Joey Hand and Dirk Muller. No Fred Vervish this weekend. They're doing it just with the 2 drivers. Had a chat with them early this morning at a Ford owners breakfast. They said, well, Joey and Dirk actually have been a good pairing from back in the Ford GT days as well. They had success here, so they're happy to do that. That car just rumbling gently back towards the pit lane, and appears on pit lane right now as we're about to go green. He might get out here. Shay will be able to tell me what the pit lane light status is, because I can't quite see that far down to my left. No, I think they'll have got red. 5 hours and 3 minutes still to go, and we're going back to green at the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. Live coverage on Sirius 206 and around the world at IMSA Radio and RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and of course on IMSA TV and our video player at IMSARadio.com for those of you outside the USA. And it's back to daggers drawn again. It's the 01 Cadillac, still in the hands of Renger van der Zende and Tijmen van der Helm, who are battling, and Tijmen not up to speed there. He's lost a position to the number 40 Acura of Louis Delatrace. Well, whatever was ailing the number 40 Acura, the cinnamon red, metallic and black car, Louis seems to be driving his way around it, because he's just made up a position there, unless that was Tijmen just a little bit squid. And Van der Helm now under pressure from Mathieu Jaminet as well. They're side by side going into turn 8. The Yamaha 963 has the inside line, got to give racing room. He'll be on the outside for the next one though, and that pass is made as through goes the number 6 PPM Porsche Penske Motorsport. That's Mathieu Jaminet. Andrea Caldarelli in the number 63 green and white Lamborghini now heading through, and John Ferrano's going to get a penalty in the tower, number 8 LMP2, for a pit lane speed violation. So this time, Jeremy, it appears that it's the 85 car that just didn't get the tyre prep right there coming back to the green flag.
Yeah, I mean, Tijmen van der Helm doesn't have nearly so much time in this sort of a car as does Phil Hansen. So I think he is just being a little bit more conservative there. He doesn't want to make any mistakes in the early part of his stint. He was a youngster, is at time, and still just 20 years of age. I mean, he doesn't drive like that because he's has a massive amount of potential. But again, for him at this stage, I have no problem with that. It seems sensible not to kind of push the envelope and get overly defensive. But yeah, it's cost him a couple of positions, but he can settle in now.
A couple of cars going to have to come down through pit lane for failure to adhere to minimum fueling time, and that will be the LMP2 number 20, MDK by High Class Racing, and I've just lost the other one on the screen, the 04 car as well. 04, that's the CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing. Meantime, also that 04, the incident with the Cetilar Ferrari number 47, reviewed, no action, and race control saying that's down to the erratic behaviour of the driver of the 47 in the braking area. So Jeremy, you called that one absolutely spot on. No action from race control on that collision into turn 8.
Yeah, hate to see it. It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm not going to argue with that one. As you say, I suggested that might be the issue there. I think Roberto needed to be a little bit more incisive or decisive with his move. He kind of jinked a little bit to the inside, then went back to the outside again, and that certainly would have confused the pursuing driver, who was George Kurtz. And no wonder then he was kind of caught off guard when the court got on the brakes. So yeah, you hate to see anything like that, and particularly so early in a 6-hour race, and for a team that they come over from Europe for this, and they're concentrating only on the Michelin Endurance Challenge, so massively disappointing for number 47 team.
Jeremy Shaw with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. This one's had me on my feet for the last hour, and we have clicked over an hour. Back to green. BMW leads then in the number 24. It's Philip Eng from Jack Aiken. It's about 0.6 of a second. The third place Cadillac is being driven by Renger van der Zande, who led the race early on, the 01. And Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing with Acura. Porsche Penske Motorsports in the next position, with his matches jamming in 5th position. Tijmen van der Helm in 6th place. It's in the front of the field. Bull leading for Inter Europol. So TDS were leading before that cycle through, and Inter Europol, the number 52, expect to see 34 next to that car. Nick Bull in the yellow and green, Inter Europol by PR1 machine, the 52, ahead of Stephen Thomas for TDS, and Dan Goldberg for United Autosport, number 22 car. That's your top 3 in LMP2 as Dennis Anderson peels in for his drive-through for the minimum fuel refueling time infraction. GTD Pro, Vass Sullivan Lexus now ahead of Corvette Racing, Alex Sims, Frankie Montecalvo for Vass Sullivan. Parker Thompson did a fantastic job in the opening stint. Frankie Montecalvo is now the 3rd best GTD car, ahead of Ross Gunn, who's 3rd in GTD Pro, and Daniel Serra, who was leading the motor race before the pit stops. That recent Competizione car now down to 4th position. So a bit of a shake-up there in that VP in race update. Now let's settle in for a bit of racing, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed so, John. I mean, great stops there by Vassar Sullivan for the number 14 car for GTD Pro to get Hawksworth from 4th when he came into the pits to the lead after the pit stops. Number 3 stayed where it was, and then the number 12 car, the GTD leader, made up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions during that round of pit stops, and changed the drivers, as you said there, to Frankie Montecalvo, with Parker Thompson having started the race. So brilliant work there by Vassar Sullivan. Meanwhile, in LMP2, the recent 52 car is leading now. Number 2 car was leading, but of course Ben Keating came in for a second stop during that caution, so that put him to the back of the pack in LMP2. But Nick Bull is edging away now from Stephen Thomas, actually pulling away, because it's 4 seconds inside just 3 laps of racing for that number 52 car out in front in LMP2.
Zero 4 now coming through and having its drive through. That'll seem like a very, very long run through. Our Porsche keys to the race: minimise your penalties. We've already had some warnings, by the way, for multiple track limits. Nobody has been pinged for that now. And we're hearing the sad news from Chetelaar. They have retired that car. Don't think that's a surprise. The Ferrari team just starting to pack up their pit box right next to AF Corsa, part of the AF Corsa run Marto Ferrari concern that seem to be running more cars around the world at any given time than probably any other 2 teams put together. Very busy. So George Kurtz and John Farano both have had their pit stops, and we had Dennis Anderson through as well. So all of the drive-throughs, rather pit stops should I say, have now been completed. Jack Aitken beginning to close down the leader here, Jeremy. It was about a second, but coming through traffic, the Whelen Cadillac is now right with the leader as they come through the inner loop, and more traffic ahead. It's the AWA Corvette round the outside, drivers left for both the leaders. Now they've got the Ferrari right in front of them. Deal with that. Aitken goes wide to driver's right. He'll try the cutback through turn 6. And the Gradient Acura and the Ford GT3 now ahead of them, the Mustang GT3. Jack Aitken has absolutely sent it round the outside of the toe of the boot, and that's another remarkable overtaking manoeuvre. He did have the hill to help him, but my goodness me, we've got a couple of Englishmen at the moment who must have had 3 Weetabix for breakfast, because they are pulling off some fantastic manoeuvres. First Phil Hansen, and now Jack Aitken. That's another one for the highlight reel.
Brilliant, absolutely superb pass there for Jack Aitken. I mean, the banking there in that corner, the cambers of the road there really help you, give you an opportunity to try that around the outside, but that was still a brave move by Jack Aitken, and Philip Eng kind of caught napping, because he was being defensive going down the hill into turn 7, so it was offline, and that allowed just open the door a little bit for the outside line for Jack Aitken. Brilliant pass, that was really, really good racing. It's the second part of the corner there, the camber really helps you, and when you pin down to the inside, you can't get on the power for Philip Eng, and Jack Aitken says, thank you very much, I'll have some of that. And there was room in front of those 2 cars. You can see on that onboard car there for number 24 how he'd lost out to the GT cars coming out of that corner, because the number 31 car was already on his outside, so 24 car could not get on the throttle, and that momentum that Aitken had took him past into the lead. Great stuff.
Lovely, lovely driving by Aitken to put himself there, but you've got to credit the car being passed and Philip Eng as well, because putting yourself on the outside of another driver, it doesn't matter whether you're a drive and drive karting or in Formula 1, they are going to usher you towards the outside of the track. I thought Eng was very fair there, and Aitken, I mean, absolutely right alongside, but Eng kept his car with at least a car's width on the outside, probably more than that, and that's what you used the word respect earlier on there, Jeremy. Eng knows there's better part of 5 hours still to go in this race. If that had been the last lap, I suggest it might have been slightly different, and there might have been a little bit closer coming off turn 7 in terms of the gap between them, side by side. But I like to see that. I really do like to see that. Renger van der Zande, by the way, closing up on the BMW.
Yeah. Because that loss of
0-1 going right across the start-finish line below my feet.
Yeah, you're right, John. I mean, that loss of momentum for the number 24 car allowed number 01 to close in, and we'll see whether Renger can make a pass for second position. Behind them, Louis Delachas, who's right there now. He's right on pace now with everybody else after that conservative beginning. Matthew Jaminet in the number 6 car is right there as well. That's the car that's had a tremendous run lately with a win at WeatherTech Raceway, again second place last time up, but up into third position in the points. And the other guy I was looking at there, Andrea Caldarelli, is doing a nice job in 7th position in that Lamborghini, right behind Tymon van der Helm, who's losing a little bit of ground to those cars ahead of him, but nobody will be too concerned about that at this stage in the race. Felipe Nasser, though, he's running at the back of the pack in GTP, and again, pretty conservative. He's not staying with Colin Di Filippo, who's behind Ricky Taylor, who's behind Bruni, who's behind Caldarelli, a train of cars there, who's also behind Van der Helm, by the way. So a big train of cars, but Felipe Nasser just hanging off that tail of that little group just a little bit.
CrowdStrike APR car just fighting its way back through traffic at the moment. Dennis Anderson, George Kurtz, John Ferrano in 10th, 11th and 12th for MDK, CrowdStrike and Tower, all coming back from issues. The Tower car is, I think, off the nice, just about to come round as he might have dropped off the lead lap actually. Dennis and George having to come down through the pit lane for drive-throughs. LMP2 still being led by Inter Europol at the moment. Jack Hawksworth has cleared off in GTD Pro. Now 5 seconds between himself and Alexander Sims. Dave Monte Calvo is now coming under pressure. He's in the GTD version of that car, number 12, green number panels. And he's got Ross Gunn and Daniel Serra scrapping for third in GTD Pro right behind him. He'll not want to give up ground to either of those cars, even though they are not in the same class. Now, Shea Adam has news about the Corvette in second position, coming in on the radio from Alexander Sims with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
New rotors and discs are up on the wall for the number 3 Corvette. Now it boats to be seen if they are left sides, right sides, fronts, or rears. Let's see if I can actually read the sticker on it. Left front 3 on one of them. I don't want to get too much in the way of the crew guys, but that is interesting. Oh, now they peeled the little piece of tape off just because he clearly must have heard me say it. But that means that this car will be coming in here shortly, so that is not good for the better placed Corvette. The sister car, the number 4, they had a mechanic asked to go out to the wall to look for damage a few minutes ago. He came back and returned to the team that all looked okay. So it's a little bit of a fight back for Nick Katzberg after that slower pit stop because his egress from his pit box was blocked.
Also heard there was a little stall perhaps as well from a couple of the cars going out. At IMSA Radio, if you would like to get in touch, please. Good to always hear where you are watching and or listening around the world on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV at IMSA Radio. Hello to all of you in the UK. Coming on to, 5:30 on a Sunday afternoon, going into the early evening in Europe. And still just under 5 hours of this race to go, so pretty good time slot really for a Sunday afternoon into the evening, settling back from whatever you've been doing, maybe been on board a race yourself today. It is front brakes, the problem we're hearing from Shea on that Alexander Sims driven Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller. He's coming down into turn 8 at the moment, so let's see if he peels off into the pit lane this time around. I wouldn't have thought, Jeremy, that this is that hard a circuit on brakes, or maybe some debris caught in there or something like that. There's a couple of big stops, maybe a couple of big stops, but for the GT cars it tends to be just roll the cars through the corners.
Yeah, I mean, for this sort of level of cars, I wouldn't have thought it would be a problem for brakes. So I remember I raced here in what is now Michelin Pilot Challenge many moons ago, and I had complete brake failure at the end of the toe of the boot, which wasn't a lot of fun. So back in those days, but those were street-based cars, of course, back in those days. They weren't GT4s or prototype or GT3 cars here as they are in GTD. But yeah, no, a little bit surprised by that, to have two different teams struggling with brake difficulties so early in a race, particularly. That's really odd. But good bit of shuffling here in the mid-pack amongst the GTPs, with Tymon van der Helm really fighting hard to keep that train of cars behind him. The number 5 car had moved ahead number 63, but they seem to change positions again. So they've exchanged places a couple of times in the last couple of laps. And number 7 car has just gotten past number 25 as well. So that big train of cars, they're battling for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Are all trying to work their way through that GTD traffic and are shuffling positions as they do so.
Well, settle back, enjoy what we're seeing here. It's the second time that we've had the GTPs here at the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen. We did have qualifying for them this year as well, and what spectacular viewing and listening that was. Able to relive that on IMSARadio.com. The archive already up from yesterday. Absolutely superb. It won't be long before the video of that is up. I haven't actually checked that. It might already be up. Josh and the online team working very, very hard with the official IMSA YouTube channel. As the Corvette comes into the pits, Alexander Sims has decided that now is the time. 45 minutes completed. He couldn't wait any longer. His lap times were still pretty good. He was hanging on to second place there. And as he comes in, it will be full service, and those front brake rotors, the new discs, she had them watching on.
They go to work on the front tires immediately, making sure that the suspension is still good, making sure everything is still in the line. I wonder if Alexander had contact out there on the track with someone unintentionally, pulling the Michelin off from the left front, setting it aside casually as if they might decide to put it back on, but they're changing the rear tires while they're going to work on the brakes. Now, the pads are still seated where they're supposed to be. The quick disconnect line has come off. They've got the little pneumatic device to be able to pull off the rotors and unscrew everything rather quickly. They're doing the left and right front as expected. Old rotor falls off. They're moving it around very well, actually. No regard for the fact that this is thousands of degrees hot. There we go. Hundreds of degrees at the very least. Put the new one on. Make sure that everything is ready to be connected together. Once again, there is a tool laying on the pit lane. Hopefully they didn't need that. Making sure that everything is good. It's the permitted number of crew members working on the car at one time has not been breached, so very good. I'm actually right behind Hollywood, the crew chief for this car, who is securing the left front brake. There we go. Everything appears to be good. Putting the Michelin on that the car brought in, so no tire change for the front tire. They did pull off the right rear, but it looks like they put the right rear back on, actually. So all of these Michelins were the ones that Alexander has heated. Fires the car back up, sends it back on its way. Excellent job by Corvette Racing. So they did 2 brakes on the right side, both brakes. No, that was the left front. It was just the front brakes.
Back brakes bizarre are used to, but yeah, very bizarre, Jeremy. Back brakes don't get a lot of work around here.
We need to try and find out
that early.
Yeah, we need to try and find out why they should have such a. I mean, yeah, it probably cost them. Didn't even cost them a lap. Certainly the better part of a lap, but certainly not the sort of not the sort of pit stop you'd expect to make so early in this race.
Must have been damage of some description, either from contact or you can sometimes get a stone or a bit of debris caught in that scores a brake or cracks a brake. They could have been seeing brake temperatures going up and being a little bit worried about that, as you said. It's not the place going into turn 7. You don't want to lose brakes. We've seen that. We've seen that happen. That very quickly indeed. No fun at all, as Jeremy knows from bitter experience. Well, Jack Aikens is taking the lead. Yeah, we are, I'm sure. Yes. I'm sure you saw everything flash before you at that point, Jeremy, and not just the grass as it was whizzing by. Jack Aitken has pulled out a 2.5-second lead at the front of the field. He's lapping in the high 35s, 135.9 last time around, 135.6 for Philip Eng. That will ebb and flow that gap with the traffic, and there is plenty of traffic. We have had one official retirement, and that was the Cetilar Ferrari. But of course, we did get the second BMW GTP car into the race in Conor De Filippi, sitting 25 seconds off the lead at the moment in 11th position. That was having started from pit lane and had to do a drive-through, but the first intervention from the Corvette safety car, as it was at that point, actually came at a perfect time, and he was able to cycle back through and get on the back of the field, and at one stop he stayed out and actually led a lap. Let's go to Shay. She's got some news on that Corvette braking problem that we set her the task for. Thank you, by the way, to all of our teams for speaking to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shay Adam and other pit lane reporters when they are here as well, for giving us the answers to the questions we asked. The question was asked, Shay, and the answer is?
I went straight to Hollywood and asked him, and he said, well, we're not entirely sure yet, but we think from what Alexander was describing that it was a bad seal. So that would be interesting, and curious to find out if Corvette run the same brakes as Ford do, because that's 2 brake problems that we've had so far in this race for GTD Pro cars.
So a bad seal on the caliper that was causing them problems, and what they've done is they've changed out the caliper and the rotor, the disc, because you match those together with the pads. Interesting, Shay. Good intel. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
one of those things, Jeremy, it can happen to you in your street car or indeed on your race car. Nowadays, at least you can change those units fairly quickly within the time that you're doing a driver change and a fuel stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's astonishing how quickly they can change brakes these days. So great work, Shay Adam. Thank you very much indeed for that. I think they didn't even... Did they lose a lap? Let's see where they're on the tracker. Not sure whether they lost a lap with that. Yeah, I think they did lose a lap to the GTD Pro, but still plenty of time to get that lap back again. And particularly now they're off sequence with everybody else, so if there is a full course caution, then the number 3 car should be able to get back into contention. Out of it right now, but still a long way to go. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, as you were saying, John, a few minutes ago, very consistent lappery for our overall leader, Jack Aitken. High 35s, low 36s, particularly when he works his way through traffic a little bit slower than that. Pulled out a little bit now over the last 2 or 3 laps over Philip Eng once again, who has Renger van der Zende not far behind him. But once again, Louis Delatras is fallen almost 6 seconds behind in the 4th position, holding off Matthew Jaminet, and then that gap back to Tymon van der Helm. And Andrea Caldarelli running very nicely again in the early stages with the Lamborghini. Ricky Taylor has managed to get... He got past number 5 car. Has also been passed now, Jimmy Bruni, by Felipe Nasser. So after that extra pit stop to top off with fuel during the previous caution period, Felipe Nasser in the championship leading car number 7 is now up into 9th position.
VP Racing in race update from Jeremy there. Now we've had just they've done 20 laps. What are you expecting from the GTP cars? We've not really talked about that yet. We should have, to be honest, so apologies for that.
Yeah, about 55 minutes I think they can probably run, John. Which is what, how many laps is that? I have to figure that one out.
Just hearing a problem for the Triazzi Ferrari. They came in and put themselves off strategy earlier on. They've got a mechanical black flag. That's the black flag with the orange dot in the middle, often called the meatball flag. That is non-negotiable. They have to come to the pit lane and have that fixed straight away. as the race control or someone on the track has decided to, or has noticed that there's something potentially dangerous with that car. 84 Fahrenheit at the moment in the air, partially cloudy, a bit of wind, 64%. 7 Celsius. By the way, it is around about 93 Fahrenheit on the track, or 34 Celsius. Tyre operational requirements for the 023. So that's either they've put the wrong set of tyres on, or they are running tyre pressures that are outside of specification. So they'll be expected to come in and put that right immediately. IMSA, one of a number of series nowadays that are monitoring various parameters of the cars in real time. Things like power outputs on the GTP cars, they have torque sensors on the drive shafts coming out of the gearbox. Also various other bits and pieces on these cars, including real-time tyre pressure monitoring by the series, not just on the screen in front of the driver. Aston Martin, the partner racing machine, just making up a position there, I think. No, that's Roscoe and Mike Rockenfeller, actually. That's 3rd and 4th in GTD Pro. Just coming out of the inner loop, the 64 car going well for Rocky. All position there. The McLaren in there as well as Brendan Arieb, as they are coming through turn 8 at the moment. Brighter actually off to that things, as they are being passed by some of the LMP2 runners as well. Always have to have your wits about you here. Our Porsche keys to the race included negotiating traffic and being able to be passed as well as pass. It's always a skill. At the front of the field, Cadillac 0-1 in 3rd position for Renger van der Zande, looking at the back of the BMW of Philip Eng as he is trying to chase down Jack Aitken. Jack Aitken's a speck on the horizon at the moment, Jeremy. 7 seconds to the good ahead of the chasing pair of BMW and Cadillac Racing. Aitken has really done a cracking job here, and he's just picked up his pace in the last couple of laps as he's burning off that VP Racing fuel.
Yeah, I mean, as they work their way through the traffic, that's been the thing there. Last time around was 137, had been doing 35s. So it's tricky here, but you know, he's already shown during this race, and we're just oh gosh, we're an hour and a half into it already, are we? Yikes! Yeah. That's amazing. You know, he's into a really good rhythm here as Jack Aitken, and as you say, extending that lead out front, and Renger van der Zande running right with Philip Eng, but unable to find a way past, and then that gap back to Louis Delatraz, which as they work their through the traffic on that last lap has reduced somewhat, actually almost by half. It was over 6 seconds, just so as 3 as they come across the line to complete the 43rd lap. But yeah, they're stringing out just a little bit now through this
battle for second,
as we're getting into a proper full fuel run.
Battle for second is turned up to gas mark 7. There was a side-by-side moment as Renger van der Zande tried at turn 7, the toe of the boot. This lap around, they come across the line now, and underneath me they're working their way through traffic as well. How far back is Louis Delatraz? Not that far, and he's taken a second out of them last time around. He's down to just on 2 seconds. This is the traffic, of course. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and at the moment it's taking away from Philip Eng and Renger van der Zande. That's great for us, because we're seeing the battle. They go past the Heart of Racing Aston Martin through the S's, now onto the back straight, and oh, big lift required there from Renger van der Zande. There was a moment where I thought he was going to go on the track, but Eng's been held up in the inner loop as well by a GTD car, and now they're back together again through turn 5, down the chute towards turn 6. The BMW grinding out there, tries down the inside of the Triazzi Ferrari, manages to get through. Oh, brilliant stuff, absolutely superb stuff. You get to watch this one back in the next few days. The onboard footage from the Cadillac Racing 01, it looks like a police chase through rush hour traffic at the moment. It's absolutely outstanding. Turn 8, they've got a bit of clear air at the moment, and I would say, Jeremy, that just in this last part of the run, that Cadillac just does seem to have a little better performance, a little more performance left for Renger to exploit than perhaps Philippe Eng does in that number 24 Beamer.
Yeah, fascinating, wasn't there? I mean, what great onboard footage from the 01 car there of Renger van der Zande. It just shows how difficult it was and how difficult it is for the GT drivers as well. I mean, he's got these massively quick GTP cars, you know, passing them in all sort, you know, all around the racetrack. You know, fast corners, slow corners, straightaways, particularly, of course, because GTP cars are particularly fleet on the straights. But you've really got to keep your wits about you. It's really, really tricky out there, whether you're in an overtaking car or a car that's being overtaken. And that was a tremendously, interesting graphic illustration of that. There's no time to relax around here at all. Pit stop just a moment or two ago, by the way, for the number 25 car, with Condy Philippe handing over that car to Nick Yellowly for his first time in this particular chassis at this particular event. That car rebuilt overnight.
Here's the first penalty for track limits, multiple track limits warnings. We have seen that all the way through this weekend, and it is currently for MDK Motorsports. Oh no, it's only a warning. I apologise, I was about to say it's the first time we've seen one penalised by a drive-through, but that is about the third warning we've seen. I'm looking down onto the crowd in front of me, one or two of them starting to leave the grandstand on the front straight now to have a wander about. But I've just had somebody, and now Shay's told me as well, I've just had somebody pointing to us in the studio and making that wiggly fingers sign that there's one or two raindrops falling on the front straight. Not enough at the moment to make people think about changing strategy, but this is going to add another level of challenge to everybody out there. It's the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen, live for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio, RS2 around the world, and Sirius 206 here in the US, and variously, of course, if you're outside the US, on IMSA TV or the video player on IMSA.IMSAradio.com. Shay Adam, let's have a quick catch up with her as the number 74, Ranch 74 Riley, is in the pit lane, also with the Stars and Stripes on the fin this weekend. Shay, what do you got?
Minimum drive time has now been met for our AMP categories. It was only 30 minutes for the pros, but it was an hour and a half for the GTD and the LMP2. So I believe that Gar Robinson is the first of our drivers who is done for today, assuming he doesn't want to get back in the number 74. Riley LMP2. Tires, fuel, Josh Burden is strapped forward. Nice burnout, Josh. I'll give that a 10. And also into the pit lane, we've got Ian James for the Heart of Racing, the number 27. That's Roman DeAngelis who's going to be taking over that car. They have fuel and tires ready for them as well. I'm changing up my strategy though, John. I'm getting the rain gear out.
Is that likely to make it rain or likely to make it not rain, Shane?
I hope not rain, but I will be prepared.
Okay, as ever, in our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. Raft of cars coming through, but all the tyres that I can see going on, Jeremy, are still Michelin slicks at the moment. It's nowhere near time to think about anything else. Brand new slicks for the visitorlando.com AWA Corvette, and the left front was somewhat recalcitrant there. I think took 3 or 4 and goes with the wheel gun to rattle that one off. Also in the right opposite me, the Porsche number 43 of Andretti Motorsport. They're filling the tank from the front. There's a screen tear off taken. Down and away. That was a really good pit stop from the Andretti team. Very good indeed. Tower Motorsport's in and out as well. John Ferrano brought it in. I'll tell you who took it out because I can't see through the windscreen. I'll have to wait for him to trip pit exit. Comes off the pit lane speed limit there, and it is Michael Dynan. Violation for the number 8 Tower Motorsport car, so Michael Dynan will have to bring that car back in. It's back to Porsche keys to the race again with penalties, and that is a real issue. Meantime, at the front of the field, we've got a very significant moment, because the 25 BMW, which started from pit lane, has already made its next pit stop and is valiantly at the moment trying to stay on the lead lap, with Jack Aitken for a moment right in the slipstream. Well, that car's starting to move around for Jack. 31 wheeler Cadillac, 52 into Europol in the pit lane as well. We'll have an update from Shea of all these standard pit stops at the moment in a moment or two. What we're waiting for now is for the leading GTP cars to come into the pit lane. Aitken has done 28 laps, and in fact all of them, haven't they, are pretty much on the same until we get down to Ricky Taylor. I think that was a drive-through, wasn't it? So yeah, they're all on the same 28 lap run at the moment. Jeremy, what do you reckon? 30 laps, 31, 32?
Yeah, no, not as many as that. Actually, I kind of messed that up. I think 20 odd laps. I think is probably the range for these cars. Around about 55 minutes or so. We went green with 52 minutes into the race. So yeah, I would suggest another 10 minutes we could probably do at this rate.
We've had a slew of LMP2 pit stops. The latest one is CrowdStrike by APR. George Kurtz getting out. Toby Sowery, with one of my favorite helmet designs, has now gotten in. It's black with some silver, very understated, but that was the sound of the 24 BMW coming into the pit lane. Driver change, Philip Ang is out. Jesse Krohn is in. Fuel and 4 new Michelin tires as the wind actually blows one of the Michelin off the wall that they had set up for this BMW. Now the tire change is complete. The car drops off the air jacks, still waiting on the fuel and the energy replenishment, because that is a feature of these GTP cars as well. The passenger side door popped open and does not want to stay shut. There, now we finally get it. Clean of the windshield, not yet a tear off. The wind is getting very aggressive though. I mean, if it was enough to knock a Michelin off the wall, you can imagine how heavy it is down this pit lane. And now Jesse Krohn takes it out. So the 24 has completed its service, and this is the second of our GTP cars that I've told you about. The sister car was the first one, but it came in about 5 laps before.
Pretty hairy moments on the final corner for the BMW GTP car. Got pushed up onto the outside curb as it was turning into the right-hand of turn 11. One of the Ferraris he was trying to go by, windscreen might be going on the 22. Dan Goldberg broke that United Autosports USA car in. Hello to everybody at United, those here and those not. A grueling few weeks for that team, as of many, in this month of June, which has become the endurance month. Endurance, I'm not sure how it works, but 3 24-hour races this month, plus this race, plus Mid-Ohio. This was DTM race as well. Has been very, oh, Detroit as well, of course we had, didn't we? whilst I was at the Nürburgring. It has been full on for everybody. Into the pit lane for the number 2, Ben Keating driven United Autosports. As Shea was saying, the driver time has been completed, so Ben is out of the car.
Really good run by Ben Keating.
Very good.
Yeah, look, I mean, he took the restart in last position, John, and he worked his way through, all the way through up into second position in the class, led it for the last couple after number 52 car came into pit lane. So he struggled by his standards in qualifying yesterday and had that extra stop, as I say, but brilliant drive there through that second stint for Ben Keating. That number 2 car serving its, doing that driver change now.
Philip Eng out of the 24 BMW. Last year you didn't get a chance to drive in this race. How good is it though to get out there and to lead?
It was very cool. I mean, this track alone is something incredible. I think it's more intense than the Nordschleife, especially with the cars we're driving here, but so much fun. Obviously we underfilled slightly in the first stop, which gave us good track position. Then I could hang on to the lead a little bit. I don't know if it was in the 31 at the time, but he did a very good move on me around the outside in 7. So fair play. And after that, I was just trying to create the gap to the cars behind me. But unfortunately, like 10 laps before the end, I got a big flat spot. Luckily, Michelin builds very safe tires, so it was holding on. But it was a very deep one, so was struggling a bit. But still, we're in the mix.
It was Jack Aiken you were racing with, and it takes 2 to tango, so great job by you as well to keep it safe out there. Are you enjoying the battling more than the traffic?
The battling is better, yes. Both are good fun. I mean, I must say that the GT traffic is extremely fair. Everybody is aware of the coexistence, so we're talking in driver's briefing every single time about it, and I think it's very good we do that and to keep this race clean.
How long of a break before you get back in?
Not sure. Minimum 1, maximum 2 hours.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Even before he had his debrief, thank you to Philip Engen for BMW giving us that raw emotion out of the car. And fair point that Shea made there about that overtake, Jeremy, because it does take 2 to tango. And isn't it refreshing to hear a professional racing driver saying, oh, brilliant manoeuvre, fair play to him for that. No whinging, no moaning, none of that.
What happened to number 31 car on that last lap?
He's dropped down to second position.
He must have had a spin somewhere. We didn't see that. Was I just looking at
I have to say I didn't see it.
You didn't see it either, so
Renger van der Zand has come into the pit lane for his standard pit stop, and Pete Motorani is standing by at the 31 Whelen pit. It's been new tyres for Renger, but I didn't see Renger get out there. Shea was a little bit closer than me. Seb. Are online with the relatively new still feature of the GTP telemetry, the IMSA GTP telemetry, and that is available to you as it is to us in the field.
And there it is.
Big spin coming out of the inner loop for Jack Aiken in the number 31 car. Thank you to our colleagues up at Concord who have dug that out. Too much curb on the way in, and the right rear unsettled. New curbing there makes you take a slightly different line for all of the classes, and now Aiken is in from what would have been the lead. Pete Motorani ready to take over the diminutive and distinctive helmet of the Brazilian, and Aiken will be absolutely fuming with himself. That had been a brilliant run to that point.
He looks quite dejected, does Jack Aiken, walking over to the pit wall. Pippo Durrani climbing aboard. Windshield tear off for Pippo. And a few boxes further down, unleash the Nick Tandy as well, because Mathieu Gemini has gotten out of the number 6 for the Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. That car, fuel and tires as well. Now Tandy is sent. Now Pippo is sent. They came in a lot closer than they went out. That was a better stop for my money by PPM, as into the pit lane comes the number 20, MDK LMP2. They failed to adhere to the minimum refueling time, so that car will be staying with Richard in the penalty box for a full 10 seconds.
So Pippo Durrani, that's the second offence for that car, by the way, on the minimum term. Pippo Durrani behind the wheel for his last time at Watkins Glen in the Sahlen 6 hours for Action Express. If you didn't catch the news broken yesterday by John de Geese and Jamie Klein at SportsCar 365, the 6-year partnership, which has yielded a couple of championships, will come to the end at the end of this year. Pasture's new for Pippo. In terms of the team, we don't know whether he's staying with the manufacturer or not. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of moving parts to next year's GTP manufacturers and teams, and Pippo is part of that, and that is the first of those dominoes, if you will, to fall. Meantime, in comes the Acura number 40 with Louis Delatraz getting out of the car. Shea is watching this one.
Fuel, tires, and scrubbed Michelins going on to this car critically. Not new shiny tires, because the rain does continue to come down from the sky. It's spattering. The rain trick of me getting my jacket did come into effect. Jordan Taylor has climbed aboard, windshield tear off, waiting only on the fuel and the energy replenishment for this car. There is a love mark on the left rear cheese wedge, as it would be if it was an LMP2. That section of the car on the bottom of the tail, ooh, car just moved forward about 3 feet with the fuel nozzle still attached. That was just because we are on a downhill slope. That was not any power from Jordan, so that will not be a penalty, or should not be a penalty, as the sister car looks to be coming in here soon as well. And is that going to be a driver change? Yes, it is. I see Philippe Albuquerque up on the wall.
I just wonder, Jeremy.
Amazingly, we've had 8 different cars have led this race now, because with this sequence of pit stops here, I think we can now see why the Acura number 40 wasn't holding pace with the leaders in the early sit. They were saving fuel. They stayed out there a lap longer than number 31 car, 2 laps longer than the 01 and the number 63 Lamborghini, and then the number 10 car goes a lap further still. And now we're seeing why the number 7 car did that stop earlier on. That stays out, so it becomes our 9th different leader in this race, the number 7 car. This is absolutely really interesting motor race is unfolding here.
Just wonder if Jack Aiken was caught out by wet curb as much as anything else with those splashes of rains, but we'll find out when Shea speaks to him. 4 1/4 hours still to go. It's Louis Delatraz actually that she's waiting for. We'll try and get a word with Jack as well when he gets his heart rate back down to normal after that spin towards the end of his stint. Just waiting for the number 85 JDC car to pull out, and that has gone out behind the number 10 Acura as they'll go back into the fight. Jeremy?
Yeah, and the number 10 car I don't think actually did lead a lap, because that came into the pits before the end of that lap, so the number 7 car stayed out. So revert then to 7 different leaders in this race. We started, of course, with the 01 car leading at the beginning, then the number 85 car, number 25 for a couple of laps during that early caution period. Number 24 car led for 9 laps. Then it was overtaken by number 31, and then during this sequence of pit stops, we had number 6, number 40, and the number 7 run at the front of the pack.
Another drive-through for minimum refueling time was for the number 120 car, excuse me, in Skier. It's just gone out of the pit lane for Wright Motorsports. I'm talking about the GTDs for a little while. Jack Hawksworth leading for Vasa Sullivan ahead of Daniel Serra for Risi competition. They've cycled back to the front with Ross Gunn and the Hart Racing Aston in third. 16 seconds though between Sullivan and Serra, 14 from the 62. With GTD now, the leader behind 7 GTD Pro cars is Frankie Montecalvo, 31st position for the number 12 car. He's got about 8 seconds over Ken Cook in the Korthoff Preston Motorsports Mercedes. Number 32 had a good long chat with Kenton yesterday evening. In good form he was. Mum and Dad here as well supporting. Russell Ward is in third for Woodward Racing. He's another 2 seconds off the back of that Mercedes ahead of him. Then it's Turner Motorsport, Jake Walker in the 96 BMW Inception. Brendan Reeves still at the wheel of that car. He started that car, so he's more than done his time in that car at the minute. 17 there. And top 6, Manny Franco, Conquest Racing Ferrari 296 GT3, 34 car. 2 GTD updates in race with Felipe. More pit stops for GTPs at the front of the field, and the number 7 Felipe Nasr comes in for Porsche Penske Motorsport out of the lead. He was followed in there by Pipo Derani. Now, did they get a penalty, Jeremy? Oh,
no.
He's been off the track. He went off at turn 1 and he's got damage to that car. And yeah, there's damage to the left part of the nose. There's a scrubbed set of Michelins going on, and a new nose section comes out from behind the wall. Now that would have been on either his first, must have been his first flyer, Jeremy, after the pits.
Yeah, second flyer, I think, John.
Right, okay.
Most likely, unless he stayed out one more lap just to sort of kind of check it all out. But you're right here, he made his first pit stop on lap 31, 53, times 31. It's now lap 56, he comes in for that car's third stop of the day, and that first spin was costly. The second spin even more costly. 2 different drivers, of course, making mistakes there apparently. So let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, he locked it up.
Completely locked him up.
Massively locked it up. And he's already got damage. He must have hit something on the way in. He's already got damage to the right front of the nose, and it's cracked the whole nose section. I've never seen that happen before. So that surely wasn't just a curb strike. There must have been something else that's happened there. That's one that we'll have to follow up. Write that down, because when people get out of the car, we need to know what happened there, because the right front part of the splitter, the headlight on the right front, was all broken. The splitter hanging down, but there was a crack on the left-hand side that was doing a fair impression of the Grand Canyon. Incredible. Dave Cameron, by the way, is rejoined in Porsche number 7, having pitted a lap or 2 ago, which means I think that Nick Tandy has cycled to the front of the race in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, Jeremy. So that's another car that's led this race.
Yeah, the number 7 car that was in, has just made a pit stop. So Dane Cameron has gone back out again now, having made that stop from the lead, and as you say, gives it up to Nick Tandy, who.
Different. Sorry, Jeremy. Just lost you there for a moment. Sebastian Bourdais in second position, but 16 seconds behind.
Yeah, massive lead.
Which could disappear in a moment, of course. New fastest lap last time around in LMP2 for Tom Dillman, who leads in the 52 green and yellow into Europol by Piawa Matheson, Oregon, 1:36.998. Fastest lap of the race so far in GTP was set, I think, early on by the number 85 JDC Miller car. I think that was Phil Hansen's lap. I'm prepared to be corrected by Jeremy on that, but I think it was. Thank you, Jeremy. 1:34.7. Jack Hawksworth has the best pro lap in GTD with a 45.9. And in the ARM, it is the other Lexus, Frankie Montecalvo, just rejoining in that car. I think that was Parker Thompson who set that car, that lap rather, in that car for with a 46.5. There seems to be, in GT, there seems to be a bit of a spread of when people are taking their pit stops. Here comes the Aston Martin of Ross Gunn, who's vacated the seat for the first time since the start of the race, and Jordan Pepper followed him in the Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, one of the reasons for that, John, could be that the teams are looking forward to the 3-hour mark in the race, which will be the first time that points are handed out for the Michelin Endurance Cup. I mean, we're, an hour and 53 minutes into the race, so we're only an hour and 7 minutes away from that first lot of points being awarded. All of the GT cars, can they do an hour and 7 minutes? I think that's going to be a bit of a stretch, but perhaps they can. Certainly it's a full course caution, so that would put them in good shape at the 3-hour mark in this Sahlen's 6 hours.
Yeah, I forgot about that, Jeremy, well remembered. Bit of an explanation there. The Michelin Endurance Cup is a championship within a championship for the longer races of the season. So Rolex 24 at Daytona, Mobil 1 12 hours at Sebring, Sahlen 6 hours at the Glen. We've got a 6-hour race added this year at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and then of course finishing off at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with Petit Le Mans. And within those races at various times, as Jeremy's just mentioned, there are interim points for the top 3 in the class. GTD leader in the pit lane. In fact, the top 4 in GTD Pro have all pitted. Alex Riberas now behind the wheel of the number 23 Harter Racing team. He came in 1 lap earlier. Can he make that count? Can he get the new Michelins up to temperature and make some time? The huge gaps between anybody other than Jack Hawksworth and the rest of the field. Oh, Turner Motorsport, the BMW already at. So that was a very quick turnaround for Jake Walker and the Turner number 96. Now, did he get out ahead of Ben Barnicle? Yes, I think he did. Oh, no, now he's gone back to in the pit again. My apologies. So Ben Barnicle is the new driver of Vassar Sullivan. The orange Turner car this weekend in the pit lane. And that is Jake Walker. Davide Rigon goes out for Reese. Harry Tinknell has taken over the Ford number 64. He was the 3rd of that group out, and Tommy Milner has taken over the Corvette from Nicky Katzberg, and he was the 4th of those group out. So a little bit of a switch around. I think the Ferraris jumped a place or two in that GTD Pro category. You'll see that when they come round next time. 23 were working outside of the pit box, so that's been a drive-through for them, which they've just taken, and that has already, as I say, been served. There's penalties again. Absolutely killing people. Iron Dames for their pit stop, looks fairly standard, just waiting on the fuel. That should be the determinant factor, and it is. Nice wheel spin and burnout. That pink and white Lamborghini Huracan was brought in by Sarah Bovey, Belgian driver, and taken out by Michelle Gatti. Let's go down to Shea, who has Louis Delatraz in this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Louis, it seemed like the car had a bit of trouble getting up to speed off the start. Was everything okay with the Acura?
I mean, everything was okay out here. We don't have any worries, but for sure I didn't expect that guy to start. I had 0 grip, and I was the others were driving around me like if it was a GT car, so it was not a nice feeling. I don't really understand why, because on the second stint it was great. It was fine. The car is fast, and I mean, don't know if we're the strongest. The Porsche and the Cadillac look fast, but we're there with them and we will fight. So all good so far, just a weird first stint.
It worked out well that you got out of the car and then Ricky got out of the sister car. Were you guys feeling similar things? Did you have good feedback?
I think like I had quite a lucky traffic the last 5 laps, lost a lot of time to the Porsche and the 10 car. But we're together, we're up there running the top 5, and I think the weather is coming, so we will see.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
There's the answer then, Jeremy. Now, was that tyre prep? Did he not do the warm-up laps quick enough, or did he get the starting pressures wrong? Question mark there, but he definitely did have better pace in the after the pit stop.
Yeah, that's right, and very interesting to hear that, because we haven't had any grumblings at all about inconsistencies prior to the race, so strange. But now at the wheel of that number 40 car, is Jordan Taylor, and what he did do certainly during that first stint was save some fuel compared to a couple of the other contenders at least. The car's back up to speed now, and after that round of pit stops, of course, number 31 car has fallen off the lead lap. So that's gone from first to last. Of the other contenders during that round of pit stops, the big winner was the number 6 car that came out with a pretty handy advantage. So I'm quite sure maybe they might have short fueled that car a little bit, as we heard from Philip Eng that they did with the BMW a little while ago. Not quite sure why that is, but it's got a big lead now and has Nick Tandy in at number 6 car, looking for that team's second win in the last 3 races. Sebastian Bourdais then has taken over from Renko van der Zande, and he runs in the second position, which is where that car has been for most of the race. Jordan Taylor then running the same sort of lap times and right with Sebastian Bourdais, so that car, number 40 car, seems to be just fine now. Number 25, that's made big ground there. Nick Yellerly is running again with that other pack of cars ahead of his number 24 teammate. That's number 25 car came in, as Shay was saying, quite a bit before everybody else, so running on a different strategy in terms of its fuel. But then behind the 2 BMWs, which are running in 4th and 5th, then are Philip Albuquerque in the number 10 car. That was running around about where it was beforehand, before the round of pit stops, along with Tymon van der Helm and Matteo Chiaroli. So Dane Cameron, the number 7 car, is again running where he was before that round of pit stops. So no major changes during that pit stop sequence, John, really, other than number 6 car.
Mathieu Jaminet just out of the Porsche, able to talk to Shea Adam.
Yeah, Mathieu, that was a really good stint. I mean, you know how it is to be in a GTP out front in this race. That's not unfamiliar. But does it feel different this year?
Not so much. I mean, pretty much same feeling as last year. I mean, it's a lot of cars out there. The traffic is a mess. Luckily, I think there was not too many incidents so far. So yeah, pretty clean stint for me. Trying to move forward. Had a good fight and being blocked a bit by the 40 for quite a while with Louis, which is a friend. So yeah, we had some fun. Finally, towards the end of the stint, could pass him, and then as soon as we had a little bit of clean air, we have some speed, and then close the gap and had a good strategy. So now leading the race. So yeah, everything goes according to plan. Had fun out there, so we keep on going.
You look way cooler than any of the other drivers I've seen getting out of the GTP. Is there good airflow in the Porsche?
Actually, that's funny that you say that, because I told them when I got out of the car I felt cooked. It's like the steering is pretty heavy and really struggled towards the end. It's hot, and the traffic makes it really a challenge, because you need to be so focused and so aware of anything around you. So yeah, it's really one of the toughest races definitely this year. And yeah, I forgot from last year how hard it was, and yeah, I know when I'm gonna get back in, it's gonna be tough. So now it's time to recover, have a massage, have some food, and get ready for later.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Crowd strike pit lane report there. Mathieu Jaminet and Shea Adam. Tandy then with a handy 13-second lead over Bourdais.
I think they must have excuse me, John. I think they must have short fueled that car. Where's the that energy page on the IMSA
that is IMSA.com /GTP
refresh it
/telemetry. Tandy's got 60% left, so has Bourdais. 70% for Taylor in third. Nick Yellerly due to come in shortly with 35%, 50% for the other BMW in fifth position. But don't forget that 25 car on different strategy, slightly different strategy, was the first to pit last time around. Then it's Philippe Albuquerque in sixth. In sixth place with again 70%. So yeah, Tandy just a little bit short than everyone other than the two BMWs, actually.
Yeah, interesting. And what's also interesting, look at the pace now. 37's the race he was doing, and his last 7 laps have all been in the 37s. 137.6 last time around. The previous stint, they'd kind of settled into the 37s later on, but earlier than that, they were doing 35s and 36s when Jack Aitken was out front. So not running quite as fast as they were in that kind of the end of the first hour in the race. We're now just over 2 hours into the race, and it'll be 2 hours and 4 minutes now, so 56 minutes until the next the first round of points are scored for the MEC. So all of the GTP cars will need to come in one more time before those that 3 hour mark in the race, and the first of the leaders to come in will be the two BMWs, number 25 car, about 5 laps before the number 24.
Under 4 hours to go. 3:55 and 20 seconds. LMP2, Tom Dillman holding sway at the moment by getting on for 40 seconds actually. Lulu Wadou Dusselier behind the wheel of the second place Richard Belair, of course, at number 88. Hunter McElrea, TDS, 3 seconds further back. That's the number 11 car. Red, white, and black. Red, silver, and black actually. Right, orange and white, number 74, Josh Burton. It's another 3 seconds or so further back, but he's got Nico Pino for United Motorsports, just starting to hunt him down a little bit.
No, other way around, John, in actual fact. Nico Pino's slipping back. Yeah, I mean...
sorry, my apologies.
4 laps ago, he was in third position, was Nico Pino. So he was passed, first of all, by Hunter McElrea, and then by Josh Burton as well. And Bijoy Garg, he's about 6 seconds further back, but again, he's a bit closer than he was not too long ago as well. So it's certainly interesting to see how that has changed. And that brilliant first stint by Nick Bull, plus a good pit stop, and Tom Dillman with that big lead now over the rest of the field. And Nico Pino says, relative to those other guys, is struggling a little bit at this stage.
Well, again, we've seen how much the ebb and flow change things.
And the overall leader, John, last time around into the 36 is for the he didn't. On lap 58 he did a 36.5. Since then it's been pretty much all 37s. A 36.2 last time around, and now a 36 flat for Nick Tandy. That gap between first and second, Jordan Taylor in second position in the pole winning car, number 40. So clearly Jordan happier with this set of tyres than was Louis Delatraz with the first set, and that gap steadied out now at around about 13.5 seconds. Sebastian Bourdais is around about a couple of seconds behind him, and keeping pace certainly with him is Nick Yellerly in that number 25 car, which is pretty darn impressive considering he hadn't sat in that car until he got into the car halfway through the race this weekend. That the replacement chassis brought in by BMW team RLL.
Not sure if it's an official retirement yet, but it is most certainly retirement when they start taking down the pit box. Arrow Motorsport, the winner of the first rounds of the LMP2 Championship this year, they're done. And from what I heard, the clutch had to be removed in pieces from that car. So not good for that poor organization. As full course caution is out. What's that for?
Yeah, that is for the Ligier of Sean Creech Motorsport. It's been a big impact. The front of the car ripped asunder. Joao Barbosa behind the wheel of that car, and he was down in 10th position in LMP2, but the Stars and Stripes machine has had pretty stout contact with either another car or the surroundings. It's facing the wrong direction at the exit of turn 1. The AMR safety team are there. Also looking at the pit lane and seeing some rain tyres being brought off the trolleys as a cell of rain is approaching from the south and the west, exactly as we expected it to do. We've missed one of the parts of that band of rain that is running down from northeast to southwest across the central and eastern USA at the moment, but it looks like we're going to catch the next one within the next 15 or 20 minutes maybe. So Joao Barbosa coming through turn 1, and it's the same accident we've now seen 3 times this weekend in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. John Ferrano did it, bounced off the tyres and got away with a broken rear wing. Connor De Filippi did it, went in forwards and tubbed the BMW, but 25, necessitating that Herculean overnight run for the team to build a chassis when it arrived in the early hours. And now Joao Barbosa, another experienced driver, just losing it over the turn 1 curb and spitting him nose first into the blue steel barriers on driver's right hand side. Joao knows his way around here very well indeed, and that we're talking a game of inches here, Jeremy, particularly if there's been just a little bit of precipitation, maybe a little bit greasy on the backside of that curb. But that, again, we said it the other day, John Ferrano got away with it. He banged the tyres, even though Connor De Filippi hit the tyres, it was enough to do damage to the tub when the right front suspension was pushed through it. And now Joao Barbosa also caught out by it.
Yeah, what a shame. 4-time former winner of this event is the Portuguese. He won it in 2012, 13, 16 and 17, plus a couple of pole positions. So he loves this racetrack, and boy, that's sad to see that the lone Ligier running pretty solid there in the kind of middle of the pack in LMP2, but that'll be the end of that car's race. And that's really sad to see. Just before
Joao
that
out of the car,
period,
Jeremy, we must say that Joao is out of the car. Drew team. He had spoken to the team before that. He'll be disappointed with the outcome of that, but the good news for him is that he has exited that car. It's been looked after, of course, by the AMR IMSA safety team.
Yeah, great point, John. Thank you for pointing that one out. And just before that caution period, the change for second position, Jordan Taylor managed to get past Sebastian Bourdais. So the Acura now up into second position. Actually, I did talk about that before, and I forgot to note the fact that they'd exchanged positions. So Taylor up into second, and Bourdais into third. Nick Yellerly, the two BMWs running in fourth and fifth, and this is going to mean that everybody now is going to come onto pit lane. So the strategy of the BMWs is kind of unfolded a bit, because they're probably going to be slightly longer stops than everybody else. They will need a bit more fuel than everybody else at this stage. And from here, when we go back to green, the GTP cars will be able to get to the 3-hour mark in the race and the points payout for the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
It's a replay.
So Nick Tandy's lead, of course, is wiped away, and he wondered if he maybe had short fueled as well to get the track position. Waiting to see where is the leader at the moment. It is the Corvette that's picked the leader up, and coming into 6, just going down through the chute at the moment, but there's a couple of gaggles of cars that have yet to pack up. Remember, we started earlier on today with I think a record in the modern era, 50. Are we going to count the BMWs starting? I think we have to, because the 56 car started from the pit lane, but it started as the cars went through on the top of the green. So yeah, I think we started 56 cars. We've lost Dwight Merriman's Era Motorsport number 18 car. He stuck his nose in down turn 18, in the 18 at turn 6, and he came off the worst there. Roberto Lacorte hit from behind by the CrowdStrike car. No penalty issued for either driver there. In that one, the Chetelaar car retiring at turn 8, and we've just seen Joao Barbosa hit the inside wall, the right hand side wall, for Sean Creek Motorsport, having just got a little bit too far over the curb on the exit of turn 1. Shay, Adam, what is the big field that we've had here? We've had it a couple of times, I believe.
57 cars as recently as last year, and the average number of caution laps we have is 23. The record distance was 211 laps. That was 2019 for the prototypes, I should say.
Yeah. Okay, 211 laps. Keep an eye on that one. Thank you, Shay.
Yeah,
still waiting for all the cars to pack up. I don't think so, Jeremy. No. Just getting everybody packing up behind the safety car now. The pass around is starting. So again, this is for cars that were caught between the safety car and their class leader. Now this is where we consider GTD and GTD Pro, isn't it? But as it stands at the moment, we've got 6 GTD Pros ahead of 3 GTD, so I don't think we have seen it in the past. It just depends. Yeah, they've had a lap sometimes, haven't they? Yeah.
Yeah, the sixth. I think the number 60. No, perhaps not. Okay, fine. They got the wave around, and okay, they've taken the wave around. That looks it. So no, it looks like it should be status quo. So the number 32. Where's number? Car then leads in GTD, as you were saying then, and Frankie Montecalvo, that car's led the vast majority of the race. Kenton Cook obviously made a pass after the round of pit stops, which was only 8 or 10 laps ago, and leads the race in GTD from number 12 car, Devlin Di Francesco for Forte Racing. He's taken over from Misha Goikhberg, runs in 3rd position in car number 78. And Jake Walker in number 96, Turner Motorsport BMW. Then the championship leader, Indy Doncha for Windward Racing, car number 57 in 5th in GTD, ahead of Ollie Milroy, the Inception Racing McLaren.
VP Racing in race update there. Jeremy? Still waiting for the pits to open. Just waiting for those pass around cars to get to the end of the line so that they aren't disadvantaged. And as I say that, the pits have been open for the prototype, with the safety car just coming in down through the laces and into the toe of the boot. Temperatures at the moment on track. Michelin tyres will like the 97 Fahrenheit. 82 Fahrenheit in the air, 65% humidity. That's air temperature of 28 Celsius or 36 on the track. It's only when it gets above 40, 45, 50 that starts to get a little bit twitchy for tyre temperatures, and we're not anywhere near that at the moment. This is now the good news is that we've got some of the track services cars and trucks moving away from the far side of the circuit. Looks like they're doing a bit of sweeping and blowing as well, taking this opportunity to take some of the debris off the track. Shay Adam is our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. I think you're about to get a whole host of GTP cars.
Yes, I am. The interesting thing is seeing who is not really kind of ready to spring into action, and one of those is Whelen Cadillac. They're looking like they're going to do fuel only, whereas I'm seeing a lot of other GTP teams with slick Michelin tires still because the rain has not come. So the question then gets back in, are we going to have another round of pit stops? Because the rain is definitely coming. A very close call, by the way. Nick Yellowly very nearly getting into the back of Sebastian Bourdais as they came down to the pit speed limiter. In comes Sebastian, getting as close to me as he possibly can. That was a little bit fun. There are new tires for it. The 01, the only GTP car not coming in was, oh no, Ben Pascal has come in for Mustang sampling with Proton competition, so that car also in. We've had fuel only for the 40 and the 10, so both of the WTR Andretti Acuras. Oh, it's a very near miss in the pit lane. The number 10 launched out. That was Philippe Albuquerque. On his outside was the 25, Nick Yellowly, into the box in a very awkward manner, Pippo Durrani, who was in the fast lane, and it was not a clean release from the number 10, so that ultimately caused this infraction of the rules. And now Pippo Durrani on a very weird angle. They were only planning to do fuel and change the data stick, because of course that's the other thing we have to keep in mind. Data stick must be changed between hours 2 and 4 of this race. Now Pippo is sent back out. They did manage to position the car correctly in the box, so there will not be a penalty for working outside of the box, which is another thing we need to keep an eye on when they're 21-foot boxes long. And also into the pit lane for LMP2, AO, I think that is PJ. PJ's done. We've had Matty Brabham out, and now we've got Paul-Loup Chaton in.
Nick Tandy with an incredible launch for Porsche Penske Motorsport. I think he had all wheels. No, he can't have, it's not a front-wheel drive car. He certainly had the back end spun up as he came out, as he was desperately trying to stay ahead of Jordan Taylor and make the Michelin RFID gates as well. And he did. They're right at the pit out area of things. It was spectacular, to say the least. Jeremy, am I seeing that Dane Cameron didn't stop? Has he not come down the pit lane? Or is that just a glitch on the screen?
I don't know, but no, I think that's right. That number 7 car did not come in. I'm surprised number 31 car came in, actually, because that was an opportunity to get their lap back, unless they managed to leapfrog over it. Well, no, wait a minute. With number 7 car staying out, I don't know where they were in relation to the number 7 car, I must admit. But maybe that negated the opportunity to come in and get their lap back. The number 7 car was running right at the tail of the field in the GTP class. That was the last car to make its scheduled pit stop last time around. So it's only done. It came in 57, so 14 laps that car had done since its last stop, which is about halfway through its stint. Surprised it didn't come in.
So we have some interest from GT, and I see the Inception McLaren heading down the pit lane, also a Corvette and a Lexus. Adam, which ones are they?
I am in between the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. This is a driver change. Frankie Montecalvo will be getting out. Aaron Thielit's getting in. Fuel and new tires. The number 27 Heart of Racing GTD car. This is not the pro car. Roman DeAngelis is jumping out, and in is going Zachary Robichon. We've got the number 4 Corvette, which is very slowly. There we go. Now he's got it kicked back into gear. That is still Tommy Milner aboard that car. Looks like fuel only. Fuel and tires for Winward in their number 57 Mercedes. I did not see a driver change. And for the number 9, that is the Pfaff Racing McLaren. That car came in with Ollie Jarvis, and I believe it's still Ollie behind the wheel. We've had the number 120 Wright Motorsport Porsche. Looked like a white helmet to me, so that would mean Elliott Skier is behind the wheel. The number 34, that's the Conquest Racing Ferrari. Could not tell who was behind the wheel of that. The 66 Gradient Racing Acura did full service. And finally, who is the last? Oh yes, we've got the 13. This is the Orlando AWA Corvette, as well as the other Corvette, the number 3. So all 3 of the Corvettes down the lane. Orlando Corporation owns most of Toronto, so it's not an advertisement for visiting Orlando. Rather, it'd be an advertisement for visiting Toronto. They're one of the big buildings you see when you fly into YYZ, as I did earlier last week.
Wind picking up just a little bit with the prospect of weather blowing through. When and and if it arrives, we'll throw another cat among the pigeons on the circuit as the yellow continues to fly around the circuit with the clear up still going on for that nasty looking incident for Joao Barbosa. He's out of the car. The Sean Creech Motorsport number 33 this year will not go any further. If you've been watching the weather reports on US TV over the last few days, you will know that there is this huge bank of rain which is spreading across from the bottom left to the top right of pretty much the whole continent, to be honest, and it's sweeping across. And the first little cell that we got was just a few showers because it was on the southern end of some very nasty weather, but as it is coming through, there's another cell. We might just squirt to that, and that might pass to the south of us. So the first one passed to the north of us, the second one passed to the south of us. There's some pretty filthy looking weather. The lighter colours on rain radar generally means bad things. We're used to in motor racing, we're used to light colours meaning good things if it's on the timing screen. Certainly not the case when it comes to weather maps. That light coloured area is heading towards us. Certainly looks at 8 o'clock tonight like we might have a splash of rain and some thunder and lightning. We've yet to pass the most dangerous part of the day at 60% probability. And that is in about 20 minutes time. But that's 40% chance it'll stay dry, says the ever optimistic Hindhoff. I continue to have my hopeful little heart. One or two spits and spots that we've had earlier on has not really affected anybody's tyre choice. We're just getting the split to go through now, so we're not too far away from going back racing, Jeremy Shaw. And when we have been racing, and by the way, absolutely no choice for race control on any of these full course yellows, cars stranded in the middle of track, damage to barriers, etc, etc. It's all been done very quickly. It looks like we might be going back to racing, Jeremy, and when we have raced, it's been good racing as ever here at Watkins Glen International.
It certainly has, and the loser in that round of pit stops, the number 01 car, came in second position and leaves in 7th. The number 7 car, of course, vaulted from well, not quite last. It was a couple of places up from the end of the field before the caution, but it did not stop, so now leads the motor race. The number 7 car, that is the championship leader, with the Dane Cameron at the wheel of that car. The number 40 car leaped up therefore into second position, ahead of number 6 that had been leading prior to that stop, so a change there during the pit stops. Number 10 car also made up a couple of positions at the expense of both BMWs. Number 25 car fell back just to 1 position, surprisingly, because that would have needed quite a bit more fuel than the other car. But number 24 car has fallen all the way to the back of the field then, behind therefore number 85, 01, 63 and number 5. In LMP2, number 52 car continues to lead, ahead of Lilou Wadou Ducellier in the Richard Mille AF Corsa, car number 88 in second position. Mikkel Jensen now maintains in third position. The top several positions in that class did not change. 52, 88, 11, 74. Number 99 car did get ahead of number 2 during that round of pit stop. So Paul-Luc Chatin is now driving the number 99 car. Ben Hanley at the wheel of car number 2. So he's taken over from Nico Pino in that United Autosports car number 20, car number 2, excuse me. But Joy Garg in the sister car is right behind him. So the number 99 car actually made up 2 positions during that round of pit stops for AO Racing.
Newly minted Le Mans winner B. Joy Garg as well. What a feather in his cap, along with Nolan Siegel, and it was Ollie, wasn't it, who captained that team, Ollie Jarvis. Shea Adam has some answers for some of those questions you posed there in that VP in-race update. Shea, what do you got?
Just for you, Jeremy, the 01 took 4 new Michelin tires. That's why they were the slowest ones off out of the people who came in from the front of the front. And the number 24, they did a nose change, so that's why that car dropped down.
Thank you very much.
That has been noted on the pad of Mr. Shaw.
Right.
We're in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre with a great out over a packed paddock. One or two of the sports series have already vacated, which means a little bit of parking area. I noticed some of the Mustang Challenge teams were already on their way as we were heading back last night to our Holiday Inn Express. And now, pit lane incidents with the Whelen Cadillac, the number 10 of WTR with Andretti, and the 25 BMW under review. That was eloquently described by Shea Adam. And Shea, I see Shea through the binoculars, she is shaking her head even as I mentioned that again. She was not happy with what she said. And she spends enough time on the pit lane with our excellent pit lane team under Johnny Knotts to know where the dominoes might fall, at least suspect where the dominoes might fall there. Race control will be taking reports from the observers that are at every pit here for IMSA. They are there primarily for safety. It's a bit like the flight crew when they say our first duty is to your safety, and that's exactly the same with Johnny and his team on the pit lane. Yes, they have to apply and observe all the rules, but it is the safety aspect that comes first always, and unsafe releases, by the very nature of what I've said, tend to attract attention. 3 hours and 30 minutes, pretty much on the nosy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green. And it is 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Nice timing, guys. As they go across the line, it is Dane Cameron that leads for Porsche Penske Motorsport, from Jordan Taylor and Nick Tandy in third. Now that's interesting. How did Jordan Taylor get ahead of Tandy? Because that's not how they came out of the pits.
No. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yeah, that took place during the round of pit stops. Number 40 car got ahead of number 6 during that round of stops, John. Yes.
Okay, that wasn't the video that I saw from here, but we might get a chance to look at that
scoring
again later on, because Tandy did a fabulous burnout to get out in front of. He was in front. No, I apologise. He was in front of Albuquerque, in front of the 10. I actually said the 10 at the time. So yes, the 40 of Jordan Taylor was already gone at that point. Thank you, Jeremy. I assume, obviously, when I see Taylor and Acura, that it is the 10 car. There are two. I've been for a wee while. So Cameron from Jordan Taylor, from Nick Tandy, from Philippe Albuquerque, and then Nick Yellerly, Timon van der Helm, Sebastian Bourdais, Matteo Caroli, Ben Fiscal. Ben Fiscal's been doing a good job, you know. I talked to Jimmy Bruni about the young single-seater driver, been right up there at the sharp end of FIA single-seaters on the road to Formula One. Now been with Jimmy Bruni for a couple or 3 races, and Jimmy rates him, and if Jimmy rates him, he's probably pretty good, because Jimmy's been on that roundabout as well. Into the pit lane now for a pit lane protocol violation. Now these are the unsafe releases that Shea described earlier on, and it is the number 10 of Philippe Albuquerque and the number 25 BMW of Nick Yellerly. They were scrapping pretty hard to get out of the pit lane, and this will drop them, for the moment at least, out of the fight. But with more than half the race still to go, they are not out of the battle for the lead and the checkered flag in 3.5 hours' time. Far from it. They may have lost that little exchange and lost a bit of real estate, quite a lot of real estate actually, as they're in the middle of the GTD pack. But it'll be an exciting few laps for them as they find their way back. It's almost like the class split didn't happen, Jeremy, for these guys.
Yeah, really. And yeah, the costly penalties then again, certainly in terms of Michelin Endurance Cup Championship points there. But if you look at that points tally coming into this weekend in GTP, the number 31 car, well, that's already a lap down, so that's not going to add significantly to its tally. This is going to give an opportunity to the number 7 car that was just 1 point behind coming into this weekend. Oops, to take the lead. Number 44 car.
And another spin for the Aston Martin. This is the Magnus Racing machine. Second time that Spencer's had some issues this weekend. We saw him facing the wrong direction earlier on in the flex box. Magnus Racing, he's just dinged the right, check that, left rear of that car, but he's got it pointing in the right direction, and we stay green. For Performance Global Broadcaster. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
I beg your pardon. That car's been fast this week, so Spencer will be disappointed. They probably had some contact, I would imagine, with somebody else, and that's going to put that car towards the back of the pack now in GTD.
Yes, it was a tap with the number 66. No, it wasn't. It was the Ferrari, the 2-1 car that had the problem, and that was brilliantly spotted. Brilliantly spotted by my co-commentator who's just joined me, none other than the man at the head of IMSA, Mr. John Doonan is with us. Hello, John. Do you know what? You give me your IMSA jacket and I'll wander around and chat to people. You sit here in sport cars. You had that before. I did on that replay there, mate. How are you?
Well, you know, at Michelin Raceway, I remember the first day the GTP cars really ran in anger.
I was there.
And somebody caught me. I was down in the tires, and Eve, I think, or you took a photo. You're never going to take the fan out of me.
Good.
And I just love being here at the track, whatever track it is, but especially Watkins Glen. This place holds a special place in IMSA's history, and you know, the Sahlen 6 hours been part of this schedule for decades and decades. And we were just talking before, I think it's 20 years on that Peter Gregg and Haywood won here, and Hurley had never been here. And can you imagine some of these drivers coming here and never being here?
Well, there's a few rookies this weekend, but the thing is, they always say the same thing, John, is we love tracks like this. And are we not blessed in IMSA that we come to a track like this, we'll head off to CTMP for the next race, then
Road
we're going to be at Road America.
VIR.
Yeah, it just keeps banging in.
Yeah, it does. And as you know, one of my favorite tracks in the world is Brands Hatch, and places like this with the elevation and the room for error being so little. That's what makes this form of our sport the best.
At the moment, Nick Yellerly and Philippe Albuquerque having just done their drive-throughs for that unsafe release. I've got a bit of clear air, actually, so let's keep an eye on them as they come back to the field. Dane Cameron for Porsche Penske Motorsport by 1.5 seconds from Jordan Taylor in second. And Jordan just done that car's fastest lap of the race, the Acura ARX 06. 1:35.0. Best lap in GTP, still to Phil Hansen in the Porsche 963 for JDC Miller, 1:34.734. Great to see Phil Hansen and JDC. John Church has been around at IMSA for a long time. I know you're not allowed to have any favourites, but we've had 8 different cars lead this race. I think 9 different cars lead this race now, and what an overtake that was by Phil Hansen early on.
Absolutely right. And you know what, John, and you know IMSA's history, like so many of us, a team like JDC, a team like Proton, in the golden era, because I think we're in the platinum era now, but in the golden era back in the 80s, so many teams were from a privateer standpoint running for the overall win. and that's what John Church and Katie and his family on the JDC side represents, and that is exactly what Christian Reed and the Proton group represents. So you're right, I can't play favorites, but it's great to see those teams being in the fight.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? And that is what convergence and DPI 2.0, which has become GTP, these aren't regulations that came about by accident. They aren't regulations that came about overnight. IMSA were already working on the next version of DPI, and that's what we've got now in GTP.
100%
and
correct.
That's what you guys were aiming for.
Absolutely, and I'm so fortunate and blessed that I was on the other side of it, on the manufacturer side, saw the opportunity, and it's really Jim France's vision where a manufacturer is allowed to bring the styling cues of their brand to a prototype race car, choose their ICE engine of choice, couple it with the common hybrid system, and let's go racing. And the cars are fast, they're beautiful, and they're incredibly sustainable and efficient. So really happy where we are. And of course last week at Le Mans, didn't get the chance to speak with you guys in the booth, but we made a great announcement about extending the homologation 2 more years.
How important is that in terms of stability?
Yeah, for all of my IMSA teammates and I, it's about giving confidence, further confidence, to the manufacturers that are here. Acura, BMW, Cadillac, Porsche, Lamborghini, of course Alpine, we hope they join us. But those 5, they committed. They were early investors. They were pillar partners of GTP. That gives them an extension, additional confidence that what they've invested is relevant for a couple more years. No question, if they bring a styling change for their brand, we welcome that. We want the car to look the part of the cars out in the car corral. Also, for me, that's the stability part. The second word for me is opportunity. Now that other manufacturers have seen what GTP stands for, they can take a peek, they can further research, and they can know that if they start testing now or in 25, they start racing in 26, they got 4 years, 4 seasons.
Good
and that's
point.
good for all of us.
The question that I know you get asked the most, the question that I get asked the most when I was down at Ford this morning, or when I was at Porsche yesterday, and we've got rainfall starting down at the inner loop. When are we going to see a hypercar, an LMH car? That's not your choice. The opportunity, as you would say, is there. Is there anything that IMSA could do to make it easier or make it more attractive for one of the current hypercar manufacturers to come and join us?
Well, Aston Martin was the first to strike, making a PR announcement that they're going to plan on coming. Obviously, we can't wait for that official announcement, and we welcome the others. And as you mentioned the word convergence, it's all about balancing the 2 platforms. We're willing to do that, and so appreciative of the viewers that have turned into your call, the work that you, Jeremy, and Shay do. We appreciate that. But also, we have a new audience on YouTube, and we're thrilled that so many international viewers, in addition to the ones we had, and now have this opportunity.
The second voice that you're hearing there is John Doonan, the man at the head of IMSA, who is with us, often comes to see us in the longer races. I think it's the only time that he gets to sit and watch the race, so I try and keep him here a little while. So I'm going to bring up the questions I asked with a little bit of, so he can watch what's going on out on the circuit. Shea Adams, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. Has anybody jumped yet for rain tyres for this splash down at the inner loop?
Our Dinosaur is the first car that's going on to rain tires. Rexy is in the lane, the number 77. Everyone else is up on the wall, though, and I see a lot of wet Michelins. It's about to get heavy, and then mixed conditions for the next half an hour. Bit of a break, and then really heavy again in about 90 minutes.
Great for us, really tough for the teams and the Michelin tyre technicians to make this call in concert with the teams, the drivers. They've got to work together. This is all about communication at this point. How bad is it? Can you continue? It's tippy toes, just fingertips through turn 6 and 7 at the toe of the boot at the moment. But bone dry as Rexy goes out of the pit lane. It's only as they come across the rise and head down the back straight towards the inner loop. And here is Nick Yellerly coming into the pit lane in the number 25 BMW. Now he's just taken the penalty. We've also got the AO Spike, the Dragon car, and that's going on to treaded Michelin tyres. These are the early adopters. This could work, it could be brilliant, or it could bite them. Nick Yellerly, are they?
Wets.
Yeah, they're wets. I did like the rule change a few years ago that meant that we had to have the gaps in the top of the fenders. That was for safety reasons, but it does mean that when we're looking down we can see John Doonan, president of IMSA here, is in his element. This is one of those times when we've got racing on the track, and this is where the teams earn that money.
Big time. There's a talent pool up and down this pit lane, clearly behind the wheel. But the talent pool up and down this pit lane, from engineers to team managers to men and women technicians over the wall, that is exactly where they earn their keep. And I just more and more, and the grid's full, and you look out and you see, over 220 some transporters parked here this weekend. But really, it's the people that make this what it is, the show. And then, as you may have heard this morning during the pre-race, Don Berlew, the new president, announced an all-time record attendance here for fans, and that's why we're doing all this.
Surprised me not at all when I got here on Wednesday evening and again on Thursday morning. The campgrounds looked like it was the weekend already, and people were still coming in, taking advantage. I know there was a federal holiday in part of this week, the early part of this week, but taking advantage to come here and support with their wallets and support with their gas and everything else they come in, and we thank every single one of them, don't we, John?
We absolutely do, and you see that grid walk wall to wall filled. And you know what gives me hope is I know for you and Jeremy and your staff and many of your viewers, we came to the racetrack when we were this high, and walking that grid walk, I'm seeing more and more of those young families, that next generation. And Shay called it out, Rexy first to reigns, but Rexy might be first in merchandise sales.
It certainly is.
Families, kids, parents, it's really special to see.
I'm going to let you go in a second because I'm not sure whether your golf cart's got a roof on it or not. And I see you brought the rain jacket and you've got the hat on as well, the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen hat as well. You talked about consistency earlier on. The announcement that you made earlier on this week here at Watkins Glen International was about consistency on the national network, viewership and availability for IMSA. The global audience is huge, you've talked about that, but quite clearly this is an American series, so it needs to have visibility in the US.
Yeah, I think since 2019, NBC's been our broadcast partner for that linear television. We were so thrilled that they were willing to re-up for multi-year commitment. Our sport, and you all call it from flag to flag, turn to turn, race to race. It's a challenging sport to describe, and you all do a great job at that. It is tricky for a broadcast television network to show 24 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours at Motul Petit Le Mans. So it's tricky, but they've committed. They've given us more network, so national television audience opportunities. But at the same time, what we're seeing on streaming, massive growth. This year, right now, we're up 60% year over year on Peacock. So really proud of that. Got a few fun surprises coming on when those network windows will fall in 2025.
Okay.
Maybe some other little tricks up our sleeve to, again, keep that education process going.
But the good thing is we already know what 25 looks like, because back at Sebring, you and I were talking about the calendar. Unheard of. We thought we were doing well when we got it out, at Road America. But you moved it up to the second race of the year. Has that been advantageous when talking to partners like NBC, when talking to potential sponsors for events, and indeed for the manufacturers, because they now know they've included in on that wall planner, and every other thing that's going around them, then they've got to go, I'm sure you've had phone calls saying, Oh, you've already put your calendar out. Well, we were going to take that. Oh, sorry, we've already got that day, mate.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly want to be a good global partner with other sanctioning bodies. We have a tremendous group of event and track promoter partners. We've got solid agreements with them, so to be able to get that schedule out early helps them promote, so that we're now 6 for 6 on record attendance for this year. My hope is that knowing the 25 date, the actual track and event promoters can start telling everybody IMSA's coming back, Rexy's coming back, the GTP cars are coming back, 18 manufacturers are coming back. So that's a big benefit there. The race teams, they get the schedule in March, they can plan travel, or they can put deals together. They've got a longer runway, and I think we're not going to become, quote, dinosaurs as a series. We got Rexy, but we're not going to become dinosaurs. But we're going to continue the sustainability push with renewable fuel and the hybrid system. Michelin, wants us to continue to use less tires, but these longer runways give everybody a planning window.
I've got 2 further questions for you. One about the next race at CTMP. LMP2 gets to be the big show. A couple of weekends ago, we had Michelin Pilot Challenge being the big show. Now, there will be people who will be disappointed that the GTP cars aren't going to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Of course there will. But there's good reason for that. You haven't just picked that out of the air, and this is all about actually being successful.
Yes, you're 100% right. And to the fans at Lime Rock Park, where we've gone for years, to the fans at CTMP, I just want them to know we're not making these decisions in a vacuum in Daytona Beach. We absolutely want to bring the big show to them as much as we possibly can, but the success is also about making sure that we're attaining reasonable team budgets and things like that. So again, my teammates and I are constantly looking at the schedule, making sure that we don't just add a race here or take a race away here or take a class away here. We want to keep bringing the best endurance sports car racing show possible, and we'll continue to do that with as long a runway as we can to give the fans a heads up and to give the teams a planning window.
Sebastian Bourdais carving his way through traffic in less than ideal conditions for his slick Michelin tyres, but making it look like it is a warm summer's day out there. This is top quality motor racing that we're looking at the moment in the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. This is 10 minutes to go to halfway, and John Doonan, president of IMSA, is with me. John, I'll ask you this before you disappear. We'll end on this. Positivity after positivity at the moment, with you and the ACO and the WEC working very closely together. How can you improve it? I mean, you are always striving to improve it. We've got the dates for next year. We know the TV partner for next year in the US. How can you improve it? And what is there to improve? Is it even worth looking and tinkering around the edges?
I think so, and I think it really comes in the marketing and the communication side of it, John. I think I referenced earlier, you see these young families and these young fans. We have the best advocates on the grid walk. They can go out and tell others about what they experienced and what they saw. And so it's my hope that we continue to grow our audience. It's ironic that it's something I said in 2019 when I got this incredible opportunity to be part of IMSA. And then I think also that next generation of fan. We've talked a lot internally about STEM education and how we can get this product in front of, look at this racing.
It's Toby Sowie in the CrowdStrike car. 1, 2, 3, 3 different classes in there. GTD Pro. And it's still just spitting on with rain coming out the toe of the boot for Toby. He's picking his way through. He's trying to get the lead. Now, this car was right at the back of the LMP field earlier on, and they have fought their way back into contention. In fact, I think he's just taken the lead there as he's got Ben Hanley just up the road. He was right up his tailpipes. Lilo Boadu, by the way, in third position, is only another 0.8 of a second further back in the Richard Mille AF Corsa car at the front of LMP2. Canada, this is what you're getting, by the way. CTMP, you'll be able to watch the P2s, and we've got some big name drivers who are jumping over into LMP2 as well, including guys who've been leading the race here Mr. Doonan, as always, a pleasure. Thank you very much. And I know that you will say it's the team, so will you, on behalf of all of our viewers and listeners around the world and here in the US and on Sirius 206, thank you very much for your hard work as the rain starts to fall.
No, you're right. It is a team, and I've got the best in business as my teammates, and I'm really, really proud of that. Let's hope for a safe finish here for the next 3 hours, and everybody keep tuning in, keep sending their feedback, so we can continue this incredible moment for our sport.
John Doonan is the man who is president of IMSA at IMSA Radio. If you want to get in touch with us, we're going to send him back out into the rain now, and it is teeming down on the front straight, as it wasn't before, it is now. Shea Adam, those that didn't jump before have got to come now.
Ow, this is heavy rain. The number 6 Porsche comes in from Penske Motorsport. This car looks like it will be doing fuel and tires, obviously going to go on to wet tires. No driver change though, so that will mean that Nick Tandy stays aboard. Nick Tandy plus wet, please. We've got the number 40 in as well. This car also not doing a driver change, but getting wet weather tires. Out on the track quite happily is the number 25. That's Nick Yellowly, who has stayed aboard that car, and he's already got the wet weather tires on it, but they're a little bit worn by this point. We've got the 01 Cadillac into the pit lane, as well as the number 5. That's the Mustang Sampling Proton Competition Porsche 963, and the JDC Miller Motorsports Porsche. That's also in. I believe that would be Richard Westbrook climbing aboard. He's another Rainmeister. All right, I'm going to try and sneak around. Oh, nope, can't do that. We've got a lot of cars coming into the pit lane now. That's the sound of Sebastian Bourdais. Into the pit lane is also coming the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin and the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. It's very congested down here. We've also got the 10 in. Ooh, the 63, the CS63 is into the pits and out.
And there's been an incident with cars trying to get into the pit lane, coming out of turn at number 10 into 11. The 55 has gone sideways into the wall, and Heart of Racing Aston in there as well, which I think is the 27 car. Yes, it is. The Form 1 Ford Mustang Proton car. And Gianmarco Leverato has been into the wall hard on driver's left. We are full course yellow. The pit lane entry is shown as blocked. Everybody who got in, that will be fine. And there's a few people who ended. I think Ben Barnicat might have come into a closed pit at that with the Vassar Sullivan car. We'll have to wind that one back and have a look at it. Dane Cameron not yet into the pits. Nick Yellowly, of course, on wet weather tyres. The bad news for him that it is in some ways that it's come, that the full course caution has come. He was already on wet weather tyres and would have had a huge advantage as everybody was getting back up to speed. EMR safety crew, IMSA's finest, already on the scene with Leverato. The other car involved, the Aston Martin from Heart of Racing, is Zach Robichon behind the wheel of that car. The intervention Porsche Cayenne's already on the scene as well. And Gianmarco out of the car. That's the good news. Huge. It's going to be a huge issue for the teams who haven't managed to get in for their pit stops. And just wait for Gianmarco to leave his car. Yeah, he had the accident on his own, and then in trying to avoid it, Zach Robichon lost the back end of the number 27 Aston Martin from Heart of Racing. It'd been a big lose on the exit of turn number 10 for Leverato, who'd speared across the track into the tyre wall and bounced right across the track. Now, who was the other car involved there? There was somebody else involved with Leverato.
Was that a Corvette?
I couldn't quite see. Was it one of the Corvettes? I'm not sure. Maybe the Lamborghini. We'll see. We'll leave race control to sort that out. Jeremy, my thought process there, once we got saw that the drivers were out, was that Nick Yellowly was somewhat unlucky that happened there, because he was already on wet. but also losing out was anyone who didn't make a pit stop, including the race leader, Dane Cameron.
That's right. I mean, Nick Yelly, unfortunately, he'd lost a lap changing onto wets, and then for several laps there, it was clearly the wrong call because the overall leader's lap time came down right back down to the 35s, which is as quick as he'd been going. Dane Cameron had turned that car's best lap of the race shortly after the restart, 20 minutes or so ago. But unfortunately, that was the first car that went past the pit lane entrance as the rain began to really come down. So he has not come onto pit lane. That's the only one of the GTP cars then that will not be on wet weather tyres. That's the race leader, car number 7. So he will be in as soon as the pits are opened, and that's really bad news for his hopes in the Michelin Endurance Cup, because we're only 2 minutes away. Well, actually, what he'll probably do now, because we're going to be under a yellow for a while, he'll probably stay out, perhaps, irrespective of how hard it rains, and then he'll be lucky and he should get the maximum points, because this is going to be a lengthy cleanup, of course. So he won't come in. He will lead at the 3-hour mark.
There's no chance of the pits opening anytime soon, Jeremy, because of the amount of work. So nobody can pit. And bizarrely, it stopped raining on the front straight. It has stopped raining on the front straight. So this might not be the disaster that we thought. It's strange, isn't it, how these things ebb and flow. It's the sine wave of fortune, good or bad. Well, coming down to the halfway point, and the weather has played its hand. It was one of our Porsche keys to the race. We said we couldn't control it. You can only control what you can control. A splash of rain that came in from the inner loop side of the circuit. That seemed to have disappeared. 1 or 2 cars jumped, and it looked like it might have been wrong. Then a heavy shower. More than that, more than a shower. Prolonged rain on the front straight. It's still spitting a little bit here, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was as the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston with Zach Robichon.
So it's a problem. So if you can still hear me, there's the number 27 car does get going again. So he's lost a lap or 2 there. But the good news is that car is back on track. It doesn't seem, other than a left rear puncture perhaps, doesn't seem to be too much damage on that race car. So that would be well, kind of good news and bad. Certainly good news if there's no serious damage to that number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. And out front and circulating under the safety car, waiting to see when the cars pack up again whether the number 25 and the number or number 31 car was able to get past the leaders when the other GP leaders came onto the pit lane, so we're therefore back on the lead lap. The 25 car certainly should be back on the lead lap. Not quite sure about the number 31, so that will become apparent once the cars pack up behind the safety car. But it's Dane Cameron that leads under this extended full course caution period. So 3 hours now completed in this race.
.58 minutes and 46 seconds to go, Jeremy.
Good. Yeah, great. You're back. Thank you. I lost you there for a while.
I think everybody did. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who was standing by the 27 Heart of Racing pit just before that incident happened. Very unlucky for Zachary Robichon. He was not involved in the original accident with the Mustang. Shea?
Super unlucky. Hand's been across the throat. The control arm is broken on the left rear. The suspension's also broken on the left front. Bodywork damage all around. There's a giant gaping hole in the nose of this car where it shouldn't be as well. This is going to be pushed back behind the wall, but I don't think we're going to see it again from what the mechanics were saying.
It's a shame. Did his best to get that car back into the pit lane. Still got to try and identify the car that was alongside Gianmarco Leverato. I thought he'd just gone wide on his own coming out of 10, but there was another vehicle involved. Now, it was a very long shot I got, so anybody in the Turn 10 grandstands who's listening to me here, at IMSA Radio, please, if you spotted it, or those of you at the Ford Mustang owners area on the outside of Turn 11, you'd had a good view at that as well. At IMSA Radio, please, if you saw what was going on. That would be excellent. Hello to Uncle Kevin. And to Craig Scully King. Good to have your company at IMSA Radio. We are getting closer, Jeremy, to opening the pit lane, but I think Dane Cameron stays out now, doesn't he?
Where are we on his fuel stint? He was last in on lap 57, so no, he will need to make a pit stop. That's the car that did not pit during that previous caution period, so no, he will need to take on service. That'll drop him kind of to the back of the field. But the good news is he did get those Michelin endurance points at the 3-hour mark, so that will move the number 7 car into the lead in the Michelin Endurance Cup for GTP. Will get 5 points for leading at that juncture. The number 31 car will get only 2, so from a 1-point deficit to a 2-point advantage for the number 7 car. I'll wait for the rest of them, John. I'll wait till the official scores come out, which should be, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or so.
Now, pits have just been opened for prototypes, and the safety car is just coming to turn 10 now. There are a couple of P2s that haven't dived in. They may not have been open for them as they came through. Here's the Corvette. You can see it now off to my right. And Shea Adam has seen Joy Hand come into the pits. That will... now, that car had a flat tyre, so that's emergency service. Yep. For that car, for Joy Hand. And Shea, you're about to get the takers who do want to come in to the pit lane. There's a lot of drying material down on the far corner, and I think that Dane Cameron has come, but Nick Tandy has not. Shea?
That is correct. I've got the blue headlights car, which is the number 7, but the red headlights car has stayed out for Porsche Penske Motorsport. So Nick Tandy is still out on the track. Remember, he came in and got wet weather tires. And oh, by the way, there's raindrops falling in my face again. So now it is starting to rain once more. I've got the 10 signboard is now hanging out as well. Dane Cameron is going on to no tires, fuel only. Interesting move. The hot Michelins, they feel, are stronger. This rain shower that's coming down on us right now is not supposed to last terribly long, but I am kind of surprised because there's wet weather tires up on the wall for the 57. They are not coming in to do a stop. This would be a second set of wet weather tires, though. Is it Phil Ellis or Indy Donche aboard the 57 right now? This is the car that's won 3 out of the first 4 races for the GTD class this year, as in comes the 10. So let's see what they do for the Koenig Renault. Ooh, they're putting scrubbed slick tires back onto the number 10. So very interesting move that they're doing. Indy Donche, thank you, John, in the number 57 Windward Racing. He's quite good in the rain, being from the Netherlands. Let's see. Yeah, so, okay, no tire change for Dane Cameron, and then scrubbed lightly, well, more than lightly used, I would say, tires for Philippe Albuquerque.
Wow, that is a brave move if you're out there on wets to switch over, I understand. Well, I suppose you had the opportunity to come on to them. This from Sprayton Wood. Hello, Alistair. If no one can pitch, shouldn't the race be red flag during the clear up to avoid anyone running out of fuel? He's actually put that down as a Michelin PRT, but I'm going to answer that now. IMSA for quite a long time have had a thing called emergency service, which means if you are struggling or if you have damage, that it would be silly to drive around the track, and you can come in and attend to that. If you're running out of fuel, you're allowed to come in and get a splash of fuel, 5 seconds it is here, and then you get sent. The proviso is you have to come in when we go green and come back down the pit lane. But of course, if you've only put 5 seconds worth of fuel in, then of course that you do. Then you have to do that anyway. So there's no chance of people being forced to run out of fuel. It's up to them as to whether they come in for emergency service or not. Now, clearly you'd rather get back on your normal pit strategy, but that is the way that it works here in IMSA, and has done for quite a while. To stop just such an occasion happening, Alistair. Thank you for that question at IMSA Radio. And thank you for all of your submissions, particularly while President of IMSA John Doonan was in there. It was good to hear from them at the top. Tradition started many years ago by Scott Atherton. In fact, we had a hashtag for that, didn't we? Ask Atherton. Shall we have demand of Doonan? If we're going to keep the alliteration. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Good that he takes the time to come and talk to us. Still under the safety car, and now the pits are open for GT, and the number 64 Ford Mustang is in, and they're brand new.
From the lead.
Brand new. Yeah, from the lead in GTD Pro. Thank you, Jeremy. Share their brand new Michelin slicks going on.
No, they're brand new wet weather tires, John. The slicks have come off this car. So for the 64 and Harry Ticknell, he's been out on the racetrack doing a very nice job keeping it on the black stuff on the hot Michelin slicks. Now he'll get to go out on Michelin wet weather tires. This is into the pit lane. Also comes the Iron Dames Lamborghini. This one, the number 83, is also going on to wet weather tires with the driver change going on. Sarah Bovey taking over. So glad to see that driver change going very smoothly as Michelle Gadding is out. The 64 Ford Mustang is back out and running, but beating him back out after just a splash of fuel, the number 4 Corvette with Tommy Milner still aboard.
Number 3 car from that team getting service as well, and one of the mechanics reaching into the air intakes just ahead of the rear wheels and pulling out an immense amount of crud in there, mainly tyre debris. So interesting split in thought process. The prototypes coming off wets and going onto slicks, and the
just those two
GT car. Yeah, true.
Well, just the one
True.
actually. Just the one actually. The number 10 car, because the number 7 car was already on slicks.
Yes.
But look who's in
well,
third
not
position.
choosing to take wets, I suppose. Yeah.
Correct, yes indeed. The number 63 car, the Lamborghini, up into third position. How cool is that? Look at the radar screen there. We've been pretty fortunate. It hasn't been but it's looked worse here in the past, hasn't it?
It's true enough. Well, rundown, we'll give you a VP in-race update in just a second. You're listening to IMSA Radio and watching into TV as well, of course, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and on Sirius 206. We're well into the second part of this race. So 3 hours and 10 minutes gone, 2 hours and 50 still remaining. Right, Jeremy, let's have a rundown of how things have shaken out after that little round of pit stops.
Yeah, so the number 7 car, of course, needed fuel. That has dropped from the lead down to, I think, 8th position at the moment. So, other than that, no real change. The order otherwise is the same. The Lamborghini had been charging along before that. While it was at least damp, if not wet in parts, certainly, he managed to get. But he closed up on the number 85 car, and during that round of pit stops, number 63 Lamborghini has moved ahead of the number 85 car, so they're now running 3rd and 4th rather than 5th and 4th. if you like. Behind them remains 0-1. The other positions remain unchanged. So behind the Brady 5 car, which is in 4th position, is number 01, the 5, the 24, the 7, the 10, number 10, and the number 24 5 car. And I'm trying to figure out whether that is back on the lead lap or not. I thought it should have been, but
Negative.
oh no, it was behind number. Well, it was behind the number.
Because 7 didn't come in. I think.
Right. So I think it's at the. I think it's ahead of the. I think before we go green, it'll get the wave around. I think that's what the basic thing here. I think.
That
can you see out the window?
VP in race update.
Is it between the safety car and the leader, John?
I'll see the next time they come round. We'll check that. Shea Adam has news of another pit stop for Wayland Cadillac. Tom Blomqvist back down the pit lane, as well as a couple of GT cars, and the Inter-Europol by PR1 Matheson, number 52, P2.
And the number 64, Harry Tinknell, you thought they were putting slick tires on. They should have listened to you, because they just came back down to actually put some slick Michelin tires on. They are lightly scrubbed in. Also into the pit lane, the number 124 Wright, they went on to slick tires as well. And I do see the headlights of a BMW, so let me keep my eyes open for which one that is. All the cars that came in, all the ones that did come in, they did go on to the slick dry tires. So I'd imagine the track will dry out pretty quickly. It's the 25 that's back in. Nick Yellowly, who was the first of our GTP drivers to switch onto the wet weather tires, is now going back onto dry weather tires.
And Tom Blomqvist did the same in the Wayland car, did he? Shea went on back onto dry.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, you know, there you go. Dane Cameron
Right, so
with a set of worn tyres on.
Yeah, and the number 25 car, John, BMW, did get the wave around, has just come into the now, presumably Shea to put on back onto slick tyres.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he went very early because he was at the back of the queue, wasn't he, having done that drive-through with Philippe Albuquerque. Yeah. So he didn't have much to lose and everything to gain. If the yellow flag hadn't come out, he would have been on the right tyres after a couple of laps, if not been. But ifs and ands, etc., aunts and uncles. I'll leave the rest of that out because I want to continue to have a broadcasting career. Sebastian Bourdais now coming down pit lane in the 01 Cadillac, and Jesse Krohn for BMW, the 24. Now, as they come in, are they stopping in the pit boxes? Yes, they are. Also, right opposite me, the CrowdStrike Algarve Pro Racing car is going on to slicks, and I presume that's also happening for Cadillac 01 and BMW number 24.
Affirmative, and for the 45, that's the Dex Imaging Lamborghini from WTR Andretti. We've got Oliver Jarvis very nearly taking out the pit board at the number 19. That's the Iron Lakes Lamborghini. They are too going on to the slick tires. Very good stop by Pfaff so far. They've changed the left side tires way before the Iron Lynx Lambo could even think to change theirs. No driver change for any of these cars, and also back in Iron Names because they went on to another set. Well, they went on to wet weather tires, having not used them before, and now they're needing to put on the new set of dry weather tires. So they were just in the pit lane, but now they're just out of it. Once again, the safety car lights are out, and we have a very large queue of cars that are going to be scrambling around to try and catch up to the leader.
Yeah, that is, it's not going to be the worst thing actually, because they might get a bit of heat into those tyres that they've just thrown on those cars. Safety car just going into turn 5, the carousel at the moment, as all of those cars are heading up through the S's that Shea was mentioning. And as we come back to the restart, it'll be Nick Tandy who leads them to green. Well, that was an interesting little passage of play, wasn't it? In point of fact, really, nobody's lost or gained anything in terms of where they jumped, where they didn't jump for tyres. The only car that shuffled down through the pack is Dane Cameron, but he was on a different fuel strategy anyway, so he would have had to come in at some point, even if none of that shenanigans had happened. So it was a bit of a false spot for the the number 7 car. And his teammate leads, so Porsche Penske Motorsport are still smiley people.
Sort of, yeah, and they got both their bases covered because the number 6 car is on wet weather tyres. The top 4, I believe, are on wet weather tyres. Number 6, number 40, number 63, and number 85. Also on slick tyres, on wet tyres, are the number 5 car, number 7, and the number 10. No, that's on dry weather tyre, just came into the mix.
Yeah, they came in.
So the only ones on dries then are the number 10, 25, and now have just made their stops, number 0, 1, and number 24. Presumably that's going to be the order when they come around next time. So, yeah, there's a whole bunch of different differences of opinion. Oh, we're going back to green, aren't we?
Yes, we are, and we go back to green. And one or two people diving late into the pit lane there. Lilo Wadu and Ben Hanley both coming in from P2 positions at the sharp end of the field. And Nick Tandy then led them across the line with Jordan Taylor right with him. And Jordan Taylor's already, well, has he? I need to see them going down the back straight. My tracker says that the lead has changed. And they are very close together, so you can't always believe that. But I think there's been a change in lead as they go through the inner loop and through turn 5, through the chute and down to 6. Tandy, Taylor, Caroli and Westbrook is how they started. Now the leaders are into turn 7. And through the toe of chute. As the so the battle for the lead then coming through turn number 9, and I'll have to wait till I see them come around as we don't have all the cameras. And here they come now, and onto the front straight is a Tandy who still leads. It is, but only for a moment. He's dived into the pit lane, and no, that is Tandy staying out, so that must have been it's 7 stayed out, Dane Cameron, and Nick Tandy came in. The Porsche twins playing tricks with me, but Dane Cameron on those tyres that he started the wet weather cycle with is now to the front of the field. No wonder the tracker couldn't keep up with what is going on. Jordan Taylor in second, and Dane Cameron's pulled out a 3-second lead on those tyres that he was in the middle of that rain shower in. We thought it was going to be a disadvantage for him, and he's made it work. And that car that was out of sequence but leading is now on sequence and leading. Jeremy, what a turnaround for Dane Cameron and Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? He took the restart into 6th position, and all of a sudden he's in the lead of the race and looking good here because he's at this particular moment in time on the right tyres. His last lap time was a 1 minute 41.3. The Jordan Taylor, who's now in 2nd position, so didn't quite take the lead, should have done, but didn't, ran a 1:45.3, so 4 advantage to the slick-tyred car on that last lap.
A couple of LMP2s getting the drive-throughs, and that was what we saw, I think, on the restart. Mikkel Jensen's just come through, and that was overtaking under yellow. For that car, and there was another car that was I'm hearing that car did a full service actually, so the 11 and the Ranch 74 car, they will have to come back down through the pit lane, as will the United Autosport number 22. Didn't do the minimum fueling time, as did the number 78, that is as well, same thing. All right, let's get back to the front of the field where Dane Cameron is pulling away for Porsche, as we'll pick up on the pits in just a moment's time. Actually, let's go down there now, because we don't have cameras out in the country at the moment because of the weather. So Shea, Adam, tell us about what's going on in the pits.
New tires for the 40 Acura, that's the Dex Imaging WTR Andretti car, the JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche, the number 85, and the SC63 Lamborghini of Lamborghini Iron Links. They've done a driver change for the 63 as well. Andrea Caldarelli is out, Matteo Cairoli has taken over. Also into the pit lane, the 78 Forte Racing Lamborghini, they served a drive-through, and the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW, they're going to switch off of those wet weather tires for Robbie Foley and onto some dry tires, because the problem is it's not supposed to rain for about the next hour heavily. Might rain lightly. Now we've got Mikkel Jensen in doing his drive-through, and Matteo Cairoli will be back in to do a drive-through as well for a pass under yellow.
Well done, Shea. Thank you for bringing us up to date. As we've got the TDS racing car into the pit lane. That is the TDS, the Mikkel Jensen number 11 car. That was one of the cars that has their penalties. They're trying to get that out of the way. IMSA Radio on Series 206. You're watching on YouTube or IMSA TV or anywhere else and wondering what the situation is. The camera operators have been asked to stand down at the moment because of weather in the area. The rain continues to fall, and at the moment we'll continue our coverage here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV with what we can see from the onboards and some locked off cameras. Safety first, of course, into the pit lane, and the pit call is probably as important as anything else at the moment. That looked like the Mustang sampling car coming along pit lane for Ben Viscal. Yes, it was. So all of those tyre changes onto wets that didn't work have now been rectified, I believe, and they are, all of the leading GTP cars are now back onto, or have stayed on, in the case of the leader Dane Cameron, stayed on the slick tyre. He didn't change tyres at all through that. Some people have changed tyres twice. Dane Cameron, whether it was good management, good fortune, or a bit of both, Jeremy, he only came and fueled the car in that whole cycle.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of good luck, I think, because I think when he went past the pit entrance just about as the heavy rain began to come down, so he couldn't come into the pit lane. It looked like that was going to play massively into the favour of everybody else who did come into the pit lane. But now the boot is completely on the other foot, and here he is, as you say, in the lead, and with a pretty handy margin over the other 5 cars that were on slick tyres at this restart.
Listen carefully, we can hear the sound of rain on the effects mics out there, and it is ticked down on pit lane again. Wipers have gone on. This is incredible. Don't like the weather? Wait 2 laps, it'll change. And this is going to send, if this stays for anything like a few moments, this will send, it'll have to bring everybody back into the pit lane. Dane Cameron out in front by 6 seconds, and he is the first car to come into the bad weather as he comes through the laces and into the toe of the boot. It's teeming on the front straight. There are plumes of spray coming up from behind the cars as they go by. That was Nick Tandy just going past me. You can hear rumbling in the distance. We've got some takers, I think, for wet weather tyres, but full course yellow. Full course yellow has been called. Joey Hand was in just after it. Tommy Miller got in just before it in the number 4 Corvette. Full course yellow called at 36.36. Joey Hand in at 38, and it's a closed pit because it's a short yellow. It's a short yellow, and there's a car in the barriers just to my right at turn 11. It is. I think it's the Inception.
McLaren?
No, I think it's the.
Yeah.
I think it's the Dames. Is it not the Iron Dames? Looks a bit pinker than the McLaren.
Oh, does it? Okay.
I think it's the 83 that is in the wall. I can't see it through the binoculars for the Sahlen's Bridge. Sarah Bovey, I think, got out at the last stop, and Michelle Gatting got in. And
Ouch. Ooh,
yeah, it's the Lambo. And again, it was off the curb of turn number 10, flicked into the barriers on driver's left, and a wheel ripped off there. Now the pits are not going to open here. Repeat, the pits are not going to open. So drama with just under a quote-unquote normal IMSA race to go. Dane Cameron leads for Penske and for Porsche. The PPM, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, then will be in behind the safety car with Philippe Albuquerque in second, Nick Yellerly in third, and the heavy rain has eased. Still very wet on the front straight. It's like somebody's turned on a faucet, a garden hose or a tap and a sprinkler system and then turned it off again, Jeremy. It's just enough to wet the track quite heavily, but then nothing after that. It was literally a lap's worth of rain.
Yeah, so tricky for the drivers out there. I mean, God, it's so treacherous, this place. It's such high speed, and we talked about it before the start of the race. It's such a treacherous track in dry conditions, and when it's changeable like this, it's really, really tricky out there. So, you know, hats off to the majority for keeping it on the grey stuff, because it's really, really difficult. 102 laps now completed, by the way, overall. Maybe we should run down the order because it's changed so much, it seems, over the last few laps.
And I just want to say that it was Sarah Bovey in the 83 car, and I'll give you some news about her. I can't see the car at the moment because it's in behind where the sponsors bridge is, and that's no criticism. It is on the right hand side of the track in the short chute between 10 and 11. A wheel was ripped off in the initial impact and went to the inside of the track. The safety crews were on the scene in their usual speed. Drivers left then, the car's been asked to move over to the other side of the road as they come through turn 10. Good idea, Jeremy. Even though we've only had a few laps of green, there's been a few changes. This is how it stands with 2 hours and 30 minutes to go here at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen.
Yeah, so number 7 car leads with the Dane Cameron at the wheel. As we see another replay of that huge accident for Sarah Bovey there. Really scary incident. That wheel came off that car as well. Thankfully, was collected by the inside barrier. In second position then is Philip Albuquerque. Then in number 10, third position, Nick Yellerly, car number 25, who managed to make up a couple of positions as we came towards the yellow. So he's now in third place, having got past both the number 01 car of Sebastian Bourdais and the team car, the team BMW, Jesse Krohn, in car number 24. In sixth position, having made a stop just a few laps ago. He was one of the first guys to change back onto slick tyres. His car number 6, that is Nick Tandy. 7th position is Richard Westbrook. 8th position Jordan Taylor in car number 40, and then Ben Viscott in car number 5. The number 31 car runs 10th position overall, but is still a lap down. I think maybe he's just got the with the pit stop. I'm not sure if he's got to lead back or not. He was 1 lap down. Also 1 lap down to the leaders for sure is number 63 Lamborghini. That was the car that was into the pit lane just a little while ago. So whether that was a long stop for the Lamborghini, because he came in ahead of number 85 car, but the 85 car has retained position on the lead lap. The 63 car apparently has not. So that's a shame for that Lamborghini. In LMP2, number 04 car, brilliant drive, as John Heinhoff was documenting before we came to the caution period. Moved from the back of the field to the front in the CrowdStrike Racing car number 04 in LMP2, runs in 11th position overall, only 1 lap down to the GTP leaders. Second position is Scott Huffaker for MDK by High Class Racing, car number 20. Third position in LMP2, Jakub Szymkowski in car number 52 for PR1 by Inter Europol. Then it's Charlie Eastwood. Boy, they've had a a challenging weekend for Tower Motorsports. That car, number 8 car, couple of crashes yesterday, but that car running in 4th position ahead of the United Eurosports USA entry of Paul de Resta in car number 22. John.
Thank you, Jeremy, for that VP Racing update. A couple of cars that have come in for emergency service. Shea Adam, let's just document that so that we remember when we go back to green.
The one that just came in was the number 32 KPM Mercedes, since Kenton Cook behind the wheel of that one. And they have had a helmeted Mike Skeen ready to jump aboard that car for quite some time, but they came in 5 seconds of fuel only. Kenton back out.
Fine, thank you. So that was the emergency service we were talking about earlier on. Yes, I had stayed out a very long time, Jeremy, and stayed out for the whole of the previous yellow. A number of people pointing out to us that they were rather scratching their head about why that was going on, and it hasn't worked for them because they'll still have to come in. They've only had 5 seconds worth of fuel. Can only surmise that they stayed out for the Michelin Endurance Cup points.
Yeah, quite likely, because they are in really good shape in that championship. They are in the 4th position. They were 5 points behind Russell Ward, Phil Ellis and Indy Johnson, number 57 Winward car coming into this event. It's a good point. Let's see if we've got any results from the 3-hour mark. I can update that too.
Championship winners in that Endurance Cup last year, that car that we were talking about, the number 32. So there'll be no penalty for Ken Cook in that number 32 in terms of him coming into the closed pit, because he only took the mandatory, or the allowed, should I say, 5 seconds of fuel. But of course he will then still have to come in for his service. This is going to be too much longer. Once again, our track services team have done a splendid job in restoring the side of the track to full health, as it were. Still haven't worked out, by the way, is who was involved with Gianmarco Liverato in the first of the incidents at that part of the circuit, down the little short straight between turns 10 and 11. There's definitely another car there. Whether it played a part, I don't know, but I haven't seen that being investigated yet. So race control either have looked at it and cleared it, well, I didn't see it come up on the screen it was being investigated, or there wasn't anything to investigate, more likely. So moving into the area now, Jeremy, well into the area where people are back timing to the end of the race. The problem with doing that is, with the weather being as, what's the word I'm looking for, contrary as it has been, as the GT class plate is going, you probably want to hold on to the positions you've got now, just in case anything happens that ends the race early. I mean, it's just an incredible set of decision-making parameters that the guys on the pit box have got to run through.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about right now. So don't. I mean, this is the clean-up still going on. We're going to be a while before we go back to yellow. I mean, no more points are handed out now until the end of race, whenever that comes, as you suggest there. But yeah, I don't think we should have a. Well, I'm thinking possibly we shouldn't have too long of a stoppage here. Look, the points are out then for the 3-hour mark in the race. In GTP, as we talked about, number 7 car was out in front, ahead of the number 6 car. Sister Porsche Penske Motorsports entry was in 2nd position, and the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti number 40 was in 3rd. So the points now in the teams championship in GTP, that will move number 7 car onto 28 points, which will be 2 points ahead then of the erstwhile leaders, number 31 car, the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac Racing entry. They'll be on 26, and up into third position from fifth will be number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsports on 23 points. In LMP2, for enough, the 2 cars that were last place in the points, number 20 and number 88, the first and second at the 3-hour mark. And interestingly, the car was in third position. Number 04 car with CrowdStrike Racing by APR, that was running in third position, so we'll get 3 points to the 2 of everybody else. Coming into this weekend, Aero Motorsport and the Inter Europol with PR1 Matheson were tied on 24. The CrowdStrike Racing was 1 point behind only on 23, so now we have 3 cars tied in the lead for LMP2. The number 18 car, which of course is unfortunately out of the race, so won't make any more progress. Number 52 and number 04 all tied on 26 points. In GTD Pro, the leader at the 3-hour mark was the Ford Multimatic Motorsports car number 64. Hats off to them, their first major gain of the season, although they were actually running second at the 6-hour mark in the Rolex 24 back in Daytona. But other than that, this is by far their best result. Second position at the 3-hour mark, number 4 Corvette. Third position was number 3 Corvette. So in the points overall, status quo at the front. Paul Miller Racing number 1 BMW will continue to lead on 28 points, 2 clear of Ricci Competizione Ferrari on 26. And then on 21 points will be the Ford Multimatic Motorsports number 64 and the AO Racing Porsche. I lied, the Corvette will have 22 points to the 21 of that other pair. In GTD, the class leader was that number 32 Korthoff Presta Motorsports car that came into this weekend 4th in points, 5 behind. It'll be now tied at the top. The car was in second position at the 3-hour mark, number 70 Inception Racing McLaren and Winward Racing's number 57 Mercedes. They will have 26 points to 24 of Korthoff Preston Motorsports, John.
Nice timing, Jeremy. Safety car lights are out. Pits will open as the safety car comes in. There's still 1 or 2 people who are on wet weather tyres. Let me quickly run through the cars that we have lost in the first half of the race. Dwight Merriman for Aero Motorsport, the number 18 Orica, stuck his nose in down at turn 6 and came off the worst. Chetlar Racing hit from behind. Roberto Lacorte in the car at the time, he's fine. Car was retired at turn 8. Joao Barbosa spun on the outside of turn 1 and put the Sean Creech Motorsport Ligier into the wall. Drivers right. Gianmarco Leverato, latest of the cars to be claimed by the curbs, we think, coming out of turn 10 and heading to 11, and that fate has also befallen Sarah Bovey, the Belgian driver in the Iron Dames 83 Lamborghini, and both of those last 2 have now been officially retired. I think, again, that isn't a surprise, but officially as retirements. It'll be Dane Cameron who brings us back to green flag with just under 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. And bizarrely, a bit of sunshine on the front straight. Wind gusting quite heavily now, and we've got about a 20-minute window according to the weather forecast before potentially we get a little splash, another little splash. So Dane Cameron, who toughed it out on the tyres on which he is riding at the moment, and he'll come round the final corner at turn 11, goes onto the throttle and pulls out a good 5, 6, 7 cars lengths lead. Brilliant restart from Cameron. Philippe Albuquerque is no slouch, but he's left in the dust as Cameron charges down towards turn 1, and he's got enough of a gap to be able to see that on the tracking system. Through turn 1, only 1 dry line up through the first part of the S's, and it's a good second between Cameron and Albuquerque. Onto the back straight now. Philippe Albuquerque in second place. Corvette into the pit lane. That will be Joey Hand, and he must be doing a tyre change here.
Joey Hand is also doing a tire change for the Ford Mustang, but the Corvette that came in is Tommy Milner staying aboard and doing scrubbed Michelin slick tires. Almost done with the tire change. There we go. It was just a tiny little splash of fuel. Tommy Milner is now sent out for hopefully the next hour. We've also had the KPM Mercedes back in. This is the number 32. They, remember, had to do their emergency service. First available opportunity. They dove back down the pit lane. Fuel, tires, driver change. Mike Skeen is now aboard.
Huge penalty has been given to the number 85. This is Richard Westbrook for JDC Miller Motorsports. The car has led the race. Oh, big lock up there by the Lamborghini. Andrea Caldarelli, who's having a battle in the GTP category. Richard Westbrook, a stop and 5-minute hold for hitting the RFID gate on the way out of the pit. I presume it was on the way out rather than the way in. Crossed the line, Dane Cameron by almost 2 seconds now. What a restart for the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7. Wayne Taylor racing with Acura and Andretti, second place. They've spread out nicely. Westy will have to come in, might as well boil an egg in that time. Do a bit of toasted soldiers and have afternoon tea. He will
what a shame
not be
for
happy with
that
that.
team.
They've done well today, Jeremy, haven't they? Led the race on pace. Phil Hansen was superb in that early stint.
Yeah, I mean, you try not to have favourites, but you've got to vote for the underdog, haven't you? And they've been, they are absolutely the underdogs in that JDC Miller Motorsports entry, but did a fabulous job. A brilliant first stint by Phil Hansen. Timon van der Helm doing a respectable job in the second stint, and now Westy at the wheel. He's on. What tyres is he on? Is he on? Yeah, he's on slicks, isn't he now? But he just got passed, actually, I think, by the P2 leader last time around. On board with Toby Sari. Maybe he's got back past him again now, but he was briefly passed by the 04, I think.
Crowd strike by APR, Alcoa Pro Racing. Stuart Sam Cox in the pit lane. Come straight from Le Mans, as a number of teams, drivers, journalists have done. And some of them will be off to CrowdStrike Le Mans, CrowdStrike Spa 24 next weekend, the 100th anniversary race. Dane Cameron, well, you can say it might have been a bit fortunate the way it's played out, with him not being able, even if he wanted to get in the pit lane and change tyres. There's nothing fortunate about his pace now. He's straight down into the middle 36s, 136.4, and he's pulled out a good couple of seconds. Philippe Albuquerque just fighting back a little bit on this lap as the sunshine returns to the front of the front straight here, and Andrea Caldarelli for Lamborghini Iron Lynx, the number 63 car, is into the pit lane. And they're taking the bodywork off that car at the back. This is disastrous for them, so they have got more than a tyre problem here. They had wet weather tyres up on the wall. They've got slick tyres on that car, but they are peering at the motor. Shea Adam is on her way down. She'll find out from the team what is going on. Meantime, in the GT battle, Ollie Milroy for Inception leads for McLaren from Vassar Sullivan's Aaron Telich and Simon Mann for AF Corsa. The 3 GTDs ahead of the GTD Pro now, which is led by Paul Miller racing the BMW. Antonio Garcia and Harry Tinknell for the non-problematical Ford, the number 64 car.
It's been a big change around, John. Then Ollie Milroy has made up 3 positions on the restart. He was in 4th position, I think, behind number 21, 57 and 12. It's now the 70, 12, 21, and then Madison Snow next up in car number 1. Then the Corvette of Antonio Garcia. Those are the first 2 then in GTD Pro, behind 3 non-pro cars. Ollie Milroy in that Inception McLaren. Aaron Telitz, who got back aboard number 12, or excuse me, got aboard number 12, Vassar Sullivan Lexus in 2nd position, and Simon Mann in the AF Corsa Ferrari, bundled down to 3rd place at that restart, ahead of, still though, the 2 pro cars.
Shea Adam, not good news for Lamborghini fans.
Unfortunately not. They have a bottle of water that they are adding to this engine, and they keep trying to repressurize it, and it is not going well as they plug hoses back in. Andrea Podarelli has actually taken his gloves off inside the cockpit of the car to try and give himself a little bit of a respite while they continue to do this work, but it looks maybe as if a hose came off, and that's what caused this engine issue.
That would account for him slowing markedly on that in lap. If the temperature alarm was going off, there does seem to be water coming out of somewhere near the filler, actually. Very odd one. Yeah, let's pick up some GT battles. And there are plenty of them to look at the moment. Antonio Garcia just half a second ahead of Harry Tinknell. Corvette versus Ford versus BMW, with Madison Snow now in third position, so that's changed round again, even since the last time I mentioned it. Ben Barnicat in fourth for the number 14. Still got one or two cars with the wipers running. A bit further down, Albert Costa, Burbo's got Simon Mann there, Alex Riberas, Devlin Di Francesco. They're all pretty close together as well. New leader at the front of the field. Gone through just this moment. That's Philippe Albuquerque who's gone through for Wayne Taylor, racing with Andretti. Just coming through to the laces and the toe of the boot. The top five absolutely together. Big flash of the lights from Jesse Krohn on his teammate Nick Yellerly. So he's trying to come back through the pack.
But one of those cars, John, the car that's running third position on the road, that's number 31 car. That is a lap down, and looking to the inside, that is going to turn 8. Did he make that pass? Yes, I think he, well, kind of, sort of, going side by side of it to turn 9. Number 31 car still hanging on the outside, which is dangerous. So he tucks in behind. So that's not what the number 31 car needed. Tom Blunk was trying to get that lap back in that number 31 car.
There was a bit of hip and shoulder when the lead changed, coming up over the top of the brow from the S's. Again, traffic playing its part, and Dane Cameron maybe just having to take his foot off the gas a little bit. That was all the invitation that Philippe Albuquerque needed. He had two left-hand side Michelins pretty much on the grass. That's still damp up there as well. And there's still one or two damp patches coming out of the toe of the boot as well that are damp enough to have spray being thrown up from the slick tyres that are on these cars at the front of the field. So Acura at the front with 2 hours, 10 minutes and 22 seconds to go. And now the battle begins to heat up for second. Dane Cameron, Sebastian Bourdais, Nick Yellerly and Jesse Krohn just about to join onto the back of that. The interloper in there trying to get the lap back is Tom Blomqvist.
So that's the 9th, that is officially now the 9th different car to lead this race, John. 12th lead change, number 10 car to lead this race at Lamborghini pushed away. That's sad.
Some fast laps going on in GTD. Ollie Milroy for Inception just nicked the fastest lap of the class with a 45.8, but a 45.7 from the car right in his wheel tracks. Aaron Taylitz has just taken that particular accolade. And the Lamborghini sadly disappearing, not under its own steam, getting help from the mechanics. And just ahead of it, Shea, Adam, we have a pit stop.
We do. Windward with their Mercedes has come into the pit lane. Indy Donche is getting out and getting into the car on a very lightly set of scrubbed Michelin slick tires, Phil Ellis. Now there's 2 hours and 10 minutes to go in the race. I know the brains on this box are already back timing to the end of this one, waiting on the driver change to be completed. The team which has won the first 2 endurance races of the season and won every single race that they DNF'd last season. They DNF'd this one last season, just saying. Let's see if they can refire the car up. There we go for Phil Ellis. Is into the penalty box goes Richard Westbrook, waiting on fuel. Very clean stop by Windward. Phil Ellis is getting impatient. He really wants to go play on the track. And I love the gesture from the lead crew guy to say, go out, go have some fun, go make us proud, Phil.
Still this great battle at the front of the field with Philippe Albuquerque leading by a second now over Dane Cameron. He's got 6/10 over Sebastian Bourdais. Then the two BMWs, just a little bit, just falling a little bit back from that leading three. 5 minutes stop and hold for Richard Westbrook for hitting the RFID gate. And the trying to get out ahead of the number 40 Acura at the last pit stop, did so, but just misjudged it and clipped the right-hand side of the Michelin RFID reader and pit out. And speaking of Michelin, Jason Anzalone has arrived. Why is that important that we have those RFID readers working, Jason?
Hey, John. Yeah, so the RFID readers is important to ensure that we're tracking the tires and the usage of the tires. So all tires are scanned, all fresh tires are scanned for us to track and keep reporting on. And so yeah, it's unfortunate collision with our RFID box. Hopefully all the equipment is okay.
This has been an event so far where we've had pretty much everything. Scorching track temperatures earlier on in the week. Rain that has blown through and dried up. We've had some rain tyres on. We've had Dane Cameron who didn't. Is that a challenge that your tyre engineers attached to the team relish, or is it do they just at some stage have to throw their hands up in the air and go, well, we just got to play it as we see it?
Certainly it's not always ideal, but for us at Michelin, it gives us a great opportunity to showcase what we can do across a broad range of tires when it comes to wet, when it comes to dry. It's a good challenge for us, but it helps us continue to develop and learn, understanding what the tire is capable of. And when it's scorching hot here in Watkins Glen, it puts certainly some stress on the tire, but we can only get better from that. Understanding all conditions is important.
Since the last time that you and I talked, IMSA have added the Ford Mustang Challenge. The GT3 cars are out here as well. Your supplier for that. What solution did you go to for the Mustang Challenge? We had two cracking races here on the weekend.
We're excited for the Mustang Challenge Championship to be launched here in 2024, and Michelin was chosen as the tire provider for that, and we created a bespoke 19-inch slick for that, which is the Dark Horse street car, comes with a 19, so we want to stay consistent, having that track to street. We're not the supplier on the street car, but Ford chose us to be the slick tire provider, and we were excited to have the challenge of creating that 19-inch solution.
Now, that's a race car that's firmly based in road car technology. It's in race car terms that makes it a bit heavier, but it's still a very powerful car, over 500 horsepower. That's difficult to work with.
I would say it's not always easy with that kind of power and of course the weight of the vehicle. But again, Michelin wants to continue to innovate, continue to show what we can do to overcome the challenges. And I would say we had a great race weekend here in Watkins Glen with the Mustang Challenge.
How important is it to get the drivers in that type of situation, in that single manufacturer situation, to get the drivers to get the feel? Because that's an ABS car, but it's not a traction control car. So there's a balance to be had there so that the drivers can feel what the car's doing. It can't be it can't be too sharp on the drivers, if you like. It's got to give good feedback.
Yeah, for sure. From a tire perspective, I think we came with a solution that was, I'll say, easy for the drivers to drive, and so far the feedback has been very, very positive on the tire. Consistent. Good wear, all the things you want out of a race slick. So again, Michelin is proud to be chosen as the supplier for the Mustang Challenge.
And are you working now on the fact that we heard last weekend that they're going to be racing at Le Mans next?
It's an interesting development, and we are excited to be in conversation with Ford. I think they're not fully sure what they'll do. I think there'll be maybe some other players in the conversation, but we hope that Michelin becomes the tire of choice at Le Mans, because it'd be a great challenge for us. Le Mans is always a difficult track, but as you can see with our experience in Le Mans, with hypercar and past years in GT, Michelin is always up for the challenge.
Richard Westbrook rejoins without hitting Jason's equipment at the side of the track. There's a sigh of relief there as he went out. Let's get back to here at the Glen. Just on 2 hours to go now. Your technicians are effectively part of the teams, particularly in the GTP ranks. How involved are they in the tyre choice, or is that got to be left to the teams and the drivers?
Yeah, it's left to the teams and the drivers. In IMSA, we only bring one spec of dry tire to a race weekend, so it's not like other championship WEC where there's two compounds to be chosen from, and we may play a little bit more influence, but we can certainly say, give feedback on tire temperatures, tire wear, all of the aspects of the tire, and that's how our team plays a significant role in the process.
We went through a phase of the race where people were coming in and out and changing tyres, slicks to wets, wets back to slicks. Dane Cameron just said, I can't be bothered with all this, I'm going to stick with what I've got, thank you very much. One innovation that you guys have introduced over the last season or so in the WEC is the coloured tabs on the sidewalls. Are we going to get those in IMSA?
Yes, so we started with just the small colored tab. If you saw Le Mans, it's a colored sidewall. We are happy to say that race in the future here in IMSA, we will showcase that. Today we have just a small colored tab, but in the future we'll have the full color ring sidewall, which will better indicate what tire is actually being used, whether it be soft, medium, or hard.
Yeah, and the difference between, it normally doesn't matter because if you're on a slick, it's only one particular slick here in IMSA. It's the change from wets to dries that we're catching us out a little bit down there in the pit lane, so it'll be the blue sidewalls for the wet weather tyres.
That's correct, John.
Great, as long as you stay like that. Jason, thank you very much for being with us. Always a pleasure to speak to you, and half the season still to go. Are you in good shape? Everybody in good? It's been a pretty busy couple of months for everybody. Everybody's still in good shape?
Yeah, the team certainly rests up when we're not on a race weekend, but of course it's been a busy IMSA championship so far this year, and with half the season to go, we'll be prepared for the rest of the season here.
Just had a note actually on at IMSA Radio. 56 cars here. How many tyres did you bring for this weekend? Because it's pretty much all bar one of the series this weekend are on your rubber.
Yeah, so for all the series we were running here at Watkins Glen, 6,000 tires that includes all the wet tires. So it's a monumental task for our team, of course, but we're up to the challenge. Our team does a great job making sure we have all the product necessary to support all the exciting race activity here at Watkins Glen.
And all the data you collect go into the next generation of Michelin Pilot street tyres, whether it's PS Pilot Sport 5s, which we're up to now, or any of the other cross climates and things like that that people can buy at the local tyre dealer.
Yeah, absolutely, John. With take GTP for example, and in our march towards 100% sustainable tires by 2050, that tire, the GTP tire, has 30%, and we will eventually get to 100% as quickly as we can. Of course, we'll likely get to an 80% quicker than we will get to 100%, but the ambition is to take what we learned here around renewable and recyclable material and get those technologies into our passenger tires.
Always a pleasure to speak to you. Say hi to the rest of the team.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the time.
Jason Anzalone from the Michelin tyres that are doing such great work out on the circuit at the moment, and well, that's 6,000 tyres. Count them out and count them back as well. Meantime, Nick Tandy is using his Michelin Pilot Sport slick tyres rather well, Mr. Shaw. He's within 2 seconds of the leader.
Yeah, over the course of the last few laps, he overtook both of the BMWs, and a couple of laps ago, Sebastian Bourdais. He passed Sebastian Bourdais. That really does tell you he's flying out there at the moment. In car number 6, up into third position, and right now onto the tail of his teammate Dane Cameron. And only about, 10, 12 car lengths ahead is the race leader, Philip Albuquerque. So the fastest man on the track right now, no doubt about it, is Nick Tandy in car number 6.
carving his way through traffic at the moment, and he's right with his teammate now. They go 3 wide as they pass the heart of racing. Aston Martin down into the toe of the boot, and sensibly Dane Cameron just eases, doesn't turn in at his normal spot. Nick Tandy's through, and now there's only a second or so between those 2 Porsches and the leader. Tandy has got the beeping in his ears. Target acquired through turn number 8, and Philippe Albuquerque in the WTR with Acura, with Andretti. Acura is the next box to tick off for Nick Tandy, and when the man from the centre of the UK is in this mood, there are very few drivers who can hold him back. The Bedfordshire Bullet has been released, and he's on a mission at the moment. Just under 2 hours to go in this race, and with still the threat of potential weather in the latter part of this race. Meantime, in LMP2, Toby Sowery for CrowdStrike continues to lead. Scott Huffaker is in second place, around about 3 seconds back. Paul de Resta is right on his tail for number 22, United Autosports Orica. In GTD, Ollie Milroy bringing a good restart and stint from Ollie in the Inception McLaren. He's got a second in hand over Aaron Tielitz, and then it's the Pro Cars, but they're about 10 seconds further back, and the Ford is leading now with Harry Tincknell to the head of the field, ahead of Madison Snow and Antonio Garcia in the BMW and the Corvette. Those 3 have been swapping and changing, but Harry Tincknell, since he's got to the front, has pulled out 4 seconds of a lead. But the story now is at the front of the field as Nick Tandy goes down the inside at the toe of the boot there, swings out wide. He wasn't close enough to Philippe Albuquerque to really make that stick, but is he rattling the Acura driver as they come through traffic, cresting the rise down towards turn 8, the right-hander. Full dry there now. Amazing how quickly it has dried up. Tandy able to move around behind that chrome blue and black Konica Minolta supported machine. Now he's on the headlight flash, now he jigs to the left. Across the line then, down into turn 1. Tandy up on the curb, and the curbs are still wet on the exit of turn 1. So the first assault, Jeremy, has been repelled at least for the time being by Philippe Albuquerque. Nice driving.
Yeah, he knows Tandy's there though, doesn't he? There's tremendous battle. Nick Tandy can put that car anywhere, it seems, at the moment, except for on that curb, as he just found out, almost to his cost. It'll stay sort of, it'll stay slippery there for a while. There's not been any rain around, I don't think, for a little while now. The track pretty much fully dry. Last lap time for the race leader, 136.3. That's about the quickest lap we've had for a while. His fastest lap at the race is 135.3, so only a second away from the fastest lap of that car's race thus far. And he's maintaining that lead for the Albuquerque. It's a tremendous battle going on the front there. Dane Cameron hanging on there pretty much, but as also on Nick Yellerly, who's just got past Sebastian Bourdais as well, so is Bourdais struggling a bit. What tyres did he put on last time? He went on to slicks on his last stop. I'm not quite sure.
U6, brand new slicks it was for
used slicks. Used slicks, okay, brand fine. New. So maybe he's struggling a little. New slicks, okay, fine. So
leaders coming through the final corner again here, Jeremy, and onto the front straight. And as they come past track again, Nick Tandy moves to the left, moves to the right. He was covered by Albuquerque, but Albuquerque could only make the one move, and they side by side through turn 1. Just about had racing room for both of them there. Almost a bit of side-by-side contact up through the S's. There's only one line there if you're into GTPs, and it's not side-by-side. I'm going to tell you that now. Nice run off the top of the hill by Tandy. He's in the draft. He'll go to the inside, but he can't make that one. Sparks from the underside of the Porsche behind them. The battle continues. It's a 4-way fight now. Check that, it's a 3-way fight for Dane Cameron, Nick Yellerly and Sebastian Bourdais. The Lamborghini is off the lead lap, but is in and showing good pace there at the moment. Where do we look at the moment? This is fantastic stuff. Down through the toe of the boot again. Sorry, that wasn't the Lamborghini, that went behind the wall, of course, so that was the LMP2 car, the bright green LMP2. Was holding its own through the inner loop. Now coming towards the end of this run on VP Racing Fuel, so we will have to break this up in a moment, but Tandy wants to be by before he comes to the pit lane, showing real tenacity behind the leader, but fabulous driving by Philippe Albuquerque. Only moves when he really feels the need to. Fair driving by both. Across the line again. Tandy a little further back this time. Albuquerque gets a great exit from the final corner, and this time he won't have to take a defensive line down into turn one. Smashing stuff from two top drivers.
It is, isn't it? A 35.9, that lap for Philippe Albuquerque. That's his best lap in quite a while. Most of the other leaders in GTP running 38s as Nick Yellerly and the rest of that group comes across the line to complete their 122nd lap. So a really good lap there for Philippe Albuquerque. He's certainly got, he's got just enough pace to say Nick Tandy at the edge.
The man at the head of Penske, Roger Penske, is here this weekend. Had a chat with him and with Tim Cindric last weekend at Le Mans. Chip Ganassi here, of course, as well this weekend, as he was last weekend. So they've been clocking up the air miles as well. More traffic now, so another opportunity for Nick Tandy perhaps to make up some positions. We've got to share for a CrowdStrike pit lane report at the moment and just have a little bit of a catch up on what's been going on, but this battle at the front of the field is all encompassing at the moment. Tandy just flashes the AMG before he commits to going down the inside. Good use of the headlights there, like that a lot. We now have our first drive-through for track limits. Not a car, I think, that's the sharp end of the field. It's Anders Fjord back for MDK Motorsport, and he's in the pit lane now doing that. And the traffic this time has favoured Philippe Albuquerque. And he's pulled out, what, 5 or 6 car lengths at least on Tandy as we head towards the next set of pit stops. An hour and 51 to go. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, sorry, I was confused myself. That was Fjord back. I was thinking the high-class LMP2 car. Of course, it's not. It's a GT car, isn't it? My mistake there, because the high-class car running really well there in well, 6th position. Well, it's 6th position now because Scott Huffaker just made a pit stop in that car, which took him out of 3rd position. The number 04 car, Toby Sari, still leads in LMP2 by about 5 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds over Paul di Resta in the United Autosports car number 22. Behind him now in 3rd place is the number 88 car of Nicholas Nielsen, because in addition to number 20 car coming onto pit lane, so too did Felipe Fraga in the number 74 Riley entry that was running in 4th position, and Michael Dynan was running 5th in the number 8 car. He's out again in, had just made a pit stop as well, number 8 car.
There is a car between 1st and 2nd at the moment. That is the number 43 Andretti Porsche, and Tandy goes by. Let's quickly nip down for a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Shea Adams had a few customers recently. What's been going on, Shea?
Notably, we just had Spike the Dragon in, and the last time that the rain came, it was AO Racing who went to the wet weather tires before anyone else. They just put slick Michelins on for Matthew Brabham, who has gone out for another stint during this race. The driver change assistant is a person that many of us know, because Gunnar Jeanette not only is the team manager, he's the guy over helping with the belts, and who better to do that than a driver of prototypes from a very long time.
And of course, as we went down to Shea, the lead has literally changed as Shea was wrapping up that CrowdStrike pit lane report. It was traffic assisted, but Nick Tandy took the opportunity very well indeed, coming into the toe of the boot with the Wright Motorsport, Porsche, and a couple of other GT cars right there. Tandy had closed the gap. Also the Lamborghini, turn 6 actually, where he got it done down the inside. That's actually a really impressive manoeuvre. Suggests to me, as they were coming through past the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, that Nick feels he's got a bit more grip from his Michelin tyres. So the second time now, I think, that the number 6 car has led the field, and Nick Tandy then has pulled out 1.2 seconds on Philippe Albuquerque. Albuquerque then has got to try and keep Tandy in check here, as Nico Varrone puts the fastest lap of LMP2 in. The Argentinian and Italian driver has 2 flags on his waistband. 1:36.5 for Varrone in that Dragon Speed Oregon.
Just took it away from Hunter McElroy, who did it a few laps ago, Jonathan. Just 3 or 4 laps ago that Hunter McElroy had set the fastest lap. So the Argentinian there once again showing well. He's a lap down, unfortunately, in that number 81 car. He lost that lap during that sequence where we had the rain and no rain, and then rain again, and then no rain. So he's got a bit of an uphill battle, but certainly not out of contention yet by any means.
Into the pit lane to start a new set of pit stops for LMP2. The top 3, Adam, heading towards you, as is the rain. It's teeming down again on the front straight.
It is pouring down here, and all the teams who had their wet weather tires already on the wall are laughing because they were prepared for this. They knew it was coming. I walked around with my radar showing certain people, and who does this hurt the most? Well, AO Racing were just in, let's not forget. They put on the slick tires, and it is heavy rain, painful rain. Let's hope that all the cars can actually make it back in this.
The top 6 have also headed to the pit lane. I can barely see what's going on down in the pit lane. This is the heaviest we've had. Bizarrely, the sunshine in the distance as I look down onto the far side of the circuit. Top 7 in GTP are in and off for one of the P2 cars at turn 1. That is the bright yellow and orange and a full course yellow. So if you've not got in now, you're not getting in. Shea Adam with the pit stoppers.
There's actual hydroplaning in the pit lane, and Jack Hawksworth has run around the side of the car. He was not ready to get in. Ben Barnick was going to stay aboard. They are doing a driver change and putting on full wet tires, as you would well expect. Rexy also made it in the 77 AO Racing Porsche that came in today leading in the championship. They are going to do full service as well. We've got Renger van de Zande, who has taken over the 01 Cadillac, holding the Lexus because of how busy this is in this pit lane. The number 99, which is Spike, was going to be coming in. That would have been an unsafe release, very heads up, by Vassar Sullivan. This is a massive shuffling around of all positions just because everybody had to come into the pit lane at the same time, and there wasn't room for anybody when it was this wet. Oh my goodness, the amount of water coming off the cars. I could wakeboard down the pit lane at this rate.
Very, very bad conditions, and there's at least a couple of cars that have gone off. LMP2 at turn 1, but there's also a Lamborghini that has gone off at turn 8 and gone skittling through the gravel trap. The front end of that car is destroyed. The AWA OrlandoCorp.com. It's the 78 Lamborghini. We've got the AWA Corvette. We've got the 31 Whelen car, the 21 Ferrari as well, all off at turn 8. The biggest hit is for the 78 Lamborghini. And we also have another car off at the first corner as well, which I've not yet identified. 74 LMP2 has been off as well. Going into 6 for Felipe Fraga. That's the LMP2 leader. It's absolute carnage. That is coming so quickly. There wasn't time for everybody to get into the pit lane. The pit lane, of course, is closed for the yellows. multiple turns. We are told that there are incidents, and we have got course workers out all over the place at the moment. 1, 8 and 9. The number 31 is not getting out of that gravel. The Whelen Engineering Cadillac with Jack Aiken on board. He's fine. I think he just needs a tow out. Yeah, that's what he's telling the AMR safety crew. The 78 Lamborghini, by the way. Yeah, exactly. It was the number 11 TDS car that went in at turn 1. And that was the LMP2 car I saw straight at the early part of that incident. So that's Hunter McElrea. He was in second position. So first and second in LMP2 have been off the track at various places. Everyone behind them stopped for tyres. And the pit lane, I think, has been opened. I think this is really sensible. Negative. Pit lane is still closed, I'm hearing. Hunter McElrea is moving again. Felipe Fraga is moving again. Jeremy Shaw, this is treacherous out there.
Yeah, really, really dangerous at the moment. And all these guys, I mean, they can't keep up with the safety car at this stage. The safety car at least has groove tyres. He's going to get a little bit of traction. Those are on slicks. There's not that many that are still on slicks, but there's several of them, including that number 31 car that's beached there. They're already one lap down. This is going to be very, very costly for their hopes.
Yeah.
And they're going to lose several more laps here. We're still waiting. The cars came in on their one. The GTP leaders came into the pits to complete their 126th lap, which was moments before the yellows came out.
Loris Spinelli is out of the Forte Racing number 78 Lamborghini. It was Miguel Molina in the AF course number 21 that also spun as well. I'm very lucky for the Ranch 74 car as well that ran on at turn 1 but used all of the runoff. But Hunter McElrea didn't. He came in broadside, hadn't slowed down enough for the water running down the hill. Meantime, a heavy impact at turn 8. That was Loris Spinelli. Other cars also spinning down there. Loris now out of the car. That is the good news for that. Visibility also an issue as well as my goodness me, the Mustang sampling number 5, Bent Viscal, slid off at safety car speeds. He just understeered off into the barriers on driver's left. And also the Winward 57 at turn 6 in first gear. Unbelievable how difficult it is to do that. That was a very big impact for the Forte Lamborghini and Loris Spinelli. But he is out of the car and fine. Bounced off the barriers and spun that car around. His shoulders are hunched, but he's in the AMR IMSA Rapid Response Porsche Cayenne. Another dramatic part of the race. Now, emergency service. Does that include putting on wet weather tyres? Because that's what Bent Viscal has just come into the pits to do.
Yeah, Shea might have a better answer, but I mean, that's a safety call, and he had to come in, and he didn't really have any options. Shea?
It's not, but it should be, and I think in these kinds of conditions, which we have not seen before, it should be as far as race control is concerned, because you cannot continue safely on the racetrack, and that's normally what they judge as far as damage to cars. If there's something that's precluding you from carrying on in a safe manner, you have to come to the pit lane. I think it's pretty dangerous out there right now.
Well, they're asking all the cars to pack up. They're asking all the cars to pack up behind the safety car. The guys on slicks can't keep up with the safety car, so they can't pack up. Damage for the front end of the Ranch 74 car. That could have been a lot worse. That will require a new nose for that car. He ran on at turn 1 over the curbs and bounced through. But didn't do. Oh, actually, that's not when that happened. Then there's been another incident, but it was the Hunter McElrea who came in sideways My goodness, that could have been worse if both those cars had been in the same place at the same time. So this at the moment is tippy-toe stuff, survival stuff. Let's give you how they stand and a VP in race update. Louis Delatraz leads in a 1-2 for Acura with the 40 and the 10 WTR with Andretti cars in the lead of the race behind the safety car. Connor De Filippi in the rebuilt overnight sensation that is the BMW M Team RLL M Hybrid V8. I don't know, I don't write them down, it's just what comes into my head. Connor De Filippi in third place in the 25. Renger van der Zende in the 01 Cadillac Racing is in fourth place. Mathieu Jaminet is now in behind the wheel of the number 6 that he took over from Nick Tandy. Felipe Nasser still behind the wheel of number 7. That's your top 6. Ben Viscala's just been in and out of the pits for the Proton competition Mustang. He got caught with the yellow flag and didn't come in the pit lane and then understeered off at walking pace and decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Entered a closed pit, I believe, and I haven't seen anything to say that pit has opened. No, I haven't. But they'll be arguing the toss on that one, I suspect. Having a full and frank discussion, I think, is the right way to put that.
Yeah, and even if the officials do come down on for that and make them serve a drive-through penalty, it was worth it, because that car, that they would have been coming into the pits, but by the time that car was running a fair bit behind, it was about 18 seconds behind all the other GTP cars. So by the time they came to take their turn to come onto the pit lane, the crashes had happened, the yellow came out, so they couldn't come in with everybody else. Interesting to me, John, what happened to the Penske cars? I mean, they fell from first and third to fifth and sixth during that.
They couldn't get out of their pit boxes. They could not get out of their pit boxes. They were pitted together, and Tandy's car, the 6 car, Mathieu Jaminet, took over that car. That had to be rolled backwards and forwards several times before it got out. The 6 had trouble getting in to its spot as it came in to a full pit lane. And basically that was the problem. So the 6 couldn't get out, the 7 couldn't get in and started their pit stop late, but even as they were still continuing, the 6 was ready to go and spent a good 10-15 seconds being pushed backwards and forwards with the small amount of steering lock that they have to wiggle that car out. That car was blocked in. So that's how tight it is on pit lane. Shea Adam was watching all of that. It got very, very tight indeed. We forget how big these cars are. They're 2 meters or over 6 feet wide and what, 12, 13 feet long?
Yeah, and 21-foot boxes, and when you've got 50-odd cars coming into the pit lane at the same time, it gets very hectic and very congested, particularly when you think about the way the pit lane is laid out. The teams that are toward pit out are higher placed in the championship. So they tend to be, well, let's be honest, the better teams, the teams that are more adept at doing these stops. And so when the chaos strikes, everybody leaps into action at the first available opportunity. Unfortunately for the teams toward the pit out end of things, there is a river running down the inside of the pit wall, and if anybody had a rubber ducky, it would go flying down at this pace. But it is about an inch deep worth of water that is at a steady stream. Light rain now as far as we're considered in the air, but it's hanging, and that means it's going to be wet for a while.
Thank you, Shea, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. The radar showed quite a long cell of rain. The worst of it has passed through, but we've got a little more to endure before clear skies in about 25, maybe 30 minutes time. The clock continues to run with 94 minutes to go. And the 2 Acuras then benefiting from the traffic jam in the pit lane. At top of rubber ducks down the pit lane, I did see one of the... I'm a bit of a fan of motorsport-themed rubber ducks. And I did see a great Porsche rubber duck, the Salzburg 23 colours on a rubber duck with a little race helmet on the duck as well. That is fantastic. I have got I have a pair of Nordschleifer rubber ducks. They will never see soapy water in the bath though, purely for sure on that. This is what happens when you get long safety car periods. All the secrets come out. Poor Johnny Palmer at Le Mans last week, Jeremy. I went off shift and we were doing our 4-hour rotation so that you could get a little bit of a shut eye in the front seat of the car. And poor Johnny Palmer came in about just as we went to full course yellow for the rain. And I patted him on the shoulders. We did the changeover as Paul Truswell was doing the hourly update. And I said, we've got plenty of stories, mate, because this is in for about 3 hours. Well, I was wrong. It was nearly 5 hours. And I actually came back, and I had about 15 minutes before we went back to green. And poor Johnny and all of his co-commentators had zero green flag running for the whole of his 4-hour shift. So the stories were coming thick and fast at that point, and I'm indebted, by the way, to Johnny Molam and to John de Geese as well, who came in to fill an hour at that point. So there was a spirited discussion about the state of sports car racing from the founder and editor of SportsCar 365, Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer. That's the sort of thing that happens. All the secrets come out, all the stories get told, and now you know about my predilection for rubber ducks with a motorsport theme. Stop giggling, Shaw. Stop giggling at the back. Right, it is easing slightly, so we're waiting for the OK from race control to the track services that are going around. That GTD Pro bottle continues to entertain, and of course they've all been pulled back together again. So it's the Paul Miller Racing BMW Madison Snow #1 in position 1 from Harry Tinknell. So Madison's got packed past the 64 Ford Multimatic Motorsport Ford Mustang. Davide Rigon for Racing Competizione 62 in third. Fourth, and the fourth different manufacturer is Lauren Heinrich for AO Racing. Fifth, and the fifth different manufacturer in GTD Pro is Chevy Corvette. And sixth, and the sixth different manufacturer is Jack Hawksworth for Lexus. That's your top 6 in GTD Pro. It's Porsche from Ferrari, Jan Halen from Albert Costa Balboa 120. That's the dark green car with the yellow stripes. Wright Motorsport have done what Wright Motorsports have done several times, and just gently stealthed their way up into good positions. He's in third position at the moment because Ollie Milroy and Aaron Thielert are ahead of all the GT Pro cars. Then Albert Balboa Costa in fourth for Conquest in the Ferrari. So that is McLaren, Lexus, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Mercedes. So the top 6 in GTD are all different manufacturers as well. Shout out with an hour to go to the Hardy fans here. It's not cold. The temperature in the air is 73 Fahrenheit, which is 23 Celsius. The rain is falling. It has chilled the track temperature down to 77 Fahrenheit, which is about 25 on the Celsius scale. I'm not saying it's like a warm shower out there, but it is not a cool day with horizontal rain coming in, standing on the backsides at Snetterton or Donington Park, for those of you listening and watching in the UK 20 minutes before 9. Hello to Dave Alcock. Thank you for your kind words. Oh heavens, I've just been shown a rubber duck display. Apparently the IMSA crew brought, the IMSA Porsche crew brought gifts of rubber ducks to the WEC crew as a gift when they came to Le Mans, and each one of them now are named after one of the WEC mechanics, and they were on display. How did I miss that at Le Mans? I feel underducked. after that. Don't say that at 3 o'clock in the morning unless you want to end your broadcasting career. Right, Jeremy, we've got some more pit stops coming in now, and these are, I think, still, Adam, tell me, excuse me. Jeremy, that's what you wanted to see. Our tape apes were showing us the difficulties of the team back in the pit lane when we went to that rain shower. So the 7 had to go past its pit box and be pushed back into the PPM, Porsche Penske Motorsport area. The 6 that had got in then had to be shimmied out, and they both subsequently lost time, and that's how they dropped down to 6th and 7th. But of course, they're all in the same line, and they will be splitting the classes up again. The prototypes are allowed to come to the front, but that is a little way away yet, I think.
Right, okie dokie. So there's 2 distinct groups here out on the racetrack, aren't there, at the moment? Look at the Alchemil screen here. Presumably, I'm not sure whether that second group, I presume, is led by somebody who's still on dry weather tyres.
Could be, Jeremy. I'm trying
half a lap behind everybody else.
Yeah, they've got a safety vehicle going to the head of that line. And it's now absolutely pouring down again. Again, if you listen carefully, you can hear the raindrops on the effects mics around the circuit. That was the emergency one going back to its spot, I think. Let me see if I can work out who's at the start of that second group of cars. They have closed up a little bit. I think it's one of the GTD cars, Jeremy. In there, for sure, is the number 70 Inception car. It's a car right in front of the GTD leader. Hardy fans here at the Glen come in their numbers, record numbers, and a particular shout out to those sitting right in front of our Ford Performance booth. Their brollies up, umbrellas up, and this is very, very tough conditions here, even at safety car speeds. The 2 Acuras on wet weather tyres, at least they have the benefit of that, but they're not moving at any kind of speed to get downforce, so it is purely the mechanical grip at the moment. And I think actually the leading safety car has slowed down to give everybody else an opportunity to catch up, rather than race control saying, can you pack up please? I think they've recognised that the issue is that the guys on slicks just can't catch them.
Yeah, I mean, last time around for the safety car was a 5 minutes 51 second lap, which is a lot slower than usual under caution, even in the wet. Just about to come across the line now to complete their 130th lap. And we'll see what lap time is for this time for that safety car. 6 minutes 17.
Oh yeah. Problem is race cars don't A, like going slowly, and B, like running in the wet. Water will be getting into these closed top cars, and then you have the problem of condensation, plus the electrical systems won't be liking this at all. Normally you're doing 70, 80, 90, 100, 150 mile an hour, and that gives you the opportunity to blow some of the water out, and already the condensation beginning to form on the windscreen of the leader, the number 40 Acura. The cars will have heated screens, most of them, I would expect. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So the first safety car train, if you like, is going past me now at little more than jogging pace, and the last car in the line is the Inception, number 70. As it goes across the line. No, it's not. That's not the Inception number 70 at all. Hindhoff. That is the other McLaren, the number 9 car for Pfaff. So I'm waiting to see, because we can't do the pass around and the wave by until we get this line together. And I'm waiting to see who is in front of the it's just said it by here. It's raining harder, if that is indeed possible. Let me see who comes out of the final corner next. I think we're going to find that it's a GTD car that is on slick tyres. I actually can barely see, even with the binoculars now. I can't see turn 10 properly now. Now I know that the GTD leader is in this line. There's a car absolutely crawling in front of the Inception McLaren, which is there. That's the second car in line. It is the Winward 57 Mercedes that is there. And thank you, Aaron, the voice that accompanies me in my head. The Winward 57 is dead ahead of its class leader, so that's due a wave by. But I'm looking at that car, and the driver in the Winward car with the wipers going, you know it's bad when wipers have to go, that's Phil Ellis. Now Philip Ellis is an absolute star on the Nürburgring, so he's not afraid of anything, and he's not afraid of bad weather, so I can only deduce from that that he is running on slick tyres. Tell you what, he's got a very clean windscreen, so AMG do a good heated windscreen. The water is absolutely tipping down, the rain is tipping down, and the water is flooding across the curbs and into the drainage. I don't think, and we have a red flag. We have a red flag. The clock then has, well, I was going to say has stopped, but then it started going again. It is starting, believe it or not, we've got the vestiges of sunshine. 1 hour, 21 minutes and 55 seconds when the red flag came out. 1:21 and 55 seconds when the red flag came out. So the track is waterlogged in places, Jeremy. I don't think there's any choice here from race control. Even if you were on wet weather tyres, this is not raceable right now.
Correct. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, it is prehistoric out there at the moment, isn't it? Just horrendous weather at the moment. So yeah, this is definitely the right call. There's threats of even more severe weather in the not too far distant area. So yeah, this is just a call that has to be made at this stage. There's no point in going around there now. We're not going to be able to go back to grid. The track's not going to be in a raceable position for a little while in any case, even if it stops raining, which, just looking at the weather forecast, the weather radar a little while ago, doesn't look like it's likely to do. But hopefully we should be able to, hopefully we can get back to green before too long, but this certainly makes sense to get everybody in now and get everything sorted out and get everybody on the right tyres and then get back to racing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what sanction, if any, is given to the Mustang sampling car that came into a closed pit. I think they needed fuel as well, so I think they did take the 5 seconds of fuel. But they did change their tyres to wet weather tyres after Bedford Scarlett understeered off it, as I say, barely walking pace. He just slid, sideswiped the barrier. So, waiting for the cars to come back to the pit lane. Our timing screen thinks everybody stopped out on the track because the predictive algorithm that Alcabel have is looking at the times, and they're all late, as it were. There's a big mix. Yes, there's a big mix of cars in there, so we do have to do some sorting out, and there will have to be a pass around and a wave by before we can go back to green. But they are being led into the pit lane now. My goodness, how costly could that shimmy be for Porsche Penske Motorsport? They couldn't get the 6 car out of its pit box. The second layer of cars, by the way, are still coming through the inner loop. That tells you how steadily they are having to take it to get round there. And they will also come back into pit lane. So as it stands, with the clock still running. The red flag came out at 1 hour, 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti leads the motor race from his teammate Ricky Taylor, 40 from 10. Connor De Filippi in the car, where the chassis only arrived here at Watkins Glen in the early hours of the morning. The mechanics from BMW M Team RLL were sent home yesterday afternoon to get some shut-eye because they were going to have to work all night. They did. They got that car to a pit lane start. It then had to do a drive-through. A little bit of good fortune, but some pace in that car and also the right tactical decisions sees that car in third place at the red flag. Renger van der Zande for Cadillac Racing, number 01 in fourth. The number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport in fifth. The number 7 in seventh for Porsche Penske Motorsport in the 963. In seventh, the BMW of Philip Eng. The second of the Team RLL cars, the number 24. Then Ben Fiscal for Proton Mustang in his Porsche 963. Then it should be the LMP2 cars, by the way, that should come through. Richard Westbrook lost 3 laps in the 85 car when it was parked up for hitting the RFID. So he is still scored in 10th position in GTP. So who's in 9th? Oh, of course, the 31, Jack Aiken, Whelen Cadillac. That car got stuck in the gravel, didn't it? Down at turn number 8. That's how it dropped a couple of laps. In LMP2, it's Richard. We lost 1 lap, did it, Jeremy? Thank you.
Yeah, because it already lost up earlier on.
Thank you. AF Corsa and the 88 LMP2 leads in that category from the Riley number 74, from United Autosport number 2, from CrowdStrike 04, from United number 22, and from Tower number 8. That's your top 6 there. And then GTD Pro and AM, they're sprinkled all over the place at the moment. Let me find where they are. GTD is led by Ollie Milroy for Inception, and the McLaren number 70. It is Aaron Thielitz in second for Lexus RCF number 12. In third, but with half a dozen GTD Pro cars between them, Wright Motorsports Porsche, the number 120, the dark green car with the yellow stripes. Then the Conquest Ferrari, the number 34 car. Then for 44, Magnus Aston. And the top 6 made up by Lone Star Racing's Mercedes and Scott Andrews, the 80 car. In GTD Pro, the top 6 are from 25th down to 29th in the general classification. And that's Harry Tinknell for Ford Multimatic Motorsports in the 64 car. From Paul Miller's number 1 BMW, Davide Rigon's Risi Competizione Ferrari, and that's the 62. Then it's the AO Racing Porsche, Lauren Heinrich in the 77 Rexy, Antonio Garcia for Corvette in the number 3, and Jack Hawksworth in the number 14 Lexus is in 6th position. And I did that VP in-race update whilst we were waiting for the second group of cars to come to the pit lane, which they are now doing, and they will be parked in the fast lane. Race control, I'm sure, will say that it is fine for a crew member to go and plug a battery in or put a cover over it. So they can, 2 crew members, in fact, I'm told, have been allowed across there. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane. Jeremy, I'll have a chat with you in a wee moment as the clock continues to run. Shea, you're in the best place to judge the weather. It seems from up here that the rain is easing, and I thought for a moment I saw a bit of sunshine.
Yeah, it's actually stopped raining, and it's getting, dare I say it, mildly pleasant out. The problem down here is that the drivers were told to stay in their cars, wait until every car is parked. Crews were held off from their cars as well, and there were a few drivers who actually got out of their cars and walked away. So while now everybody has been allowed out, I'm still trying to track down Johnny to get an answer as to what the penalty would be for a driver leaving his car too soon, because race control was very specific and there were many drivers who were starting to get themselves out of the cars and then stopped and then waited patiently and did what they were told by race control.
Yes. Very specific instructions on the timing screens as well, so the teams would have been able to tell their drivers that. I'm delighted to say, Jeremy, and this will give you another giggle, that we have a very big following over on Discord, and thank you, by the way, for all of you on Discord. We saw some of you at Le Mans last week, and thank you for organising that, RPG. Do get the sticker straight on your car though, RPG. Well, there's now been a spirited discussion about motorsport themed ducks on the Discord group, and apparently there's a Williams duck as well. Well, I'm sort of sports car branded or venue ducks at the moment, but I feel I might be able to broaden my horizons. So motorsport ducks has now become a thing, Jeremy. See what happens when you get red flags and yellow flags. Nothing to do but wait now, Jeremy. We said in our Porsche keys to the race, the weather is something we can't control. Nobody's going to be second guessing themselves. They all had to come to the pits when they did, even if they've given up positions. We'll either go back to racing or we won't, and that's not in anybody's hands other than how quickly the weather blows over.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. There's nothing else anybody can do right now. We are, how far short of the race are we?
An hour and 12.
Yeah, still an hour or so, an hour and 12. I don't know. It looks like the rain might. I'll just look at the weather radar again. Here it's not particularly detailed, the one I have, but it's like the rain's like to stick around for a while, but it doesn't look like there's any more really nasty stuff on the immediate horizon.
Let's head down to the pit lane where Shea Adam has an opportunity to speak to some of the drivers. Here's the driver currently scored in second place, Ricky Taylor, for this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Ever a gentleman, Ricky Taylor actually holding an umbrella over both of us. Ricky, just how sketch was it out there?
Yeah, you can see nothing, and then you can also see nothing, so you can't really tell. Although I only got in during the yellow, you try and experiment just to see if we're going to go green, so you kind of try and feel the grip a little bit, and it was just so much water. Even doing 80 kilometers an hour, you could feel the car sort of aquaplaning, but now the sun's going to come out, and we're going to go back to racing, which will be nice.
Being an optimist, even though the cars are 1-2 for your team?
Yeah, we wouldn't mind this to end this way, but I think we'll go back racing.
Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you.
Well, that's all you can do, Jeremy. As we said, you've got to be pragmatic about this. And we've got sunshine in the pit lane. I mean, that's how ridiculous this weather has been today. It's full-on sunshine. There are shadows being cast in the pit lane. I mean, if I lean forward and look left, I need my cap on because the sun's just popped out from behind one of the rain clouds. Adam almost needs to put a bit of sunblock on. Such are the vagaries of racing long distance races. That's just one of those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we talked about, isn't it, on the Michelin countdown to green before we decided this race. I was suggesting that the weather here tends to be not quite as capricious at Le Mans, where it can. But I did say that, like Le Mans, it can rain here on some parts of the track and not on others, which is exactly what we've seen. And we've had that back and forth. I mean, it's just, in many ways, apart from the elevation change here, it's been pretty similar to Le Mans in some ways, thankfully. Hopefully we're not going to stay red for that long. There wasn't red there, was it? But under safety car.
Yeah, exactly. Never went red.
We'll be able to get back to green. Yeah. So,
corner workers have been absolutely brilliant, and our camera operators as well. All of them, ladies and gentlemen, to a man and woman, thank you very much indeed. Plus our pit lane team as well. Hello to Jeb, who's on corner 4 here at Watkins Glen International. I just want to run through our Porsche keys to the race, Jeremy. We said this is a 6-hour race and you have to have a different mindset, and I think there was you were talking about respect, and I think we saw quite a modicum, more than a modicum of that earlier on. The weather we've talked about, let's put that to one side. There's still been a lot of penalties, although not necessarily for track limits. There are a couple of cars that are on on final warnings, it's been pit lane mainly that's and passing under yellow and procedural things that have brought people back in to the pit lane, and knocking over the Richard Westbrook knocking over the RFID reader as well. Traffic has played its part, and we've seen a couple of major and important passes for positions, including at the front of the field, that were traffic influenced at least. And the tyres, was all about which tyres were you on at what time, and I suspect that will continue to be the case if and when we go back to green. Our Porsche keys to the race there. And a quick reminder, we will have a Michelin post race tech, hashtag Michelin PRT, on X or Twitter if you've got any questions you want asking. Let's go down to the pit lane and Shea Adam, who is picking her way through the drivers. Who have you got now, Shea?
I found Sebastian Bourdais, because Sebastian, that was just such a great stint out there for you. It was a long one right in the middle of the race, and now this long red flag. So Ranger's not getting to do his share of the driving at this stage of the race, but are you glad that it didn't do this when you were out there behind the wheel?
I was really glad that it didn't start raining like this, kind of like in the carousel or wherever we were, because it would have been absolute chaos. We got really lucky. It started kind of spitting when we were in turn 8, and then it really came down when we were between 9 and 10, so we only had to survive about a couple of corners. Otherwise, honestly, I don't know what we would have done or what would have happened, but probably nothing good. So we survived. That's about all I can say. And fought pretty hard to stay where we're at, but definitely very difficult. We keep begging for top speed and we're just not getting it, and it's completely unfair game, and I'm really starting to get pissed off, to be honest.
Does it help at all when it's mixed conditions like this then, and not everybody can put the right foot all the way to the floor?
No, because everybody still puts the foot to the floor and they just drive around us, so it's a pretty annoying and helpless feeling.
Sorry about that. Hopefully we get back to some green flag and Ranger can move forward a couple positions.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be a little tricky at the restart, and then hopefully it doesn't rain, more, and it's just a drying track from there. Visibility will probably be always the limiting factor for the race director to decide to restart, which I do understand, but I guess at some point we owe it to the fans as well.
Thanks, Seb.
Sebastian Bourdais down in the pit lane with Shea Adam on that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Looking at our feed coming in from you, the listeners and viewers at IMSA Radio, both at the track and further afield. Hello to Jerry Z in Florida. He says, what are the benefits of red flagging a race versus having the cars run slowly behind a safety car or two? So it's a fair question to ask, given what happened a week ago. I suppose, Jeremy, it comes down to the safety aspect of it. And race control here, we're looking at pools of water and rivers of water on the track that meant it was quote-unquote undrivable. We had cars falling off, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't at Le Mans, but I don't know how bad the rain was there. But here, certainly, I mean, there were, as you were describing, and so was Shea in the pit lane, rivers of water running across the racetrack. They should be minimised fairly soon if it doesn't rain any more hard rain. And there's a great shot of the rivers there, and I think we should be able to get back to green. But what's the point in running around behind the safety car? I don't think even the fans are entertained by that. Probably better for everything, to take a bit of cover, and then we'll get back to racing hopefully as soon as we can safely. Yeah,
if you're a fan here at Watkins Glen International, get out in the sunshine now and get dried off. There's a wind blowing directly down the front straight, so it'll be behind the cars into turn 1, and it's quite blowy at the moment. I think the worst of what we're going to see for a little while has blown through, because the very worst of what we might have got is gone to the south of us, and we've got some time. It's about how quickly we can get these cars back out on the right tyres. I will say that at Le Mans there was probably an hour that we were behind the safety car towards the end of that we didn't need to be, because it had stopped racing. I was up and around and there was no rain, and I don't think we needed to. Here, it will be all about the standing water on the track and how quickly the racetrack is in a safe condition to go racing. Red flag here does mean park firme, so if you're a Formula 1 fan and you see people changing things in the pit lane, that's not proper red flag procedure. They have their own regulations for that, but that isn't park firme. It is here. The race control message was that only 2 team members could go to the car. They released the drivers from being in the car. Two team members could go over to fit the car cover, and then they've had to step away. There's 1 or 2 car covers making their bid for freedom, actually, in the down in the pit lane. One of them looks a bit like a spinnaker at the moment, but that's been sorted back out by its team member. Looks more like something that Sir Ben Ainsley would be using. The team have sorted that out. It's about halfway down. It's bright, and what we do know here, that with a bit of sunshine and a bit of wind, it'll dry very quickly. And am I being overly optimistic? I don't think so. Down into turn 1 at the moment, I can see the racing line, and that's already, now that's got the rubber on it, so sometimes that's not the place you want to be on a drying track, but certainly down into turn 1 there is a less dark line which is absolutely on the racing line, and there is still a river of water across the start finish line, right on the racing line to driver's left, and then it zigzags across the road and down onto the infield, just down towards the pit exit, just before the curbs at turn 1, which is where the drain is. That obviously needs to be drained away, but we can get the blowers and the sweepers out and help that away a little bit, and the gradient will help as well. So this will all be down to race control making these very difficult decisions on conditions, and we've got the sweepers out on the track now, so whilst there's no rain falling, this is cool. We'll get rid of some of the detritus on the track, and also some of the standing water will also be moved by the sweepers and the brushes out there, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed. And what's fascinating to me is, I mean, we see these different camera angles. It looks like you're in a different country.
It does.
Rather than over at the same track. I mean, what this view of the S's, it looks kind of okay there towards the north there. That was looking up towards Seneca Lake there and beyond. And this view from the grandstand looking more to the west, where it looks to the east, which is where the weather is going, and it's big dark clouds, horrible clouds over there. And the other camera we saw a little while ago to the south, beyond the tail of the boot, the toe of the boot, that was horrific as well. Like you were talking about a little while ago, the worst of the weather, it would appear, has passed to the south of us, or just to the south of us perhaps. But where we are right now, it's we haven't really had a shot towards the west, which is where the weather is coming from, or the
it's coming
southwest,
from,
I guess.
yeah. It is indeed,
so
Jeremy, the southwest. The race control have now told the teams that they are allowed to go and remove the car covers. Drivers are starting to get helmeted up. Jack Hawksworth is in the pit lane getting ready for another stint behind the wheel. We've got the dryers or the blowers and the sweepers out there as well. Ben Keating has done his time behind the wheel of the Wins #2 United Autosport car, sitting in 3rd position at the moment. Ben Hanley brought that car in. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane, and things starting to come back to life fairly quickly as we've just gone under the 1 hour to go. So we've lost about 21 minutes, 22 minutes at the moment. Shea, do you have to restart with the driver? Being asked, do you have to restart with the driver who brought the car in? Right, okay.
Yep, driver brought the car in, the tires that were on the car. This is not Formula 1. You cannot touch the cars and do work on them under a red flag situation. So it is exactly as if someone hit a pause button and then hit the play button.
Right, okay.
Exactly as it should be, John, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. We'll have to reorder the cars because we didn't do the wave buys in the pass arounds. because of the severeness of the weather and the importance of getting everybody to safety. Just want to say hello to Ian Munro, as we've got bright sunshine now, so we'll take a couple of your tweets coming in. He says, hi guys, next time you mention us on stream, please give our Discord moderators a heads up. We got scared for a second because we thought we were getting raided or hacked. We had so many people posting the power of the rubber duck. Thank you, Ian. Keep up the good work there on Discord. It's a great place to go and talk about a number of different things, and there's a very, very active sports car and endurance racing group there, particularly for IMSA, who follow all of the single manufacturer races as well. They do like a bit of share talking about real cash money in the Whelen Mazda MX-5 race. We have real cash money in the Ford Mustang races as well that we can talk about now, that will bring a smile to a few people's faces. That's the Discord group that are following us, and thank you very much, ladies and gents, for your continued support. We really do appreciate it, and you spreading the word as well, as all of you do who are on Twitter with your social media. Dave Alcock, Alan Prosser, and the rest of our regulars all doing great work and having a good chat between themselves as well. It's a really friendly community if this is your first time looking in on sports car racing. Don't feel that you have to lurk without asking questions. If there's something you don't know, then put it out there. A pretty friendly bunch. They'll either point you to the resources to find the answer and give you some helpful hints. We want to grow the community. We want to make it inclusive, not exclusive, here in endurance motor racing. CrowdStrike pit lane report. Shea Adam, what do you got?
Okay, so we're going to do this backwards because, John, we've actually got a question for you. Who is Andy Lally racing in the number 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin? Because I'm standing down here with him. And, Andy, this place is so good to you over all the years. 2017, that win with Cat was just magic for the Acura, for Shank. It was a wonderful weekend. But at this point, we don't really know where you are. We know the Conquest racing Ferrari's right ahead of you, but they're also ahead of you on the timing. Everybody else is kind of a question mark.
Yeah, I think we're going to cycle to P3, I think. I'm trying to look down the grid here and see if we're fighting the 86, if we're fighting the Turner car, who else is in this line, because I honestly wasn't paying attention to timing and scoring through this jumble. I've been sitting with my helmet on for the last half hour because we knew this rain was coming, and we knew when we did that we were going to make our final stop or our final driver change. So, yeah, getting number 5 here would be awesome. We've had a lot of potentials here and a bunch of podiums in the past, but yeah, it's been 7 years since we won it, and we've got a pretty good position. And right now, I think on this restart, and then I always love mixed conditions, so it could be horrendous finish for us, or it could be amazing. But that's the fun part about sports car racing in the rain.
You, John Potter, Spencer Pompelli, you've been together for such a long time, checkers or wreckers. I mean, you got to go for the win, and that's what you're here for. It is Jan Halen in the 120 Porsche for Wright, and then in the Conquest Racing Ferrari, it should be Albert Costa. And then we've got Windward out there with Phil Ellis, and Ollie Milroy was in the McLaren for Inception, but those two stayed out. So we'll see how that all cycles back around. But you versus Jan Halen versus Albert Costa, that sounds pretty good.
I'd like that. That's we've had Jan and I have had some really good battles in the past before, in Porsche versus Ferrari versus Aston to try to finish this off. And I know there's going to be some comers from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or whatever that ends up being. So, yeah, I'm looking for a battle. I'm standing on a dry spot. We should put our gear on and get out there, I think.
You heard it from him.
Thanks, Andy. Andy, if you can hear us on the PA, at the moment, it's Ollie Milroy for Inception in the number 70 McLaren. Vassar Sullivan's Aaron Thielitz in GTD is next up. Then there's a slew of 6 GTD Pro cars, which is the 64 Ford, the 1 Paul Miller BMW, the Ricci 62 Ferrari, the AO Racing number 77 Porsche, Antonio Garcia in the number 3 Corvette, and Jack Hawkins in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Then you're in this battle, Andy, with Wright Motorsport in the 120 Porsche. That's Jan Halen will restart. Albert Costa Balboa will restart the Conquest Ferrari, the 34. Then it's you in the Magnus Aston, the number 44. Then Tommy Milner is the Corvette, which should be lining up behind you. He's in the Pro Class, of course. Then Scott Andrews for Lone Star Racing. He's 6th in your class. Then 3 more GTD Pros. That's Jordan Pepper for Iron Lynx Lamborghini, the number 19. The 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Marvin Kirchhoffer in the Pfaff Motorsport McLaren. And then the rest of the GTD field, led by Phil Ellis for Winward Racing in the 57 car, Mike Skeen in the 32 AMG Mercedes, Onofrio Triazzi in the 023 in 9th, and 10th is the Matthew Bell AWA Chevrolet Corvette. That's the top 10, and that takes us down to what's that? That's 20 of the GT cars, and I reckon, let me see, right, all down to Phil Ellis, 7th in GTD, are on the same lap. Mike Skeen is the first car in the 32 Courthoff Preston car, who is off the lead lap of either GTD or GTD Pro. So you're right in the middle of the fight, Andy. Head on a swivel. Jeremy Shaw has more news on that, because you've got some tyre news, I think.
Well, yeah, I reckon the number 70 car and number 12, the top 2 in GTD, well, of all the GT cars, are still on slicks, I reckon. And also, there's quite a few cars behind those top 7 that you talk about that I think are due a wave around, John. So I think there'll be more cars on the lead lap than that. So the question now is, how long? We can see there's still several parts on this racetrack where there is a lot of water, and it's most of the track is fine. No doubt about it, but there's certainly several places that aren't. But I would hope that fairly shortly we should be, if we get cars out on the track, that'll help to dissipate the water where it is a problem.
Oh yeah.
That river across the track that you were describing a little while ago, across turn 1, that goes kind of across and then down into the pit, across the pit lane exit, that's definitely a problem as well. But hopefully we get out there. But the question now is, we're now assuming there's no change to the clock, and that's not a given. We're currently showing about 52 minutes remaining, and those cars that have made their pit stops in GT, let's talk about GT at the moment, because we're just talking Andy Lally. Those cars have made their they should be good to go to the end from here on fuel. The question then is the tyres. If the track dries out, are we going to get to a situation where we have where slicks are going to work? Is that going to play into favour of the 2 cars that haven't stopped, which is the situation we had in GTP a little while ago? I think that's probably unlikely. I think it's perhaps more likely to remain damp, and that those 2 leaders, the number 70 and number 12, which I believe are on slicks, are going to have to come in and change. And of course they have not yet either made their fuel stops, so they will definitely need fuel, almost fuel to get to the end of the race.
And Andy was kind of alluding to that, so that could leave Jan Halen, Albert Costa Balboa and Andy Laddie battling for the lead of the race. IMSA have asked drivers to go back to their cars. They're confirming, by the way, that red flag, that lingering red flag after the rain had stopped, was for standing water on the track. So drivers have been asked to go back to their cars. Good point about the wave by, Jeremy, because there are a lot of cars that are out of position at the front of the field, behind the safety car and in between the 2 Wayne Taylor Racing Acuras, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acuras. I do happen to know, because I looked this up beforehand, hashtag blame Hindov, there's a hard out on the track here at 6 o'clock local time. That is I believe a hard, it is a hard curfew on the track here at 6 p.m. In response to Jeremy saying if they don't add any time. We've seen that happening in the WEC at Spa a couple of weeks ago, and a couple of weeks ago. Cars that are still on slicks, number 31 Whelen Cadillac. which dropped down a little bit, ended up with Jack Aitken in the gravel, so he lost an additional lap there. Question is, does he come into the pit lane? No work has been allowed on the car. Let me just reiterate that. No teams have been allowed to work. They're allowed to bring an additional battery over to the car to help it restart when they're going through their restart phase. They are allowed to help the driver in the car and to dry their feet, which is what's going on at the moment in the Lamborghini Palm Beach Dex Imaging Lamborghini. And you do not want to have wet feet in a racing car. Slippy and slidey on the pedals, not good at all. And also it'll just fog up the inside of the window. So drivers being installed at the moment. We are not that far away. Thank you for staying with us on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And Shea Adam is watching a complete transformation in the pit lane in the last 10 minutes or so.
I want you to hear the
Oh, lost you for a moment there, Shea.
used to dry the pit.
Oh, just losing you, Shea. You might have to come a bit closer to us. Well, that's typical.
Any better now?
Oh, there you are. You're back. There you are. Yes.
There we go.
Stand on your tiptoes.
All right, I want you to hear the leaf blower in the background. That's because fans, which are normally used to cool the race cars, are currently being utilized to dry off the last little remnants of rain from the pit boxes. And one of the leaf blowers is being used by none other than Philippe Albuquerque, because if a situation occurs where he has to come into the pits, or if he's even getting back in the car, I think it's more for Ricky. I think Ricky will take this one to the checkered flag. They're even blowing up the tape that was in the pit box to try and denote where the car should stop, or if it comes here in an emergency situation, then we know how to react. They're trying to get rid of every little slippery possible moment in the box, and Philippe is one of the crew guys for WTR Andretti who is making the most of this.
Yeah, it's the tiny things when you've got competition that's this close. It's the 1% that will catch you out. You've got to maximise the plus 1%, minimise the minus 1%, and that's what gives you a slight edge, a tiny edge. But that edge in competition, that is so sharp in international endurance racing at the moment, and here in IMSA in particular. Those are the differences that don't just mean a difference between finishing or getting on the podium. That, I mean, being anywhere at the moment, you've got to be super quick. You've got to have every part of the team working in unison. I'm just going to run down, Jeremy, if I may, as we're under red flag before we roll, the respective energy levels of the GTPs, which you can find on imsa.com/GTP dash telemetry. Pretty much all static across the board. The outlier is Bent Viscal in the number 5. He was due to come in for a pit stop, and he's only got 30% of his energy allocation for the stint. Richard Westbrook in the number 85, the yellow 963, has 40%. Everybody else is up above, at or above 80%.
Five and a half minutes remaining.
In the BMW. Say again, Jeremy?
Well, look, we're now showing 45 minutes remaining, so it's going to be another at least 5 or 10 to go. Those cars with pretty much a full load of energy, they could probably go to 10 from here, so that's certainly bad news for number 5 car. Number 85, of course, with that penalty is pretty much out of contention 3 laps back, but everybody else is pretty even, and I don't think we're going to see those cars onto pit lane, at least not for fuel before the end of this race. Tyres, that's a different story potentially.
Yeah, well, of course, all of the top 7, in fact, all of the top 8 GTPs took wet weather tyres, because Bent Viscal came in and did it under emergency service when he was getting tight on fuel. He put tyres on as well. Again, how that viewed. There are, however, some cars out there, and we think, and we have to share, they've moved all the GTs to one side of the track so that we can get
not
the
all the
wave by.
GTs necessarily.
Yeah, they've moved. I think they've moved all the
wave
by.
by.
Yeah.
Correct.
Shea, can you see the Ollie Milroy Inception McLaren and Aaron Thielitz in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus? Unfortunately, they're well to the back of that.
They are
what
not in the
on?
wave by line. What
No,
tires
they're
are
not.
they on?
Can you see the
I
tyres?
couldn't see. They moved. They've moved already.
Okay. That's the big question for me at the moment as to what tyres they're on. Got a bit of late afternoon sunshine, track temperature starting to climb as soon as the rays of the sun kiss this relatively new tarmac. Under 3 minutes to the cars rolling now. Fewer than 3 minutes before the Corvette will take them out. Let's first of all make sure that everybody gets restarted. They are being told to start their engines now. Some of the guys at the front might be just holding on to the last few drops of VP Racing fuel. If they can. What a beautiful afternoon. Shea is walking down the line now, Jeremy, to see if we can find out what tyres the Inception number 70 leading GTD and Aaron Thielitz in the 12 Vassar Sullivan. That car is rolling very gently and the fast lane, just coming past the 96 orange and white. Just coming past the 96 orange and white number 96 Turner BMW. Right, Shea, it can't move any further now because it's in behind a prototype. So it's on the opposite side of the pit lane to the number 20, the MDK high class racing car. That's the leader in
Thielitz
GTD.
is on slicks.
Right. Thought so.
And
Ollie
Milroy is on. I walk out into the line really quick and not get run over. Slicks.
Yeah. I think there's a couple of people further back as well that are on slicks. Absolutely, the 57 Winwood car is on slicks. That's why it was going so slowly. I'm looking because I can see the markings on the side now. The Faf McLaren, I think, is on slicks. The 23 Heart Racing car is on slicks, the Aston, as is the 65 Mustang, as is the 21 Ferrari. Not sure about the Andretti car. Front of the field, and the wave-by cars are being let out first. This is really smart by IMSA, and well done to our pit lane officials who have got everybody out of line who needs to be. They'll be allowed to go around now and get back on to the tail end. Once those cars have cleared, we'll roll the safety car. So this is a really efficient way of doing this, Jeremy. We're not going to try and do this on a track where it might be slightly wetter on one side or the other. I think that's really very, very sensible indeed.
Agreed. Absolutely right. It makes that'll make things a lot easier. These guys will get a pretty good feel, however, of how the track is, whereas everybody else won't. But still, I think it's definitely the right thing to do. Yeah. They can push pretty hard now, of course, because there's nobody in front of them, no safety cars out there. They can see really what the conditions are like. So a bit of an advantage for them, but they are at the back of the, relatively at the back of the field in their respective classes. I think the first car of the wave around for the GT cars is probably number 3 Corvette, I think, isn't it? And that's running in the 5th position in that class.
So we are now back under full course yellow with the pits closed as it stands right now. Shea Adam has more tyre news. Hashtag and the tyres. This from Corvette.
Thank you, Ryan Smith. The 4 is on slicks and the 3 is on rains.
Thank you. And
Sorry,
those should have been the tyres other way around.
4 is on slicks, 3 is on rains. Is that what I said? We're getting to that point in the race.
Yeah. Counting down, under 40 minutes to go now, and nothing from race control that is going to be amended. So we've got sunshine now and an opportunity to green flag race to the checkered flag. The safety car moving very slowly at the moment to allow everybody to, I think they want to go green this time by, and that they're allowing everybody to catch up. So the car's led by number 77, which is Lauren Heinrich for AO Racing, are coming around to the back right now of the safety car line. And hearing from Shea down in the pits will not open before we go back to green. So those cars that were on the wrong tyres at the wrong time, or the right tyres at the wrong time, they will have to suffer those they will have to live with what they've got now. And now I've just seen that the pit close sign has been removed, and the pits are indeed open. Pits are open. Pits are open for prototype only. So this will give anybody the opportunity to change tyres who needs to, Jeremy.
That's right. I mean, it wasn't a short yellow when the yellow came out. I mean, we'd been racing for more than 50 minutes before the red flag came out, or the yellow and then the red. So you know, all of the prototype cars, except for number 5, did come in moments before the yellow flag came out. So they would have taken on service there, and these wet weather tyres. The only car that didn't was number 5. You talked about that, came in under quote-unquote emergency service to take on the slick tyres, so it'll be interesting what the penalty is for that car. But that's running at the back of that class in any case, so not really going to be totally effective. But we sort of lost a lap somehow, because I thought that would have been 131st lap coming into the pits, so we've kind of lost a lap there somewhere. And that's fine.
I suspect, having seen some of the tyres that cars went out on, by the way, I suspect that either people were working on the cars in a closed pit, or there was some coming in under a closed pit as well during that yellow. As I was going down, I was noticing a few of the GT cars that will leave to race control. It's not my call to make.
So I think everybody coming in here then,
you've got to,
presumably, to switch on to dry weather tyres then.
Yeah, the only person who stays out is the number 31 of Jack Aiken, because he wants to get a lap back. He's on dry weather tyres. Yeah, he gets one of his 2 laps back. Richard Westbrook, does he stay out as well?
Yes, he did.
Not. Oh, he did, yes, so he's going to get his lap back. The problem for the 31 Cadillac is they're short on energy to get to the end, but at least he'd get it back. Oh, somebody's just gone into the paddock from the GTs. It's a Risi Competizione. Ferrari has gone in behind the wall. The Risi Competizione Ferrari has gone behind the wall. So drama there. That is extraordinary. That car, that is massive, a massive development there. Big drama at pit exit as well. And there's been a change in the order at pit exit. As the red light was on, Louis Delatraz, I think, did somebody run a red light there?
I think they all stopped.
Right, but the fact that they did all stop was impressive, but it very nearly led to the 20.
Just lost Shea for a moment there. So Louis Delatraz leads them out from in second. I think it was one of the Porsches that got out in second. So that has shaken things up.
Wow.
It's 7. It's the Porsche number 7, Felipe Nasser, in second. Then the 0-1, Renger van der Zande. Then the 6, Mathieu Jaminet. And that was all. I mean, heads up driving. It's easy to just blast out the pits. And Louis Delatraz pulls up at the red light at the end of the pit lane, giving himself plenty of room. And coming in from the driver's right was the number 7 Porsche, Felipe Nasser. Just managed to get his nose into the line and sneak through. So we're going to restart with something around 28, 27 minutes to go, I reckon, Jeremy.
Yeah, and that little schmozzle there at the end of the pit lane might take some sorting out, because they were all kind of jumbled up there in pointing in different directions. It's going to be hard to know who should be ahead of who. Yeah, they worked their way through the RFID readers there, but are they in the right order? That's up to race control. That'd be a tricky one, because the order they came into the pits is probably quite different to the order in which they're leaving. Here are the leaders, and quite a few cars now in GTD and Pro coming in to change tyres.
Yeah, what we did get. Yeah, what we didn't get there was a wave buy-in. Sorry, I'm not sure about that. I'll take that back. Also, we had Jack Aitken stay out, as we thought we would. We had Richard Westbrook stay out, so they've both got a lap back, which I think puts Westy back on the lead lap. Does it not? No, Richard must have stopped. He's now 2 laps down, and Jack Aitken's only 1 lap down. Okay, so the 31 Whelen Cadillac is now just 1 lap off the lead. Everybody in LMP2 pretty much came in, and as they went back out, another change. Charlie Eastwood for Tower Motorsport leads LMP2 from Tom Dillman for Indy Europol in second, the 52 car. So the orange and white car from the green and yellow, from MDK by High Class, the red, silver and black car, from the dark purple of Spike and AO Racing, the 99, from United Autosports number 22, and Nicholas Nielsen is not on the lead lap in LMP2. So, top 5 in LMP2, shake up, Jeremy, and they're all on the lead lap.
Yeah, somewhat confused here, I must admit, by particularly in LMP2, and to a degree also in GTT. The GT cars have all been credited with the extra lap that they did coming into the pits, but the GTP cars haven't been, which is kind of weird to me. The big shake-ups in all of the classes, basically, as a result of those pit stops.
And in GTD, it's all the pro cars that have come to the front now. Tommy Milner leads for Corvette in the number 4 from AO Racing, the 77, that's Rexy. From Corvette, number 3, Antonio Garcia. From Vassar Sullivan, Lexus, number 14. From Ross Gunn in Hartner Racing. And from Marvin Kerkhofer in the number 9 Pfaff Motorsports. Now that's how they came around last time around, but some of those cars paled into the pits. So I want to visually see that next time around. I want to see that, should I say it? Didn't need visually and that. Let's see how they've shaken out in the pit lane. In GTD, there was a lot of pit stops behind Phil Ellis. Phil Ellis stayed out because he was running on slick tyres. And I now think Phil Ellis is leading for Winward Racing in GTD, and he's ahead of quite a few of the GTD pros, as well as the rest of the cars are coming into the pit lane now to change their tyres, including the number 65 Ford. Shea Adam en route to Racing Competizione to find out what's happened there. It's a brand new set of slick tyres for the number 5 Ben Viscal Mustang sampling Porsche. No fuel for that car, just tyres. So those were the tyres that they put on for the bad weather. And in fact, that's Jimmy Bruni in that car. My apologies. So the Italian in that car. And he nips back out and will still be on the lead lap, but he's the 8th of the top 8 cars.
This is really confusing. We're not going to. Yeah, I hope we're not going to start the race with the GT cars ahead of the prototypes. I really do.
Well, we've got the GTD Pros ahead of. Where's Phil Ellis? No, Phil Ellis is still there. Sorry, yeah. 3 GTD Pros, then the GTD leader, then 2 GTD Pros, then Jan Halen, then Jack Hawksworth. So there's a right mix up in there as well. We're going to have some P2 cars that have just made a final pit stop. In comes the Turner 96, the orange car, orange-sided car. Here's the class split going on, so Jeremy can breathe easy. So that, I suspect that means we're going green this time by, because they normally do that class split right at the end. So the GTP's going to the head of the field. So now it's about fuel for those who stayed out. Has Phil Ellis got enough to get to the line, or is he hoping for some more yellow? That's a question we'll find out from Shay once she's found out why the Risi Competizione number 62 had to go behind the wall.
I mean, that's incredible. Number 57 car. I mean, they're absolutely, well, pretty much nowhere, and all of a sudden now they found themselves leading. That's amazing.
So in the GTD Pro, the number 4 Corvette, Tommy Milner, that's leading, the 23 in second, and the number 9 in third, the Heart of Racing and Fat Motorsports, Aston and McLaren, are all on scuffed slicks out there. So that suggests again that they have played this to perfection. We've got to nominate a single BDO Nose Strategy Award for this, and I have no clue who we're going to give that to. Shea Adam can give us some news on Risi Competizione, the number 62 going behind the wall.
I am really, really sick about this. They damaged a toe link when we were...
Damaged the toe link, said Shea. Let's see if we can get her back for the rest of that sentence. Shea, what was the rest of the sentence? Not hearing you at the moment. Let's see if we can damage the toe link when they went off behind the safety car, and that was because they were on slicks and they came in to change to wet weather rubber and decided to drive straight through because it was a closed pit by the time they got there. So they are now behind the wall changing a toe link. So that was one of the cars. Oh, they've said they're done. They're not changing it. They are finished. They know that they're not going to get back out competitively. So there we are. Now we've got a car without a wheel, and it's the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. Ricky Taylor has lost a right rear wheel. The locating nut in the middle of it is gone. He's trying to move the car forward, but the diff, of course, is not letting him do that. Oh, goodness me. This is in the S's. We're not going green anytime soon. And this is going to be a complicated recovery because that car will not tow. It will have to be lifted. Drama laid upon drama. So, my goodness. Acura, Porsche, Cadillac, Porsche, BMW. That's that big shake-up after the pit stop. Connor De Filippi not now in the positions. Let's run it down for you. Louis Delatraz still leads, as he did when the safety car came out, and subsequently we had the red flag. It's Felipe Nasser now up into second in the number 7, courtesy of a cracking pit stop by Porsche Penske Motorsport. Renger van der Zande in 3rd for Cadillac Racing in the 01. Mathieu Jaminet in 4th in the number 6 Porsche 963. Connor De Filippi, BMW Team RLL 25, the rebuilt car. I've now called that the overnight sensation. I've got to stick with that now, haven't I? That was the car that dropped in here just after 1:30, and the guys had been to bed early and worked all night to get that car a pit lane start. Amazing story. Wayne Taylor will be fit to be tied. Yes. Can't decide whether he's climbing up onto the perch, down from the perch, or he's going to string a rope over the top and hang himself with it. Dear me. Goodness,
yeah, that's the car, of course, won last time out, John, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, better placed car in the championship, I believe, from memory. I know you'll have that there at your side there, Jeremy, and your coloured piece of paper.
Yeah, by no, actually not. The other car has a 100-point lead, in fact.
Ah,
coming
my
into the
apologies.
sweep. Despite that, frustration piled upon frustration. So that's how it is at the front of the field. We've documented the changes in LMP2 and in GTD Pro. That's your VP Racing in race update. Guys, I've got to ask you for your nose strategy, the BDO nose strategy. The 57 for me, if that pays off, well, they've rolled the dice, haven't they? Yeah, it's pure luck. That was one of the cars that wasn't able to come into the pits because the pits had been closed because it was so far back. Hate to argue, but
no, that's a fair point. I'm throwing it out there. I'm looking at people who've made up positions. You know, it's up for debate. I tell you who've done a very good job today, quietly, and at the moment are sitting second in GTD, and that is Wright Motorsports. They've been quietly picking their way through the field. So I'm going to have a quick look back at their pit stop strategy and see what's going on there.
Number 70 team too. I mean, they were out front here. Again, did they elect not to come into pits to change tyres, or were they unable to?
We had the two cars at the. Yeah, we had the two cars at the front of the field, didn't we? The Inception car was one of them. 70 and 12 were the two.
Yeah, I think the rain came just after they'd gone past the pits, actually, and the 64 was the first car to come in. But even before that, they got themselves into that position to be leading the race. 64 car team, they've done a fabulous job as well.
Yeah, how's the number 8 car got to the front of the field? Because they've had all kinds of issues this weekend with in the wall twice yesterday, albeit had a penalty earlier on. That's, in fairness, that's half the field have had penalties today. And in GTP, well, I don't know if it's strategy, but damned hard work for the BMW M Team RLL team. They actually did play the strategy in the early part of the race. After their drive-through, they stayed out, led the race, got their last back. Ultimately, they're back in 5th at the moment, but that was a strategy call to get that car back in the fight after it had been rebuilt overnight. Stories in all of the 4 classes here. My co-commentators are going to have to make a nomination in the next 10 minutes or so. Cogitate.
I'm not going to argue against that one, John. I think I don't think anybody has done anything. Yeah, I don't think anybody else has done anything particularly spectacular in terms of strategy.
You've still got 20 minutes to go, Jeremy. I think now though, strategy, unless somebody does something remarkable and has a spare set of Michelins and drops off the back of the line to slap on a brand new set and puts a driver on that you've just fed with raw meat, said bad things about his family. I don't think there's many strategic calls to make right now as we have been presented with that last stanza of the race by the weather. So that's why I sort of was thinking into the earlier part of the race there for Team RLL.
Yeah.
Shea, Adam, let's have a quick word with you as we're just waiting for the track to be clear. Shea, your thoughts on the BDO Nose Strategy Award? See, we've lost Shea, haven't we? You might have to tell me on talkback, Shea. Say again, Shea. Going green next time around. Packing up behind the safety car to go green next time by. It will be something between 15 to 16 minutes. And an absolutely incredible extension to this safety car restart with the number 24 BMW, Philip Eng, sitting in behind Ricky Taylor as the right rear tyre parted company, exit stage right. And then Philip thinks, can I drive past him? Can I not drive past him? Well, it's a injured car, but he'd have been on the radio to say, am I allowed to go by? Just to make sure under safety car rules. Right thing to do. Maybe contact earlier on, side by side. Remember when that car took the lead coming out of the top of the S's? It was side by side with the Porsche, and there was a couple of little side by side swipes. Maybe that had damaged the hub. Came through turn one absolutely together, and with the Porsche 963, something as slight as that may have cost them a good result today. Going back to green, Jeremy, here we go. Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa now in the lead of LMP2, so that's all changed around as well. We'll sort that out as they come to the line. What we can say is there's a battle for the lead, and sent down the inside. Felipe Nasser strikes early. Remember that number 40 car with Louis Delatraz couldn't get heat in his tyres at the start of the race and dropped back, and oh my goodness, it's a replay of that again. He's dropped 2 positions, and it looks like Mathieu Jaminet will have him as well before they get to the inner loop. And it is Porsche Penske Motorsport that leads the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. But watch out for Renger van der Zande. He was superb at the start of the race. All the lead drivers are back in. He started the race. Felipe Nasser streaks out into the distance, and there's the pass down the inside at turn number 6. Delatraz again struggling to get heat in the Michelin tyres coming to the green flag. And he's done exactly what he did on the first lap last time around, and that is drop down 4 positions. That was at the start of the race when he started from pole position. This is extraordinary deja vu for the Dex Imaging car. So it's Porsche from Cadillac, from Porsche, from Acura, and Wayne Taylor's afternoon, if it wasn't bad enough, Jeremy Shaw has just got a whole heck of a lot worse.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker, isn't it, for that entire team, because they got themselves in the perfect position there. But as at the start of the race, as you say, that number 40 car really struggling to get any heat into the tyres, and no pace at all.
Oh, significant penalties coming through in GTD. The Paul Miller Racing team failure to adhere to the minimum fuel refueling time, they'll have a drive-through, a second drive-through for a pass under yellow for the same car. Car 66, more than emergency service in a close pick for the Gradient Acura, stop plus 60-second hold, and exactly the same for the one that we spotted at the time going on to the wet weather tyres, and that's the Mustang sampling Porsche number 5, stop plus 60. Shea Adam in the pit lane. Oh, thought I heard Shea for the moment. So Felipe Nasser leading out. I'd be very surprised if those changes onto wet weather tyres during that instance, that doesn't start a conversation about a potential rule change. Meantime, in LMP2, the number 74, the Ranch Riley, Felipe Fraga right up alongside Nicholas Nielsen, and he's turned the 2 car around. He's turned Ben Hanley around. That was a bit untidy as well. There was side-by-side action in the top 3. They were right together, Nielsen, Fraga and Hanley. And just coming out of turn number 7. It was Fraga on Nicholas Nielsen. Yeah, that was the battle for the lead, Jeremy, and Fraga spun himself and then caught up the number 2 of Ben Hanley. Ben Hanley, the innocent party there. That will have allowed the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by APR to go through into second place, and Colin Brown now on a mission. Nicholas Nielsen versus Colin Brown in the last 12.5 minutes. Oof. Yes, please. Oh, the CrowdStrike car's got damage as well, though. The 04. Oh, goodness me, he was involved in that. And Ben Hanley has recovered. Felipe Fraga has recovered as well. This is untidy on the restart. Wins car into the pit lane for Ben Hanley. He will be furious. Nothing he could do. In GTD, the 57 still leads for Winwood. Then the battle is on in GTD Pro. It's Tommy Milner for Corvette leading, Harter Racing 23, Faf right in there as well with their McLaren. Then Phil Ellis, then Antonio Garcia, Jan Hayland is second in GTD in the dark green and yellow Wright Motorsports car. Then Lauren Heinrich and Jack Hawksworth are having a scrap for 5th and 6th in GTD Pro, and Mathieu Jaminet puts in the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place overall. 2 seconds between himself and the 2 leaders now. But the battle is in GT.
The number 7 car actually set the fastest lap. Then the 3rd place car, as you say, Mathieu Jaminet went quicker again then. 34.489 for the 3rd place car. He's got a little bit of ground to catch up to Renger van der Zande, but that's exactly what he's trying to do.
The lead in GTD Pro comes to the final corner, and it's still the bright yellow Corvette from the 23 of Ross Gunn. Ross Gunn giving qualifying duties yesterday. He was mighty. Did, I think, 3 flying laps and said, that's it. He was quickest at the time he parked it. Down into turn 1. Oh, big slide by Tommy Milner. Goes right out to the edges of the yellow and red curbs. That's danger area out there. We've seen that cost people very heavily, and it's cost him momentum up the hill. Here comes the Aston Martin through the S's. Now on the run down to the inner loop, and the Corvette driver Tommy Milner knows he has to defend. Stays to the right hand side, picked that lane very early, that's fair, but he knew he was struggling up the hill. And here comes the McLaren Faf Motorsports in the number 9 car, the 720S GT3 Evo. Almost a 3-way battle for the lead. Felipe Nasser resets the fastest lap of the race, then Mathieu Jaminet does. The top 3 now separated by just 2.8 seconds. The top 3 in GTD Pro separated by car's lengths, and a car's length pretty much between the top 3. Philip Ellis from Winward Racing in the Mercedes is the next GTD car, but he's sensibly, I think, let a few of the other GTD Pro cars go through, and Lauren Heinrich has gone through into 4th position ahead of Antonio Garcia, I believe. That's visual, that hasn't been confirmed on the timing screen yet, but I'm pretty certain that now I've seen the yellow car now. The yellow car is still as you were, and we've got the LMP2 machine in between all of that, but this is hotting up nicely at the front of GTD Pro, who the top 5 are now all together. Phil Ellis has got Parker Thompson now right up his tailpipes for the GTD win, as Thompson in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus is right there, the 57 AMG with the 12 Lexus RCF. Let's see if we can pick up Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Shea? Not quite yet. We'll get that back for the end of the race for CrowdStrike Racing. Phil Ellis right up the inside as Parker Thompson was trying to have a look there, and Phil Ellis braved it out, and Thompson had to go through the cut through and not the inner loop, and that's dropped it back a little bit, breathing space then for Phil Ellis. Oh, was that Jack Hawksworth? No, it was Thompson. Thompson was having a go, went to the outside. Oh, there was a touch there. Now, was the movement from either of those cars? The Winward car on the inside, drifting back towards the middle of the road. That will be looked at, I'm sure, at this stage of the race, Jeremy.
Absolutely right. I mean, he'd left the door open on the outside and then appeared to move across into the side of the Lexus. Might need another look at that, but certainly that's something that race control will be looking into.
So through we go with 7 and a bit minutes to go.
Yes, the second of the Corvettes then is still ahead of the 77 cars. So 57's dropped back a couple of positions behind those pro entries now, but still does lead in GTD non-pro.
6:43 to go. Corvette, Aston Martin, McLaren, Corvette, Porsche, Lexus. That's your top 6 in GTD Pro, and they are now one single line. 24 Michelin tyres of GTD Pro action, and they might as well be linked together with drawbars. That's how close they are at the front of the field in GTP. We're not ignoring it, we're keeping an eye on that. But Felipe Nasser has got about a 1.5 second lead. Could this be redemption for Porsche after the win was taken from them last year in post-race tech? Renger van der Zender in second is under pressure from Mathieu Jaminet. Could it be even better for Porsche Penske Motorsport? And a 1-2 here. Louis Delatraz some 10 seconds back now. That car has just not come back up the pace, and he's got the 2 BMWs breathing down his neck there as well as the lead battle starts to come through traffic, and this could be make or break for any of these drivers. The top 3 pretty much sealed at the moment, but in what order? Great driving there by Felipe Nasser. Oof.
He weaved his way through magnificently, didn't he? Very incisive there, and to use that car absolutely to perfection. He's got a pretty handy lead now, stretching away. New fastest lap of the race there in GTD Pro by the forward of Harry Tincknell. Unfortunately, with that extra stop towards the end, has dropped back to 7th position, but still charging hard.
Yeah, they'll take some positives away. They were looking good when the rain came down. They were up at the front on pace. Can't take our eyes off them going into the inner loop right now. This is GTD Pro 1st to 6th. Nothing between them. in round about 2 seconds, maybe a little bit more. But Phil Ellis at the moment doing what he needs to do. Lost half a second last time around to Jan Halen. 4.5 minutes to go in this rain-affected race at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. Our coverage coming to you from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Shea, Adam, have we got you back? You mic'd it air.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Miles, for bringing me a new pack. Hello. I just realized that this race is very similar to 2022 when we had a long red flag and all the drive times were adjusted. We're not going to get the final results of this one on this Wednesday, most likely.
Don't care. All I care about now is what's going on the track. And Shea, BDO No Strategy Award, we're sort of leaning towards that strategy that got the rebuilt car back into the fight and actually led the race at one point, the number 25 BMW. What do you see on that? Are you going to throw anything else in?
I do like that. My only other nominee that I would even put forth would be the 88 AF Course LMP2 that's at the front with Nicholas Nielsen, because they qualified way toward the back, so they have stealthed their way forward.
Leaders going through the inner loop. Shea, Adam not knowing where to position herself for the winners' interviews because we don't know with 3 minutes to go. And despite everything, despite the challenges that have been thrown at this fabulous 56 car field, Mathieu Jaminet is right there now. And the 01 Cadillac of Renger van der Zande has a Porsche in front, a Porsche behind. The meat in the sandwich at the moment. Meantime, a moment or two ago, as the leader was going past the lead battle in GTD, had to squeeze past on the right-hand side at the top of the S's. My goodness me, Felipe Nasser, decisive and incisive is what Jeremy Shaw said. Might as well get that on a t-shirt for him. That was brilliant. It'll be this one and one more, I think, Jeremy, as we come through. Because there's time for 2 more laps with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep, that's right. No messing around with the white flag this time. It's pretty clear. 1.5 minutes to go. It's a 1 minute 37.0 last time around for our race leader Felipe Nasser. He's got for him at this stage, relatively comfortable lead of 20 or 30 car lengths over the Cadillac of Renger van der Zande, who certainly hasn't given up yet.
So much to watch. There's a battle for second and third in GTD. There's a battle for the top 6 in GTD Pro. We're all right in LMP2 for the top 3 positions, and at the front of the field there's still only 3.2 seconds between first and third. Here we go around the outside. The Aston Martin tries the over and under, can't do it. Watch out for the Pfaff McLaren coming through there as well in third place. That one is not over. They've got 1.5 laps to go as well. Behind that, Antonio Garcia wants to get a second Corvette onto the podium. That looked unlikely earlier on as well, let's be honest. And Rexy's in there as well. Oh my goodness, this is all getting mixed up with the GTDs and the 2 BMWs trying to fight their way through as well. Chasing down Louis Delatraz there in 5th and 6th. Delatraz is picking his way through. And here come the BMWs. There's a chance here down the inside. That was the Pfaff car going side by side with a Corvette. But was it the Corvette in front or the Corvette behind? White flag for the leader. Take a breath. Let's move them home. 3.4 miles. 11 corners, 10 now for Felipe Nasser. The race that they won last year with the 6 car. Tommy Milner into the pits. Tommy Milner into the pits from the lead of GTD Pro and Heart of Racing lead now from McLaren and Chevy Corvette. And it's fuel I'm hearing from Shea Adam on the last lap. Oh my goodness, if the leaders had been a bit quicker, there would have been to the line. That is the problem when you're in the not top class. It is not your You can't influence when the white flag comes out, only the leaders at the front can. Aston Martin and Ross Gunn with Heart of Racing team.
That Ford Mustang has just got past the championship leading car in GTD Pro. That's for position with that number 64 car. Harry Tickman, he is flying in these late stages. He's up now into, I think, 4th place in GTD. Yeah, okay, 5th. But they're all together, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
Well, in a battle that has been influenced by weather, it is the Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Felipe Nasser started it, he finished it. Conditions look relatively similar to when he rolled off and went to the front of the field early on. My goodness, we've had all sorts in between times. It's Cadillac in second for the 0-1 squad and Porsche Penske Motorsport making it a 1-3. After a bruising encounter in GTD Pro, it's the brute in the suit, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, who has taken the street car-based GTD Pro win from McLaren in second place and Corvette in third. The British marks to the fore. The Empire has struck back here. And in GTD, Winward win from Wright Motorsports, Porsche and the Ferrari. Shea Adam.
Down here with Dane Cameron, who's walking around celebrating with all of his crew. Dane, second endurance race win of the year. Your second win at Watkins. This one seems a little bit different than the last one, though.
Big boy. Oh, yeah. Man, I was just thinking it was 10 years ago that I won this race, and I've been trying. This is a long time. It makes me feel old now, and I've been trying a long time to win it overall. I think I've been second, I don't know, 4 or 5 times or something, so. Yeah, really amazing to get an overall. We really wanted to get a race win, get an overall here means a lot, and we really wanted to strike in this portion of the summer. We've had a really good, really consistent year, but we really needed to smash one in to really help the championship, so this goes a long way toward that effort.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, let's see if I can sneak in with Alex Ribera's race winner once again at the Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen. Alex, that was nerve-wracking. Didn't know it was going to come, but then at the last second, just a little more fuel in your tank. Congrats.
I mean, this is the beauty of racing. It's hard to really describe in words the emotions of the team right now, but these guys deserve it more than anybody. I'm so happy for the team. It was truly a big team effort and one hell of a race, man.
It's a solo effort for Ross in the championship this year with you being unavailable for all the races, but this is going to move him up. How happy do you think he's going to be with this one?
I mean, I love Ross like a brother, so anything I can do to get him this championship that he deserves, I will do. We're in it together, and we're going to get this fucking championship.
Apologies for the language. Go spray him with some champagne.
Yeah, sorry for that. Not acceptable, I'm afraid. Drivers should know better than that, I'm afraid. Let's move on. Jeremy Shaw. Let's move on. Porsche Penske Motorsport 1 and 3. Renger van der Zande. Actually, let's head to Winward first of all. Phil Ellis bringing home the victory in the 57 Mercedes.
And Winward is getting way used to going to the top step of the podium because this is 4 out of 5. And I've been saying it all day, kind of in a little bit of jest, but in all sincerity, every race they DNF last year, they've now won. Indy Dodge race winner. What's this like to be at the 6 Hours of the Glen? 3rd consecutive race win for you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, for me, it's my 3rd race, 3rd win of the season. Unbelievable. The guys did a great job. We were not quick out there, but made a good calls, and yeah, we're P1.
with Russell and Phil, as well as all these crew guys. When you come back to this team, do you see why they keep winning?
Yes, it's one big family, and they take it so professional. This team is working so hard, so they serve it pretty well, yeah.
Congrats, Indy.
Thank you.
Right, Jeremy, as I was going to say, Porsche Penske Motorsport and Cadillac Racing share the podium. It looked like that might happen early on, then it looked extremely unlikely, and then, oh well, who knows? We'll just have to call it as we saw it across the line. Phenomenal bit of racing towards the end. Weather broke it up a little bit, but my goodness me, watching Felipe Nasser through the traffic at the end there, that was worth the price of admission alone.
Yeah, he's back to full, he's showing his full capabilities again, isn't he, Felipe Nasser? And look, we ended up with the top three in the championship finishing first, second and third in the same order. So all it does is it extends those margins between those three. This was another dominant performance, quite frankly, at the end there by the Penske team. I mean, they were clearly, once the green flag came out for that final run, the Penskes were gone. The Cadillacs just about stayed with them. Renger van der Zande stayed within a second at the checkered flag. But as we heard from Bourdais earlier on, it was always going to be a tough ask to get past the Porsches. They were fast in every single way, and they came away with a well-earned, hard-earned victory today. And yeah, the second win of the season then for that number 7 team.
In LMP2, bit of a shake-up at the end. Richard Mille, AF Corse at 88, came to the fore. CrowdStrike up, down, swinging all about, to be honest. I spoke to Colin and to George Kurtz yesterday, and they said if we're just hanging by the hoop and we're there at the end, we might get something, and that's exactly what happened. Felipe Fraga holds on to third place for the Ranch 74 Riley team.
Yeah, they were got a bit fortunate towards the end there with those various incidents that broke up what had otherwise been a tremendous race there. A bit of overly forceful driving by the number 74. It looks like they might come away with some good points here, but they don't get their fourth consecutive Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen victory. But it was a super job by the number 52 team to come away here. Wait a minute, what's the what's going on?
I'll let you. We've got a traffic jam coming into the pit lane, and the overall winner is stuck in it. I'm just checking to see if there's any changes at the end on the timing screen, and I'm not seeing any post-race penalties that have been applied. Well, there was a couple of penalties or a penalty for the Gradient Acura for not serving a penalty, but that hasn't affected any of the positions. GTD Pro, its usual mad self. We're going to hand the PA back to the guys down by the victory lane celebrations. We'll carry on in a moment or two here on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited Network, as we have post race tech coming. Shay's going to try and grab some more interviews. Jeremy and I'll break it down. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio, and we will take a short breath and bring you some reaction from an incredible, in so many ways, Sahlen 6 Hours of the Glen, coming up next.
Hey, Jordan, you're too far forward.
Yeah! Go, boy!
Welcome to Michelin WeatherTech for the Sahlen's 6 hours of the Glen, the latest round of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Let's head straight to Shea Adam, who is enjoying the atmosphere down by Victory Circle. Shea?
With Luis Perez-Companc. Luis, we've seen your son race the last couple of weeks in Ferrari Challenge. Now you come out here and you're a race winner at the Sahlen 6 hours of the Glen. How hard was this race for the AF Course team?
Incredible race, up and downs. We were P9, we started, then we were P2, then we were P1, then we were P8 again. And yeah, it's a nightmare. But finally the team makes an incredible job, all the drivers also. And we got to the end. We thought if we get to the end with this car, was feeling good, and finally we make it. So we won the race, that very hot race.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Jeremy's doing a bit of arithmetic here, just break in with anybody you bump into. We're going to leave LMP2 to one side for the moment, Jeremy, but GTP is fairly easy, as you mentioned in the race programme. First, second and third in the championship, first, second and third in the race. So the order remains the same, the gaps open up a little bit.
They do indeed. 2,044 points unofficially for Porsche Penske Motorsports number 7. Of Felipe Nasser and Dane Cameron. They continue to lead their four in second position. Their Cadillac Racing's at number 01 on 1951 to the 1912 of the sister Porsche, car number 6, and up into fourth position I reckon will be the number 40 car with the fourth place finish today on 1845, just 7 ahead of the number 31 car. In the manufacturer championship, Porsche again will extend its championship lead. It's now a relatively more comfortable, 41 points, 21.75 to 21.34. Acura remains in third ahead of BMW and Lamborghini.
And the GTD categories, as I said, we'll put the PTs to one side for a minute. I just want to check a couple of things there.
Yeah, GTD Pro, Porsche of AO Racing, number 77 car, their winning streak has come to an end, but there's still a fifth place finish today. They will be on 1,642 points to the 1,583 of Vassar Sullivan's car number 14, that's Jack Hawksworth and Ben Barnicat. And with the win today, the harder racing team, Aston Martin car number 23, will move within 11 points on 1572. So it's been certainly a great day there for harder racing team. And the Corvette number 3 car, I think, will move up into fourth position. And right behind them, Pfaff McLaren will move ahead of both of the Corvettes. So it's been a really good day for Pfaff Motorsports since McLaren 720.
I thought they did a sparkling job. Actually, they were again there or thereabouts, making sure they were in with a shout in. You know, you would have said in the last hour. It happened to be the last 16 minutes or whatever it was that we got going. Ross Gunn and Marvin Kirchhofer, by the way, putting in their cars fastest laps on their last laps of the race. Although the Ford Mustang GT3 of Harry Tincknell put the fastest lap in GTD Pro in. In GTD, Winward Racing have done Winward Racing things. Is basically how it comes down to it. It looked like Parker Thompson had a shot at it. He took the shot. There was a little bit of contact. That may be controversial as well. He ends up in fifth position. But Winward from Wright, good day from Wright again, and Conquest. I think there'll be three very happy teams on that GTD podium.
Goodness me, that's the third podium in 5 races for Wright Motorsports. Brilliant effort by them. And with the Turner Motorsport finished in 6th position, so 250 points, that would be the unofficial math here. They'll still hold on to second place in the points. So, Winward Racing now with 4 wins out of 5. Take them any way you can, but certainly did a super job out on the racetrack. 1,745 to the 1,430 of Turner Motorsports in the BMW number 96, and they are 32 points ahead of the Wright Motorsports 120. It's been a great day once again for Wright Motorsports with Elliott Skier. Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson and Jan Halen, of course, doing a job there at the end. Tremendous run for them. And Conquest Racing, that team's second podium of the year as well.
Hashtag Michelin PRT. at IMSA Radio. Hello to Ollie, hello to all of you. What was I going to say? Manufacturers, Jeremy, for GT. Did you do that? Sorry, I was looking at that.
Mercedes extends its lead. They led coming in here, so we'll have a pretty handy lead on everybody else. Porsche, I think, will just about maintain second position, but it's tight. I haven't actually done that yet. I'll get back to that. Let me do that now.
Whilst we talk to Renger van der Zande with Shea Adam.
Gave it your all today, Renger. That was all left out on the table. You and Seb pushed all day. And again, second. How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, we should be very happy with the P2 here. With these changing conditions, it's so easy to screw it up, and we didn't. I think, the team is performing on the highest level I've ever been with. I think the drivers are doing a good job, and I gave it all at the end there. I really like the changing conditions. I just needed a little bit more wetness out there to really have a chance to fight. But yeah, we're lacking power on the, when we go power, hats off to this championship for making the BOP as it is. The lap times are equal. That's fantastic. It's just the fact that we can't race. We lose too much, and then when we make a small mistake in turn one, they could just fly by. So if we would change that, it would be awesome to have even more fightability. But hey, we're happy. I love this championship. I love what we did today with the Cadillac 01 and Ganassi, Chip Ganassi Racing. So super happy.
You've been in this championship long enough. You know what it's all about. And one slip-up is all it takes to throw things wide open again. So P2 in the championship and a bigger lead over third. You got to be happy with that.
Exactly that. So you sum it up like I feel it, and hey, we should be happy. It's a good result.
I think it's worthy of ice cream.
Yeah, ice cream tonight for sure.
There are lots of people still around here, John, and actually, if you'll be patient with me, I'm going to try and dive in with Felipe Nasser because he has now come off the podium. Ranger's grabbed him, so they're just embracing after that big, hard battle, and Renger being handed another trophy by his teammate. Yeah, you earned everything today. Felipe, I wanted to be the first one to tell you, you're now completed the Michelin Endurance Cup Challenge because you've won all the endurance races with this today. Well, you have. You've won Daytona, Sebring, Petit, and now Watkins. So it's these big races. It makes a difference.
It does make the difference. Great points for both championships, the endurance and the main one. And I just want to thank everybody in the team. They did an amazing work today to stay calm with these difficult situations. Then pull off a great drive as well with mixed conditions was super tricky, and keeping the tires he ran, I think, for almost 3 stints on them. So just a team effort, and I'm very happy that at this point of the season, getting a win really give us that chance and put us in that momentum going forward in the championship fight.
It's weird to think we're so far through the championship with a break now before Road America and then another break before Indy, which will be the next endurance race you have to win. And then Petit, it's spaced out a bit, so you get longer to think about leading the championship.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to go in a break after a win. Like I said, the team has done an amazing job all season long. I think it was only Detroit we haven't been in the podium with the 7 car, so a great run so far. We want to keep this form. It will be good for everybody, to have a couple of days, nice and easy after all the strike of races and Le Mans, Detroit, everything in a row in here. So I'm just pleased, that we got this one accomplished and we move on.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Shea. Very good. I'm now prepared to say, because I have, between at least 2 timing screens, I have the same results, Jeremy, in LMP2. So I think we can say that the Richard Mille AF Corsa, CrowdStrike Racing and Riley number 74, Riley Ranch 74, podium is there. Inter Europol in 4th, MDK 5th, United Autosport 6th, Tower Motorsport in 7th. Here's Colin Brown. Let's have a chat with him. He's 2nd position for CrowdStrike with Shea.
He's just over in a little bit of traffic. I'll see if I can catch his eye because we didn't actually ask Colin about what happened at the end of the Le Mans race as well. So thank you very much. Colin Brown, you were not hanging about at the end of that race. You were pushing so hard. Anything left in the tank, though?
Yeah, not really. I mean, unfortunately, Fraga and he tried to pass, I think, the 88 and spun sideways and clogged the whole thing up. And I really couldn't get through without hitting him, and that tore the right front headlight bucket out of it. And caused a bit of damage. So that was pretty much our race done when that happened. So, you know, in the end, we still recovered to a P2, considering our whole day and all those mixed conditions and, you know, all the different tire choices that the CrowdStrike guys made. I mean, they did a heck of a job. George had a nice opening stint. Toby did a phenomenal job there in the middle. And, you know, I think that was a race where you could throw it away just as easy as you could make something happen. And so, you know, for us, we were focused on trying to come out with some championship points, and we were able to do that. And, yeah, it was, you know, it was overall a pretty solid day for us, for sure.
Well, you weren't just hanging about. I mean, you were pushing as hard as you could.
Yeah, I wish I had a bit more driving time. You know, I did a bunch of time under the safety car before they went red, and then just had that last restart, and that was it. Game over, done. So, you know, on paper, I was supposed to do a good 2-hour stint in the car, so I was a little bit sad not to get it more laps, but, you know, that's the way it shakes out.
Yeah, sometimes it does. And George, speaking of the way it shakes out, last year shook out pretty darn well for you. Top step of the podium. You going to be okay with this result?
Yeah, I mean, you always want the top step, but I think given the day that we had, we'll take a P2 result, and it puts us, I think, in a good position for the championship. So playing the long game, and everybody did a great job. Team did a great job, and just really tough conditions 2 weeks in a row for us. So we're happy to get a P2, and we'll move on to the next race.
Yeah, Toby was leading the race at one point, at least I can remember looking at the timing screen. Now, next round is CTMP. This guy won it last year. How are you feeling about your chances?
Well, Colin is a specialist there, so I'm going to take his lead, and I'll just do what I need to do, and we'll hope for the best. And that's all we can do. I know we'll see what happens, but I feel good with Colin.
Secret is Timbits. But before we go north of the border, we've got the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and you've got Nikki Katzberg in your car for that one, too. Racing back-to-back-to-back.